Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto's pot met her future? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter End. In the village of Kanahagakure, a group was returning from a mission. This group included the main protagonist, a pink-haired medic, an emotionless Umbu member, and the copy Nin, along with other Konoha 11 shinobi. I still can't believe I almost got him. Do you know if it is Databeo? Shouted the annoyed blonde, addressing the pink-haired medical Nin walking beside him. She looked downcast, frustrated by their inability to retrieve Sasuke after his fight with Itachi. I get what you mean, I was hoping we could retrieve him, the medical Nin sighed, while the blonde continued to express his frustration in the background. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Next time we see him, we will get him, I promise, exclaimed Naruto cheerfully. Naruto-chan, you make it sound easy, but you realize we have no trace of his location, Sai countered. I don't know, but we will find a way, I guess, Databeo, Naruto replied, causing everyone to look at him in confusion. We have to notify Godame about the mission while we get back, Kakashi proclaimed as the team began to disperse, slowly disappearing into smoke. What the hell is happening? Naruto and Kiba shouted in unison, terrified. In another dimension, a portal opened, shooting out many individuals. The Konoha 11, the Sand siblings, Godame Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke, and their Jonin senseis, Guy and Kakashi, all emerged from the portal before vanishing. Why does my head hurt? Where am I? Thought the blonde Kunoichi as she scanned the room around her, noticing a large screen with multiple seats and many familiar faces. Dobe, Sasuke muttered. Where are we? What is that traitor doing here? Kiba shouted angrily, pointing at the missing Uchiha, who looked worn out and battered from his fight with Itachi. Hey, look, Naruto-chan, he seems to be completely exhausted. Maybe we should retrieve him, Sai cautioned, gripping his blade and preparing for a potential fight, as many in the audience seemed ready for confrontation. You don't have to fight me. I already accomplished my mission. Uchiha Itachi is dead, the last Uchiha announced, shocking many in the room with his revelation. Wait, Itachi is dead? Tsunade asked, to which Sasuke nodded in confirmation. Does that mean you're coming back to Konoha? Naruto inquired. Most likely, I don't have anything else to do, Sasuke replied. Naruto burst into happiness at the news. Is everyone here? An unknown voice declared, filling the room. A short figure appeared, levitating above them. Are you the one that brought us here? Gaara questioned. Yes, the figure replied. Why? Tsunade wondered. To see the future. The room fell silent, everyone shocked and questioning how it was possible, some looking at the individual as if he were insane. Shouldn't that be impossible? Kakashi insisted. Yeah, but I'm Sho, a deity that comes once in a while to show people the future, the figure explained. Oh wait, I forgot something, Sho said, snapping his fingers. A dimensional portal appeared, throwing out more people. The first to emerge were the 4 Hokage, Uzumaki Kushina, Jiraiya, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Mikoto, and lastly, Uchiha Madara. The room filled with shock at the appearance of these legendary figures. We're here to see the future, what did we miss? Hashirama announced joyfully. Can you shut up, brother, for once? Tobirama complained. But Hashirama tried to interject. Just shut it, Tobirama retorted, sending the god of shinobi into a depressed state. Many, both dead and alive, questioned if that was really the Shodaime Hokage. Easily depressed as always, Hashirama, Madara stated, and many in the audience felt the same. Not you too, Madara? Hashirama cried out. Grandfather, Jiraiya, Tsunade said in a saddened tone. Oh hey Haim, Jiraiya greeted the blonde. Wait, is that you, Tsunade-chan? It's been a while. Look how much you've grown. Hashirama declared cheerfully, shifting from a depressed state to a joyful one. Meanwhile, Shisui began to search the room for a familiar face, having been dead for some time. Scanning the room, he spotted a young man he recognized. Oh hey, Sasuke, I didn't know you would be here. Nice to see you again, Shisui announced. The youngest Uchiha began to recall memories of Shisui. Nice to see you, Shisui and I, Sasuke replied. Good, it looks like you still remember me. You sure have grown. I remember you being so cute, shy, and cheerful as a child, and how you used to imitate Itachi, Shisui blurted out. Cheerful is not a word I would use to describe team, Naruto chimed in. Oh, as a kid, yes, but now I really am not. Who are you to Sasuke, maybe his girlfriend? Shisui asked. No, he's just my best friend, that's all, Naruto quickly clarified. Okay, Shisui smiled. Kakashi, Shisui said, noticing the silver-haired ninja. Oh, hello there, Shisui, Kakashi replied. How do you two know each other? Sasuke asked. Well, my cute genin was Itachi, former Umbu captain, and I knew Shisui by association, Kakashi answered with a closed-eye smile. Sasuke questioned why Kakashi had never mentioned this before. Sasuke, how are you doing? Mikoto said happily, walking toward the group of Naruto, Sasuke, and Shisui. Mother, Sasuke gasped, feeling nostalgic. Hey Sasu. Look how handsome you've grown, Mikoto replied to her second child. Not long after, Sasuke's gaze fell on the man he knew was dead. Itachi, Sasuke spat out. Sasuke, Itachi spoke before anyone could react. Sasuke unsheathed his sword and dashed toward Itachi, his Kusanagi crackling with lightning and Sharingan blazing, ready to strike down the kinslayer. At that moment, his father and Shisui blocked his attack aimed at Itachi. Father, Shisui would protect a kinslayer. Sasuke demanded, pointing at his brother's best friend and father. Sasuke, lower your blade, that's your brother, his father commanded, and the last Uchiha reluctantly complied. The atmosphere grew tense, except for Mikoto, who felt saddened at the sight of one child attempting to harm another. But why, father? Sasuke asked, wide-eyed and desperate for answers. Itachi is dead. There is no need to get violent, Shisui replied. He knew the situation, as every deceased person present had been given time to speak to one another before the others arrived. On the other side of the room, Naruto was approached by two figures, a man she instantly recognized as the Yondaime Hokage and a red-haired woman who resembled her. Hello, Naruto, the fourth Hokage greeted the blonde kunoichi. How do you know my name? I mean, it's cool you databeo, but also weird, even though I want to follow and surpass your footsteps, Naruto rambled. How can a father not know his child? I named you, after all, Minato replied, causing Naruto to freeze. Gasps filled the room from those who didn't know of Naruto's heritage. Wait, the Yondaime is Naruto's father. Sakura, the rest of the Konoha 11, and the Suna siblings all thought in unison. That's right, Gaki, that's your two-san, Jiraiya told her, ruffling the top of her hair. Jiraiya is right. You know, Naruto, Minato-sensei is really your father, Kakashi added. So Lord Third didn't tell you. That makes sense, it would have most likely attracted my enemies to you, Minato remarked. Two-san, Naruto whispered, then punched Minato in the abdomen as tears began to fall down her face. Why would you seal the QB inside your own child? Do you know what pain I had to go through because of it? All I wanted was to be accepted. So I trained hard to become strong. Naruto screamed, while Minato and Kushina looked on with guilt. Damn it. I don't know if I should be happy or mad. I don't know anymore. Naruto finished her rant, wiping her tears. Minato placed his hand on top of Naruto's head and began to speak. Naruto, how old are you? Minato asked. 16, Naruto replied. I'm sorry, Naruto. I suppose after putting my own daughter through so much, I have no right to act like your father and apologize, Minato said. I guess it's fine because I'm your child, I suppose, Naruto soberly blurted out. I sealed the QB into you because I believed you could control its power one day. Because you're my child after all, Minato explained, smiling, earning a wide-eyed look from Naruto. You really have that much faith in me? Naruto asked. To be a parent is to have undying faith in one's child, Minato finished. You're right, Naruto, the woman next to her father insisted. Who are you? Naruto blurted out. Take a guess, the woman suggested. Naruto studied the woman. Oka-san, Naruto guessed. Correct, Databane, Kushina said. Cousin, you look so appealing. I wish I had your hair so maybe I would be more attractive, Naruto complimented, causing Kushina to blush. Thank you, but to be honest, I used to be bullied for it, Kushina added. But your hair looks amazing and unique, Naruto countered. Okay, everyone. We're about to start, so take a seat. We're about to begin, Sho explained. After the announcement, everyone took a seat. Food started to appear out of nowhere, and the screen began to show light. In the village of Kanahegakure, flash forward to the future. At the Uchiha household, it was a special day for someone. Today was the Seventh Hokage ceremony. A small girl with long jet black hair and cerulean blue eyes was setting up for breakfast with an emotionless expression. Who is that girl? Ino wondered. Maybe it's someone here, kid, Shikamaru chimed in, already figuring out the parents based on her features. The two Sannin, Hokage, and Uchiha also figured it out. I knew this was going to happen at some point, Kakashi sighed. What would happen to my youthful rival? Guy asked in confusion. Nothing, Kakashi replied, sweat dropping. I wonder who the parents are, Sakura exclaimed. Mikoto, she looks just like you but with blue eyes, Kushina whispered to the woman. Mikoto agreed with Kushina's suggestion. Papa, I'm done setting up the table, the small girl exclaimed and ventured toward the kitchen. HN. I see, thank you Imiko. A tall man with onyx eyes and short jet hair, similar to the girl, thanked her with an emotionless face. Papa, where are the others? Imiko asked. I asked Nei-san to wake up Ryo while your Nii-san wakes up your mother, Sasuke answered. Wait, isn't that Sasuke-kun? Both fangirls gushed, blushing at Sasuke's older appearance, similar to a few females in the room. I can't lie, I expected this from the Uchiha, Tenten stated while Tsunade agreed, sipping her sake. The Uchiha charm isn't fair, both Kiba and Jiraiya agreed. Sasuke, it seems you grew up well. I guess we're grandparents of 4, Fugaku. Mikoto said, to which her husband agreed. That's me. Naruto shouted, pointing at Sasuke while attempting to suppress her blush. Wait, if that's Sasuke-kun's child, who is the mother? Ino and Sakura perked up, hoping it was one of them, unlike Temari and Tenten, who were rooting for the opposite. Who might be the mother of my children? Sasuke thought. Of course, both of you would wonder that, Kiba complained. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, a boy with short midnight black hair and ocean blue eyes, wearing a shirt with the Uchiha symbol, walked through a hallway, hearing soft snores as he got closer to a room. Is that another one of Sasuke's children? Hinata wondered. I think so, Shino answered. Are we about to see the mother? Temari questioned, making the fangirls nervous with anticipation. The boy entered an open door, hearing soft snores behind the sofa. As he walked closer, he paused to think for a moment. How do I wake up Ka-san? She is extremely hard to wake up. I should just shake her since it's her big day after all, he thought. After a moment, he walked around the back of the sofa. Looking down, he saw a appealing woman with long blonde hair and 3 whisker marks sleeping, her sun-kissed skin covered by a blanket from shoulders to ankles. Ka-san, wake up. Today is your special day. The boy shouted, attempting to shake his mother awake. After a few moments, the woman slowly woke up, revealing her cerulean blue eyes. Oh, kiddo, Naruto replied with a tired tone, slowly standing up. Tu-san asked to wake you up for breakfast. He already prepared it, Itachi blurted. Oi, okay, I will be there, Naruto retorted. Cousin, you should hurry before it gets cold. Wait, that's Naruto-chan. Holy cow, she's hot. Kiba shouted. It seems so, Gaara answered. Naruto and Sasuke-kun. I sort of saw that coming. Both Ino and Sakura thought in disappointment that it wasn't them. Wait, me and no way. This thing must be rigged. We're just rivals and friends, nothing more. We don't even like or love each other. Naruto ranted, blushing at the thought. I feel the same way, Dobe, Sasuke added, also blushing at the idea. Oh no, are they for real? This is great material for a book. Rivals turning to lovers. Perfect, Jiraiya thought until Tsunade slapped him across the face. What was that for, Haim? Jiraiya stammered. I've known you long enough to know when you're planning those disgusting perverted books of yours, even in death, Tsunade claimed, making Jiraiya grow terrified. Kakashi perked up at the sound of a new book being made by Jiraiya. Team, if we're going to be married in the future, I have a demand, Naruto exclaimed, trying to compromise with the youngest Uchiha. Ichin, fine, just since you're my future wife, Sasuke agreed. Great. As your future wife, I demand you to stop acting like a JRK and also come back to Konoha with us, Naruto demanded, while the other audience members deadpanned. Of course, the most unpredictable ninja would think of that, Kakashi thought to himself. Sasuke looked at Naruto skeptically before sighing. Itachi's dead, plus, that was my plan anyway, Sasuke proclaimed, making the Jinchuriki smile cheerfully and get up from her seat to hug him, causing the missing Nin to blush a little. Wait, how do I know you're not lying? Naruto questioned, still hugging him. If in the future I'm with you, then wouldn't that mean I'm being truthful? Sasuke answered, right after the blonde kunoichi decided to sit next to him. This scene made Itachi feel happy that his Otuto still had something. I ship it, Kushina and Mikoto thought in unison, while Fugaku and Minato found the scene appealing. So little Sook got himself a wife, Shisui teased, causing Sasuke embarrassment. Shut it, Shisui, Sasuke hissed back, which made the older Uchiha laugh. The scene shifted to 4 of the 6 people at the dining table of the Uchiha household, where 2 more kids were present, one with blonde hair, blue eyes, and 2 whisker marks, and next to him, a girl with vibrant red hair and blue eyes. Minato, it looks like 2 of the grandkids look just like us. One even has my red hair, Kushina proclaimed cheerfully to Minato, who nodded in agreement. Thank you for the food, the children said, and then they began to eat until they heard footsteps. Hello, Kasen, Ryu and Megami said in unison. Oh, hello, a tired Naruto mumbled. Okasan, you probably want to hurry up, or else you might miss your Hokage ceremony, Megami reminded her, making Naruto go from tired to excited, remembering that today was the day she officially became Hokage, her dream. She's right though. You probably want to hurry once you're finished with breakfast. I'm going to pick up your Hokage Heiori, Sasuke added. My Hokage ceremony. Is this the day I become Hokage? Naruto asked, wide-eyed in surprise as it felt surreal to her at the moment. Congratulations, Naruto, her parents said. Congratulations, Gaki. Tsunade and Jiraiya congratulated the young kunoichi. Congratulations, my youthful rival student. Guy exclaimed. Congratulations. The rest of the Konoha ninja shouted. Good job, Dobe, Sasuke said to the young blonde while patting her head. I knew you could do it, Naruto-chan. Gaara congratulated his longtime friend. Arigato. Naruto exclaimed. The scene shifted to the ceremony, where many audience members were staring up at the Hokage tower. Is the Dobe here yet? I just got her Hokage Heiori, Sasuke asked the 3 familiar individuals. She should be here, Shikamaru answered. Yeah, Megami and Itachi made sure of it. Plus, you know how those 2 are, Kanomaru added. It seems like yesterday that becoming Hokage was my little genin dream. Now she's close to achieving it. Kakashi reminisced about the old days when the blonde would shout out her dream of becoming Hokage. Kakashi has the Hokage Heiori. Minato asked, and everyone who knew him wondered how he got the position. Why was Kakashi the Hokage before I was? Naruto groaned. Congratulations to my youthful rival. Guy congratulated. Arigato, Guy. Kakashi's sweat dropped. You know I can hear you, right? Naruto complained from behind Sasuke, who turned around to spot the blonde with all their children at her side. You probably brought them with you, Naruto suggested to her husband, to which he complied. Good luck, Okasan. Her children all shouted. Thank you guys, she replied with a smile. Are you ready, Naruto? Kakashi asked the blonde in response. Kakashi started to walk close to the edge so everyone could get a look while Naruto waited for her cue to come. Now we shall begin the inauguration ceremony of the Nanadame Hokage. This ceremony shall be hosted by the 6th Hokage. I, Hatake Kakashi, thank all of you for your attendance. Let her come step up onto the stage. The woman who will take my place is the 7th Hokage. As soon as Kakashi finished his short speech, Naruto stepped closer to the audience. I'm sure you're all aware of Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi concluded, and Naruto began to smile. She really did it, Sakura said, to which Iruka agreed. Naruto, you finally made your dream come true, Iruka thought. Thank you, Databeo. Naruto shouted cheerfully. Tsunade was seen walking toward a grave, a sake bottle in hand. The name Jiraiya was inscribed on it. She finally did it, Jiraiya. I wish you were here to see, Tsunade stated. Wait, Ero-sensei, you're dead? Naruto asked. Yes, Gaki, I lost my life, Jiraiya replied, causing Naruto to hug him, tears streaming down his face. I still can't believe I became Hokage, Databeo, Naruto said. I knew you could do it, Jiraiya answered. Wait, how did Sasuke return to the village? Sakura asked, to which both Ino and Naruto agreed. What do you mean by Sasuke returning to the village? Fugaku asked. The BSTRD left the village for the chance to kill Itachi, Kiba shouted, causing Mikoto to age 10 years at the thought of her son trying to kill his brother. As expected from an Uchiha, Tobirama retorted. Hey, don't, what did I tell you, Tobi? Hashirama scolded Tobirama, but it went ignored. I could show you if you'd like to see, a voice said out of nowhere. Sure, why not? Kankuro interjected. The screen opened up again, showing the final valley. On top of the Hashirama statue stood a girl with brilliant blonde hair and cerulean blue eyes, wearing a torn orange and black jumpsuit. Standing atop Madara was a boy with jet black hair and mismatched eyes, one a piercing ruby and the other a lavender ringed eye, dressed in the Sound Village standard attire. Is this a fight? Kakashi asked, to which both Naruto and Sasuke's parents winced at the thought. Yes, the battle between the two strongest shinobi in history. Two individuals that surpass even the god of shinobi, Hashirama, and his rival, Madara, the voice answered. Wait, what do you mean by strongest? Sensing their chakra, they aren't even close to Nisan's level, nor mine, Tobirama ranted. I have to agree, they haven't even surpassed me yet, Jiraiya added. How long is it from now? Tsunade asked. A few months, the voice replied. Okay, I think you're lying at this point, Temari interjected, and the audience had doubts about the claim. I'm not, just watch and see, the voice insisted. Wait, what's that purple eye the Uchiha has? Niji asked, causing many to inspect the Uchiha on the screen. The Rinnegan, Jiraiya mumbled in shock. What's the Rinnegan? Lee asked. The legendary eye of the Rikudo Shin, the strongest visual prowess, Madara chimed in. How does he have it? Tobirama questioned. Both figures dashed toward each other, clashing fists and sending shockwaves through their environment. Jumping back from each other, Sasuke began to weave hand signs. Fire release, great fireball. Sasuke shouted, blowing a large fireball toward Naruto, who was enveloped in bright golden flames, transforming her. What was that? It looked cool, Databane. Both Kushina and Naruto exclaimed in unison, while Minato smiled proudly, already knowing of this transformation. Creating a chakra arm to catch the large ball of flame left an opening for Sasuke to SWH places and land a Chidori on the girl, sending her crashing into the water below. After that attack, the blonde recovered, seeing 3 large purple cloaked arrows coming her way. She launched 3 black orbs behind her to intercept them, causing the water to clash against one another. The Susanoo, the Uchiha Mangekyo users thought. Afterward, a giant humanoid creature made of chakra with wings, with Sasuke inside of it, flew toward the blonde. Is that a Susanoo? It's huge, it even has wings. Shursui gasped in shock, similar to Itachi, who couldn't believe this was Sasuke. Hey Madara, that Susanoo looks cooler than yours, Hashirama said, causing Madara to ignore him. Team, what the hell is that? Naruto asked, looking confused. I don't know, Sasuke replied. That's the Susanoo, The result of fully awakening a Mangekyo in both eyes, Fugaku explained, which answered many questions. To combat the Susan, a golden burst of chakra expelled from Naruto, creating a giant Kyuubi avatar that blocked the two blades. Is that the Kyuubi? Jiraiya asked, shocked at the sight. What is the Kyuubi doing? Gaara questioned. The two giant masses of chakra continued to clash, tails against swords, changing the environment with each blow until they both finished with their fists crashing against one another, causing the water below them to erupt. How strong are they? Hiruzen asked. What type of training did you two do in a few months? Ten questioned in astonishment. I guess I have to keep training with Gai-sensei so I can keep up with my youthful rival. Declared, I guess I was wrong. Tobirama thought in awe at the fact that two people managed to surpass his elder brother. How did they get that strong, Dadabayo? Kushina questioned. I will show you how, but first, do you want me to tell you the arsenal? Sho asked, to which many in the room nodded. Uzumaki Naruto has the full power of the Kyuubi and a little chakra from every other Bijou while using 6 paths Sage Mode, gifted from the Rikudo Sannin in sync with it, Sho stated. Wait, Sage Mode? Naruto has Sage Mode. Minato murmured in disbelief. What's Sage Mode? Kiba asked. Basically, it's an easy way to be an S-class shinobi, with the catch of terrible consequences, Jiraiya answered. Uchiha Sasuke has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan gained from suching his eyes with Uchiha Itachi, while having a Rinnegan gifted from the Rikudo Sannin, Sho continued. Wait, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Varest intrigued. What's that? Kakashi inquired, having never heard of it. It's a substitute for the Manjikyu. When an Uchiha awakens the Manjikyu, they are given 2 unique abilities tied to their own Manjikyu. There are also side effects. Overuse of the Manjikyu causes progressive blindness, Itachi explained. So, power comes with a catch, Sakura added. As for the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it removes the weakest of the Manjikyu abilities, but to regain your sight, you have to take another's eyes, preferably from a sibling, Fugaku elaborated. It's basically taking another person's eyes so you can't become blind, Shursui summarized. That sounds messed up, Kakashi commented. It is why the Manjikyu is kept a secret, even from our own kin. Plus, the last person to own an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was Uchiha Madara, Mikoto concluded. The scene flashed back to their first fight in the valley. You were alone to begin with. What can you know about me? This pain is born from my family bond. How can you ever know what it means to lose anything? Sasuke yelled. The scene shifted to Jiraiya, right after his grave. The fight resumed, swords clashing against tails. I am alone. I alone can bear the weight of the world's hatred now, Sasuke spat. I will sunder all past mistakes and doubts here, and bring about a reform. It begins with cutting you down. What is Sasuke-kun talking about? Sakura asked. In the future, Sasuke plans to reform the world by bearing all the world's hatred towards one individual, essentially uniting people against a common enemy, Sho explained. That's dumb, Dadabayo, Naruto exclaimed. Tisich, typical Uchiha, Tobirama mumbled. What's wrong? Why are you playing defensive? If you keep it up, you'll die eventually, Sasuke questioned. I don't want to kill you. You're trying to be alone again. I'm not letting you. We both know what it's like, Naruto replied. Naruto began flying with his Kyuubi avatar, forming a Bijou bomb while Sasuke charged a Chidori. Both attacks eventually clashed, sending them flying in opposite directions. It's not even close to good enough to kill me, Sasuke insisted. I told you I'm not trying to kill you, Naruto replied. This fight is intense, one trying to kill the other, Kakashi thought. I'm the strongest in the world now. This will be my first step toward the shadow, Sasuke declared as 9 giant meteors moved past Naruto, getting closer to the Uchiha. He began absorbing the remains of the Bijou chakra into his Susanoo. What is the Uchiha doing? Niji questioned. What are those meteors doing behind him? Shikamaru added. Those meteors have every Bijou trapped in them, Sho answered. What do you mean by that? Hashirama chimed in, not liking the sound of it. Just watch. Earlier that day, 5 people stood with all 9 bijou in the same place. The rest is up to you, the Rikudo Sannin said. Yes, Sasuke replied. But first, I'm executing every member of the current Gakage inside the infinite Tsukuyomi. Plus, the bijou under my control, eventually I will get rid of them. Sasuke declared, barely batting an eye, as he put every bijou under a genjutsu. Before anyone could react, using his Rinnegan, Sasuke sealed the bijou away. I'm seeing this right. Tell me I'm imagining things, Kushina mumbled in shock, similar to a majority of the audience. He barely batted an eye. No wonder these two are the strongest, Hashirama thought, realizing that these two were using all 9 bijou instead of just one. Shin, I have to agree, Madara commented, mostly focusing on what the boy said about the infinite Tsukuyomi. Who is the floating man? Shikamaru asked. The Rikudo Sannin, Sho answered, causing the audience to fall silent. The Rikudo Sannin. I thought he was a myth, Hiruzen questioned, his eyes wide on the screen. Back to the fight, the Susanoo became enveloped with bijou chakra. That looks cool, I won't lie, Naruto insisted. Since the Geto statue is using its Susanoo as the receiving vessel, don't let your guard down, the Kyuubi warned. The blonde Kunoichi created some shadow clones to retaliate. Naruto, that jutsu is a symbol of your weakness. It also covers up your loneliness, Sasuke spat. What a low blow, going after someone's past, Tenten said. Afterward, Sasuke's bijou-powered Susanoo annihilated Naruto's Kyuubi avatar along with her shadow clones. Bijou bomb. The Kyuubi avatar clone screamed out until it was intercepted by the Susanoo arrow that ripped through the attack. This fight is one-sided, Jiraiya stated. I have to agree, another voice chimed in. You only hold a small portion of the bijou that I currently have, Naruto, Sasuke said, preparing his strongest jutsu. Naruto's Kyuubi avatar merged into a new form with 2 additional heads and 4 arms. Not yet, Kurama, the blonde communicated telepathically. All right, this is everything that was available, here it comes. Kurama told Naruto. How can she gather so much nature chakra so quickly? The rogue ninja thought. Finally got the resolve to kill me, the Uchiha spat out. No, but I still want to fight you and win fair and square, but not with the current you, Naruto declared, preparing her strongest attack. The attack collided, causing destruction around the final valley. Who won? Tamari asked. At least they made it out alive, Shursui remarked, noting the audience's reactions. Holy see, next time you two fight, warn the poor cartographer, Tsunade proclaimed, causing some in the audience to chuckle at the prospect. Through the chaos of the 2 powerful attacks, 1 golden and 1 purple chakra was seen falling to the ground. Both heavily fatigued and bruised shinobi stood up, staring at each other. Naruto made a hand sign in response, while Sasuke used his Rinnegan to shoot an Amaterasu. The blonde protected herself with Kyuubi chakra, letting the black flames fall off. The Raven shinobi began to feel pain in his lavender eye, causing him to clutch it. Damn it, I need the bijou chakra, he thought, before being interrupted by a kick to the jaw from a clone. This sent the Uchiha flying high, but Naruto capitalized with a punch, only for Sasuke to react and hit back. The last member of the Uchiha clan removed his armband, revealing a seal that released shuriken. He shot them toward the incoming clone, creating a chidori and dashing to slam it into the clone. Before the clone vanished, it grabbed Sasuke in place, allowing Naruto to strike her former teammate. As a result, Sasuke created a chidori while Naruto summoned her father's infamous jutsu, the Rasengan. The Raven's lightning fizzled out of existence. Look, his chidori is down. Send him flying. No. Kiba roared. The rest of Konoha agreed with Kiba's declaration. See, team, I beat you, Naruto declared. No, you haven't. We're ninja. I don't think it's going to be that easy, Sasuke quickly retorted, not liking the idea of being beaten. Sadly, he is right, Naruto, Minato agreed, still not fully accepting his future son-in-law. Naruto charged toward the defenseless Uchiha but tripped and fell to the ground. Really, Dode? Sasuke smiled at her misfortune. Shut it, team. It's your fault. Leave my future self alone. Naruto shouted back in embarrassment. Given the opportunity, Sasuke walked over and kicked her jaw back, pinning her down as he struck her repeatedly. Sasuke, you shouldn't do that to a girl, Mikoto gasped at her youngest son's actions. Yes, Okasan, Sasuke replied quickly, fear evident in his voice. She's right, you know. That's no way to treat my cute little Naruto-chan, Databane. Kushina roared in anger, while Minato's opinion of Sasuke lowered. She was trying to get you back in Konoha, Sakura mumbled in horror at the sight. What do you mean by returning to Konoha? Fugaku questioned. Simple answer, your youngest son defected to Orochimaru to gain enough power to execute your eldest, Tsunade replied. The Uchiha, who had known the brothers when they were children, didn't like the idea of both brothers potentially killing each other. So, he's a rogue shinobi, so why isn't he dead yet? Tobirama spat out. Because of Naruto, Tsunade answered her granduncle. Why would he want to kill his own brother? Minato asked, hearing about the Uchiha's longing to kill his elder brother. Because the BSRD massacred the whole Uchiha clan. Sasuke roared in anger, his Sharingan blazing with hatred for his deceased brother. Oh, I see. Minato, Kushina, Madara, and the Senju brothers now understood the Uchiha's perspective. Hashirama, Minato, and Kushina felt sympathy for the young boy's misfortune. Naruto headbutts Sasuke, causing him to fall to the floor. They both dashed at each other, connecting blows and countering one another. Naruto! Sasuke roared out. Seiyasu Aki! Naruto roared back. As nightfall approached in the final valley, the two ninja continued fighting, connecting one last blow to each other. Now it's gone from a battle between two demigods to just a dogfight, Kiba commented. Yes, both seem to be at their limits, Hashirama added. Hang in there. I know this is much, but it should be enough to end this, the QB inside her seal yelled out. Okay, here it goes, Kurama declared, confusion in his voice. Naruto looked down at where the attack had hit her, noticing her chakra leaking from her body. This is one of the many abilities of the Rinnegan, Sasuke announced as Naruto fell to the ground, out of chakra. As someone who possesses the eye of an Uchiha, my victory is inevitable. This is bad, Kakashi mumbled in suspense. Farewell my one and only friend, Sasuke murmured, getting his Chidori ready. Looking down with his Sharingan blazing, Sasuke sent lightning crashing down toward Naruto. No, Sasuke, don't kill her. Sakura cried out in disbelief, feeling responsible due to her promise. He's actually about to kill me, Databeo. Naruto exclaimed in fear. How did you two end up together? Ino asked in astonishment. I seem to have failed them, Kakashi thought. Madara, this seems similar to our duel, Hashirama claimed. Eichin, Madara groaned. In the midst of launching the Chidori, the famous dojutsu of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan flickered off, giving Naruto the opportunity to crash her fist into Sasuke's jaw, sending him flying across the valley. Holy CRP, nice punch, Naruto. Tsunade and Jiraiya congratulated her, causing her to blush in embarrassment. That was a nice one. You gave the Uchiha a good hit, Kankuro added. Well executed, Naruto. I see you capitalized on the Chidori's weakness, Kakashi said. What do you mean by that, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto questioned. Kakashi sweat dropped at the response he received. The Chidori has a weakness, it causes tunnel vision. The enhanced speed makes it hard to see where you're going. So pairing it with the Sharingan negates that glaring weakness, Kakashi explained. So, that's it. Both Naruto and Sakura yelled out in unison, finally understanding why Sasuke was the only one in Team 7 to learn it. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. I always thought Sasuke-kun was your favorite student. That's why you taught him most of the time, Sakura exclaimed. I have to agree, I always thought that's why you taught him the Chidori but refused me when I asked. Naruto chimed in. Why do you say that? A confused Kakashi asked. You taught Sasuke more than either of us. The only thing you taught Sakura and me was basic chakra exercises like tree walking, Naruto claimed. While Sasuke-kun was taught everything we learned, plus a special form of taijutsu that Lee knows, advanced chakra control, and how to better utilize the Sharingan, Sakura finished. Also, you were always late, like you hated teaching us anything, Naruto added. Oh, I see, a dumbfounded Kakashi mumbled. Kakashi, they're making you sound like a terrible sensei, Tsunade stated. The scene shifted to the humongous fox watching the fight in suspense, reminiscing about specific arguments with Naruto. Who are you to be so confident? You can't even help a single teammate, the Kyuubi hissed. Everything ends if I start doubting my decision. Just watch my deal with Sasuke, the kunoichi declared to the enraged fox. Over and over again. Just let me cut you down already. Sasuke roared in frustration. In response, Naruto answered, because I'm your one and only friend. You sound frustrated and desperate, little Sasu, Shisui teased the raven. So this is the conclusion, Madara said. Everyone in the room knew this to be true. I hope you win, Naruto, Gaara said softly to her, earning a thumbs up in return. The sound of 1,000 birds could be heard throughout the valley. The raven readied his final Chidori, implanting Amaterasu within it. That's a great counter, kid. I see you knew his powers were weakened. To be fair, he probably knew the chakra I gave you was limited, Kurama explained. I still have a little bit of chakra left, so I will lend you some. Use it wisely. Kurama was cut off as Naruto slowly lifted with a slight smile on her face, earning a smile from the fox who, in turn, gave her a fist bump. So she really befriended the Kyuubi. They even gave each other a fist bump, Kushina happily said, pleased that Minato's choice led to good in the end. It seems so, Hiruzen added happily. Daemon, it seems the Kyuubi isn't all malicious, Jiraiya remarked. Both Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other as Sasuke fell off a cliff, Chidori in hand, while Naruto jumped up, preparing the Rasengan. Both gave out war cries, clashing jutsu, and a blinding white light destroyed what remained of the valley. Who won? Sakura mumbled in suspense. It means most likely Naruto, Tenten said. I hope you win, Naruto, Hinata whispered to her. The Whisker Kunoichi nodded. We can do it, my youthful rival students, declared Guy, causing most of the people in the room to deadpan. You're finally awake, huh? Naruto called out as Sasuke groaned in pain, feeling his injuries. Slowly opening his eyes, he stared at Naruto. As you can see, if either of us moves too much, we'll bleed out, the Jinchuriki managed to spit out. Why go this far? Why do all that to get in my way? Sasuke mumbled. I gained power to enter darkness and sever all ties. Naturally, everyone tried to cut their bonds with me at some point. Sasuke suddenly stopped to glance at the figure next to him. Except for you. You've never once attempted to kill me. The male continued, isn't it obvious, team? Because you're important to me. Like you said, I'm your one and only friend. Databeo. Naruto from the past responded, plus, you're extremely lonely and emo anyway, which caused Shisui to laugh at the living Uchiha. She's right, you know. Even after my death, you're still as lonely as I remember, Shisui remarked. Shut up, the both of you, Sasuke warned, embarrassed. Except Sasu isn't as cheerful nor as innocent as I remember, Mikoto chided in. Innocent. Cheerful. Those aren't words I would use to describe Sasuke, Kakashi mused, reflecting on his time with the Uchiha. No matter what, why do you keep involving yourself with me? Now that my body can't move, just answer me, Sasuke demanded, looking at the blonde. 'Cause you're my friend, Naruto mumbled. You said that before. What do you mean exactly by that? Sasuke pressed, wanting to understand her words. You asked me to explain. To be honest, I don't fully understand it myself. It's just that when I see you carry those burdens, it hurts. Naruto tried her best to explain. It hurts inside so much, I can't just leave it alone. Though today, I'm in pain everywhere, she finished. Sasuke's eyes widened as he realized the pain she probably endured because of him. Naruto, I knew you were always alone. The village shunned you just like me, the lone Uchiha survivor. I originally thought you did stupid things for attention, considered you a loser, a weakling begging for attention. You know you didn't have to be mean, team, Naruto shouted at her future husband. That was cruel, Sasuke. Mikoto supported her future daughter-in-law. She's right, you know. Try being nice to her at least, Jiraiya added, surprising many with his support for Naruto. Shin, fine. The living Uchiha agreed. As he watched her, he began to wonder if her weakness was rubbing off on him. The more he saw her desperately trying to form a bond, the more he recalled his family. I never knew that, team, Naruto replied. For whatever reason, it made him feel warm and fuzzy, but he also considered it a weakness. He trained hard to escape that weakness in order to get his revenge, yet he ended up on the same team as her. Spending time with Team 7, he slowly began to see them as family. I never knew that, Sasuke-kun, a surprised Sakura questioned, recalling how he often viewed Team 7 as a nuisance. The rest of Team 7, excluding Sasuke, shared similar thoughts. I felt pain. When I understood your pain, I finally acknowledged you as my comrade and friend. Conversely, I couldn't let you surpass me. Watching you grow stronger made me want to be as strong and cool as you, Naruto remembered saying to him. It was the complete opposite. He was the one who was jealous of her. She had strength that he didn't have. She was always ahead of him, just like his Ni-san. Never thought he had an inferiority complex. Kankuro spoke out. Team, I never knew that. I always figured you had a huge ego, Naruto retorted. This isn't new, to be honest, Itachi interjected, recalling how child Sasuke was often compared to him. Where are we? This isn't heaven, is it? The blonde questioned as she woke up again. Looks like we fell asleep and slept all night. We've failed to die again, Sasuke responded. I still can't move my body. I was hoping to clobber you and make you finally open your eyes. Naruto shouted as best as she could, which made Sasuke laugh. Naruto, you know violence isn't always the answer, Kakashi said, receiving a blank expression from her. Usually yes, but team is the exception, the young Uzumaki replied, causing the copy ninja to sweat drop. What's so funny? Naruto asked the laughing raven. We're messed up yet you still want to fight in our state, Sasuke answered. Of course. No matter how many times it takes, a frustrated Naruto began, but was cut off by Sasuke. I admit it. I lost, Sasuke declared with a smile. It isn't about the fight, you bstrd. It's about bringing you back, the blonde retorted. This isn't about winning or losing. It's about punching a sulking friend and making him snap out of it. The real match comes after that. Naruto shouted in anger. Hey, Naruto. I've acknowledged you now. If I die here, the long cycle of destiny that the Rikudo Sannin mentioned will probably end as well. This is a type of revolution too. You can undo the infinite Tsukuyomi after I'm gone by transplanting my left eye into Kakashi or someone else. I will put an end to myself. The Uchiha finished his plan. What destiny of the Rikudo Sannin? Jiraiya asked, drawing the interest of those who knew the tales. That's not how I want things to go, team. I didn't waste my time getting you back just for you to give up. The Jinchuriki shouted at the Sharingan user, expressing her frustration with his intentions. Don't you dare. Dying won't solve anything. If you're going that far, then live and help me instead. What I want is for shinobi to cooperate with one another, including you. Naruto was cut off. Just because you want it doesn't mean others agree, Sasuke countered. Fine, go ahead, keep sulking and whining. I'll beat you again. Naruto proclaimed, locking eyes with the Sharingan user. There's no guarantee I wouldn't stand against you. Then I'll stop you again. Actually, you won't do it anymore. How can you say that? How can you be sure? Don't make me repeat myself. Do you understand anything? Now that I think of it, you were always pretty stupid, Naruto shot back. Shut it. Use your Atanki, Sasuke managed to retort. The scene showed both shinobi, battered and missing their DMNT arms. And what the hell? Why are we missing an arm? I blame you for this, the blonde Kunoichi hissed. Shut it, use your Atanki, Sasuke spat again. There they are. A familiar voice called out, belonging to the other members of Team Sakura. The other female member exclaimed as her hands began to glow green, slowly healing her two teammates. Thanks, Sakura. Naruto said gratefully. Sakura, hush for now. I need to focus, she pleaded. Sorry. Sorry for what? Everything up until now, Sasuke answered. You got that right. It's about time, you idiot. Sakura managed to say, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Kakashi reminisced about the time he met Team 7, reflecting, it's finally back to the way it was. He held down his hitate to cover his left eye. The scene transitioned to Naruto and Sasuke forming the rat hand sign to release the victims of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Later, they released the bijou and held a funeral for those who had fallen during the war. So, I won, Naruto cheered. Many in the room were shocked that Sasuke admitted defeat to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Good job, Naruto, Kakashi congratulated her. See, like I said before, how can I be Hokage if I can't even save a friend? Naruto declared again, and Sasuke smiled at the proclamation. The rest watched Naruto's declaration. The screen opened to the inside of the Hokage Tower, where a man with a pineapple hairstyle stood while a woman with blonde hair in a pigtail, 3 whisker markings, and cerulean blue eyes sat nearby. Ow, Naruto, you look appealing with short hair. That new hairstyle suits you well, Ino complimented, causing the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to blush. Thank you. That's going to air tomorrow during Parents and Child Day, Naruto exclaimed, rubbing the back of her head with her eyes closed. That's what it is, Shikamaru sighed. Back when we were shinobi, the thought never crossed our minds, did it? The relationship between parents and children. I never heard of Parents and Child Day before, Mikoto said, trying to remember if it was a thing. You're right, Mikoto-san, I surely never heard of it, Minato added. The present-day shinobi tried to recall if there was ever a holiday like that. No, the holiday was added in the future, Sho explained. Spend time with your family once in a while. Why don't you? Shikamaru suggested, knowing how much the blonde missed her family dearly. Shikamaru. Arigato, Databeo. Parents and children. The Nanadame flashed a grin at Shikamaru to show her gratitude. Meanwhile, outside, citizens were running toward the Hokage Tower. Later in the day, as they walked through the busy streets of Konoha, 2 males with similar features strolled toward the outskirts of a house. Both had raven black hair, one with cerulean blue eyes and the other with onyx black. The father-son duo approached the house. Who's the boy next to Sasuke? One asked. That's Itachi, Naruto and Sasuke's oldest son. The same boy who woke up Naruto in the first reaction, came the reply. Why would we name our child after that monster? Sasuke demanded, confused about why his older self or Naruto chose that name. You'll find out soon enough. You were meant to learn after the fight with Itachi, though, the answer disturbed Itachi, who didn't want Sasuke to discover the truth. So, that's my and team's child. He looks so handsome. He probably got it from me. I make the cutest babies, Databeo. Naruto declared, causing some audience members to sweat drop. I won't deny it. Their kid looks as handsome as their father, Sakura added, looking at the screen showing the child of her 2 teammates. The pair walked closer to the front door, spotting Naruto in front of them as he began to turn the door handle. The door opened, revealing Imiko and Ryu preparing to greet them. Oka-san, Tu-san, Ni-san. Y'all are here. The younger pair of twins gasped in unison, shocked. Just then, a little girl resembling both Sasuke and Naruto ran outside. Oka-san, Tu-san, Ni-san, you're here. Hanako cheerfully greeted her parents and older siblings. My adorable little Hana-chan, how are you? Naruto, looking tired, picked her up off the floor. The girl raised a flyer to her parents. Oda-san, Oka-san, can you get this for me? It's a kurama, and it's about to be sold out. She asked, waving the flyer excitedly. Who is that little girl? Wait, she called me Oka-san. Does that mean me and team have 5 children? Holy CRP, that's a lot of children. I blame the BSRD, Naruto pointed towards Sasuke, who often ignored him. So we're having 5 grandbabies. Mikoto and Kushina gushed in unison while their husbands looked stunned. Ma, so he was serious about restoring my clan too. He surely is an overachiever getting my poor little Naru Prgnt with 2 pairs of twins, Kakashi said, sweat dropping at the realization. Oi, traitor, keep your hands away from Naru-chan. Kiba growled, secretly hoping Naruto would come to him instead of that traitor. Troublesome. I hope the world can handle 5 mini Narutos and Sasukes running around in the future, Shikamaru sighed. Oi, team, Can you take Hanako with you to buy the Kurama toy? Naruto asked, wanting to avoid upsetting her daughter. Team, if you do it, I'll do anything you ask of me. Plus, you owe Hanako a lot since you've been gone since she was born, a blushing Naruto insisted. Bitch? Fine, Sasuke replied. Great. I see you're not all bad, Naruto said. But remember, anything I want, Sasuke warned. I didn't know the Uchiha was a closet pervert, Jiraiya chimed in. What do you mean by a pervert? Team has no SXL longing. I even used my Oiroke no jutsu on him, and he wasn't even fazed. Naruto disagreed with Jiraiya's claim about her future husband. I have a sixth sense for this sort of thing. Plus, explain how you have so many children, Gaki, Jiraiya countered. You're sort of right, Naruto admitted. Can I come too? I have nothing to do either way, Itachi offered, mostly due to his father's lack of socializing, unlike their mother, who was a social butterfly. Alright, when you're done, come back so we can have a family game night, Naruto said, putting Hanako back down. The youngest Uchiha made her way to the pair waiting for her. Alright, let's go, Toussaint attaching, she said, grabbing her father's hand and smiling at him, melting the older Uchiha's heart. Walking down the streets of Konohagakure, the father-son-daughter trio made their way to the store. What is the Kurama? Sasuke asked his youngest. He still felt guilty for not being there for her. It's a fox that comes out of an egg, she replied politely, maintaining the stoic expression the Uchiha clan was famous for, only revealing her cheerful self to those she was close to. It seems the store is full of people, Itachi pointed out. Sasuke felt a small clench in his hand, looking down at Hanako and seeing she was upset. It's okay. Toussaint, I already have lots of toys at home. Hanako attempted to hide her emotions. What should I do? Maybe I could SWCH one of the toys with money. Naruto would be furious if I did that, Sasuke thought deeply, trying to find a solution until he heard a familiar voice. Ah, that's sweet of you, team, Naruto said, happy that Sasuke cared for his family. The whole room, which knew Sasuke as a genin, was shocked by the Uchiha's thoughts. Meanwhile, Minato's opinion of Sasuke began to change positively as he saw how his little girl's husband seemed to change. Ma, I never thought I would see Sasuke with little Hana-chan. I never thought I would see you with your daughter, said a voice belonging to a gravity-defying silver-haired man, waving at the trio of Uchiha as they approached Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you haven't changed a bit, Naruto insisted, noting that the man looked similar. I don't know how to respond to that, Kakashi replied. You really haven't aged, have you, sensei? Sakura chimed in. Oi, konnichiwa-sensei, Itachi and Hana-chan. A girl with long silver hair appeared next to the former Rokudame. Konnichiwa, Kakashi-ajizan, Uminizan. How are you doing? The youngest Uchiha bowed and greeted the two. Wait, who is that girl next to Kakashi? She looks like him, Minato questioned. That's Hatake Umi, Hatake Kakashi's future daughter, Sho explained. Wait, Kakashi has a daughter. Congratulations, my youthful rival. I never thought I would see this day. Guy shouted, crying loudly and earning many deadpan looks or sweat drops from those around him. What are y'all doing? It's none of your business, they replied. Come on, I'm your former sensei. We were looking for a Kurama. Oh, is that a new fox toy based on the QB? Umi added to the mini conversation. Yeah, I wanted a big one but it got sold out, the little girl responded, clearly upset about it. Her Aji-san decided to help her out. Why don't I help? It might make things easier, Kakashi interjected, not wanting the most adorable Uchiha child to be upset. Sure. Kakashi Aji, she replied. All right then. Itachi, wanna go get ramen with me, if it's okay? The silver-haired girl asked the stoic teen. Sure. Plus, I owe you a date anyway. Toussaint Hana-chan, is it okay if I leave? Itachi politely asked his father and youngest sister. Sure, Hanako cheerfully replied. Can you get me dango and okasan ramen? If you go to Tuchi, say hello for me. Okay, see ya. Both teens left in a swirl of leaves. Why does my little Umi have to grow so fast, Sasuke? I remember when I was the center of her world until I let her go with you too, Kakashi lamented. Even my rival's daughter found love. I see, Kakashi, your future is truly bright, Guy exclaimed with pure happiness. So Naruto and Kakashi's child are dating. Cool, Choji remarked. Meanwhile, Kakashi was shocked. Not only did he have a daughter, but she was already dating. Look, Kakashi, maybe in the future we can all be a big family. I can't wait to see my great-grandkids, Kushina said cheerfully. Oi, sensei, are you okay? Both Naruto and Sakura checked on their sensei, who stood still in shock. The scene shifted to a modern ramen shop, where Itachi and Umi were seen eating and conversing. So, no threats have arrived lately? Umi asked. No, Itachi mumbled with ramen stuffed in his mouth. You know you have a ramen addiction, Itachi. I mean, you practically eat here nearly every day, and you also have your secret stash of ramen cups, Umi pointed out, watching him finish his third bowl while she barely touched hers. Maybe you should cut down on the ramen. I'm surprised you aren't gaining weight yet. Come on, it's your third bowl, Umi insisted, knowing she wouldn't succeed in changing his habits, especially since her sensei couldn't get Naruto-Obasan to stop her ramen addiction. No way. Like my mother said once, ramen is the food of the gods. Don't worry, I'll pay for it anyway, Itachi declared, diving back into his ramen. HN. He inherited Naruto's ramen addiction, Sasuke thought, astonished that his future self was feeding two Narutos. You know he's right, team. Ramen is the food of the gods. Databao. Naruto proclaimed. I second that. Databane. Kushina agreed with her daughter. So that's where she got it from, Sasuke and the rest of the Konoha 11, minus Rock Lee and Naruto thought. I see, maybe I should eat some to gain strength, Rock Lee declared, causing a majority of the audience to sweat drop. Oh yeah, I have something to tell you. A boy just asked out Megami 4 days ago. I'm not surprised, seeing her massive fan club, Umi mentioned, until she felt a wave of murderous chakra beside her. The audience sensed a high wave of murderous chakra flooding the room. Who planned on taking my daughter? Sasuke mumbled, his parental instincts kicking in. Naruto looked at his team and prepared to deliver a light punch to the Uchiha's head. Don't do anything rash in the future, Naruto tried to calm him down. Oh no, I forgot how overprotective the Uchiha tend to get, Umi thought. Who is it? Who plans on dating my adorable Imuto? Itachi hissed, breaking his stoic composure. Don't worry, she politely declined. But that boy didn't deserve her. You know both of you are twins, right? Why can't she date someone though? Umi asked, intrigued by Itachi's insistence on keeping Megami's world pure. Simple. She's still my cute, adorable Imuto after all, and even if she said yes, Itachi paused, chuckling. The boy better be prepared to battle, because if he wants to date her, he must fight me. Marriage is for two-san, Itachi stated casually. Umi began to feel bad for her best friend. Poor Megami-chan, I feel bad for her. Not only is her brother in the way, but her father too. One of the strongest shinobi in history is standing in the way of her happiness, Umi thought. It doesn't only apply to Megami, it also applies to Imiko and Hana-chan, Itachi added. Holy see, the females in that family are probably never getting married, besides Naruto-Obasan, Umi thought, feeling sympathy for them. Poor grandbaby. I feel bad for them, Mikoto mumbled, and Kushina agreed. Minato and Fugaku nodded in agreement with Sasuke and their oldest grandchild's plans. Come on team, cut that out. Let Megami-chan, Imiko-chan, and Hana-chan choose. Naruto protested against his future son and husband's ideas. HN. No, I won't let my daughter get tainted by some lowlife, Sasuke retorted. I feel bad for the girls. The rest of the Kunoichi thought collectively. Okay, this is going to be a hectic one to go through, Sho claimed. Okay, are there fights at least? Kankuro asked. Yes, the main point of view hasn't changed, it's mostly about the Uchiha family. What makes them so special? Kiba complained. You'll find out. Okay, ready? Go. The screen opened again, this time showing the streets of Konohagakure. The scene zoomed in on two girls, one with jet black hair and cerulean blue eyes, and the other with a darker complexion, orange hair, and golden eyes. Cho-Cho, what's the matter? The girl with cerulean blue eyes asked, turning her head to the sighing girl. I've got drills with Papa for the graduation exam. Like right now. But training is so annoying, right? So let's go eat some sweet red beans. Cho-Cho ranted about training while the other listened to her complaints. I think it's better if you train, the cerulean-eyed girl said, causing Cho-Cho to scowl in anger. You think you're better than me? That attitude gets on my nerves. You might think you're special, Imiko. Being of the Uchiha clan. Cho-Cho continued her complaints. Everyone keeps saying that, but I don't know anything about my clan. Anyway, I meant what I said, Imiko explained, but Cho-Cho ignored her. Just then, a voice called out, over here. A man eating some chips waved. That's probably that little girl we first saw, Madara insisted. That girl must be Choji, Shikamaru claimed. The man is definitely Choji, Ino added. They could tell due to the amount of time they spent together. Your dad actually spends time with you, Imiko mumbled. Geez, so lame, Cho-Cho muttered. What's so bad about an adult walking around eating chips? Imiko wondered. Good day, Imiko. Choji greeted. Konnichiwa, I better get going, Imiko said as she ran off. That was a strange interaction. The scene shifted to Naruto and Ryu exchanging blows. Before Naruto could grab Ryu, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. A Kage Bunshin no Jutsu shadow clone, Naruto thought. She leaped from building to building looking for her son. I'm over here. Don't get carried away, Oka-san. Ryu shouted. Meanwhile, Naruto formed the hand signs for the Tajukage no Bunshin no Jutsu multi-shadow clone. Nanadame, perhaps that's a bit childish. Perhaps I'm the childish one then, Sai remarked, glancing at Naruto before returning to his son's artwork. Meanwhile, Imiko hid, observing the situation. You don't give up, do you? Imiko said, sneaking up behind Ryu, who shushed her before hiding again. Naruto came running to the scene. Oka-san. Imiko called out. Hey Imiko, have you seen Ryu anywhere? Naruto asked frankly. Imiko pointed in the opposite direction. Thanks. Naruto said before leaving. Ryu emerged from his hiding spot. Wanna beat the last record? He asked. You just want attention, don't lie. We're twins, plus we're both in the same boat, Imiko called Ryu out. As Ryu attempted to run, a shadow trapped him. If the Hokage used Sage Mode, she would have found you in a flash, Shikamaru said, appearing with a mini clone of himself. I know, but up until now Ma always found me way faster than it would take to enter Sage Mode, Ryu said, catching his breath. Ryu tried to escape from Shikamaru but found he couldn't move. Can't move. Of course, this is Otu-san's shadow paralysis. It removes the ability to move when the shadow connects, Shikadai explained briefly. Meanwhile, Ryu struggled to break free. Don't give the Nanadame too much trouble. The woman is busy, Ryu. As his advisor, I have to deal with this, Shikamaru said. Wait, Hokage advisor. Congratulations, Shikamaru. Ino and Choji congratulated their teammate. You're both troublesome, Shikamaru sighed with a smile. So, Shikamaru as Naruto's advisor, that's a good combination, Tsunade added. Then again, it's not like both you and your mother didn't act the same back in the day. Shikadai, go find Lord Seventh, Shikamaru requested, looking at his son, who wore a frustrated expression. He's not wrong, Hiruzen laughed. Why me? Shikadai complained. Definitely Shikamaru's son, Temari said. Like father, like son. Dad, as long as I remember, I only met you for barely that long, Imiko thought. Why is she looking for team? Naruto asked. Maybe he's off on a mission, Sasuke suggested. The scene shifted to inside the large Uchiha mansion. Imiko sat staring at an old photo of their Two-san with Hanako and Megami somewhere in the house. She made her way outside to see her One-san doing the laundry since both Ni-san and Two-san hadn't come home, and Oka-san was too busy. So Megami took responsibility. Nei-san, did Two-san wear glasses? Imiko asked curiously. No, I never once saw him wear contacts or glasses. Plus, the Uchiha are known worldwide for their visual prowess, Megami informed her sister while focusing on the laundry. Do you know if they love us? Emiko decided not to beat around the bush anymore. Of course they do. I also wish Tusan and Nisan would come back. But they're on an important mission, right? It's been 7 years for Tusan and nearly 2 years for Nisan. How are you sure they love us or even Okasan? Emiko pressed. Wait, what's that about 7 years? What the heck, team? How can you leave for that long? Naruto hissed. Not cool, Uchiha, Kiba growled. I didn't expect this, Kushina said, recalling Minato's earlier comment about the man disappearing. Gone for nearly a decade. Poor Naruto, Sakura mumbled. Sasuke, I didn't expect you to do that, Shisui snickered. Meanwhile, the audience that knew the blonde was upset with Sasuke for leaving for 7 years. Because our feelings are connected to him and vice versa, so don't worry. I have to go get dinner ready, Megami said, packing up the laundry and heading inside the large building. This time, in a forest, a portal ripped open out of nowhere, and out of it stepped Sasuke, Itachi, and Umi. Sasuke looked around, signaling for both Itachi and Umi to leave. Suddenly, a cloaked figure jumped out, attempting to attack Sasuke. The man threw a chain to wrap around a tree, redirecting the attack back to the Rinnegan user. Sasuke blocked with his sword, kicking the cloaked figure while weaving one-handed seals. Conducting lightning, he struck his opponent, causing the cloak to billow and sending the mysterious figure stumbling back. The boy stood up, revealing a Sharingan, shocking Sasuke. Who are you? Sasuke questioned. How does that boy have a Sharingan? Itachi wondered, believing he had killed every Uchiha besides himself, Madara, and Sasuke. Good question. Shouldn't only you and Sasuke have the Sharingan? Jiraiya asked. Maybe the boy stole the eyes of a deceased Uchiha. Fugaku theorized, aware of that possibility. Emiko, you see, something has been troubling me lately. Promise me you won't tell anyone. Chocho discreetly spoke to Emiko, trying to keep her voice low. Sure. What is it? Emiko casually agreed to listen. I've been thinking. They're not my real parents. I mean, I don't resemble either of them. Chocho explained her predicament. Why wouldn't she think that? She looks just like Choji. Ino wondered where the child got the idea from. This is troublesome, but I have to agree. Shikamaru chimed in. It really? That's called a tragic heroine syndrome, a condition that occurs unconsciously in girls of a certain age when they attempt to define who they are. Well, it doesn't matter to me, a random boy claimed. Emiko looked at the stranger. You recently moved here from another village, she asked. Mitsuki. And you're Miss Uchiha, right? Why would a boy from another village move into enemy territory? Tsunade asked. I thought the hidden villages hated each other, Kakashi added. Not in the future. The relationships between villages have improved drastically after the Fourth War, Sho stated. The war veteran in the audience felt a sense of dread at the mention of a Fourth War. The war was a historical event that forced the villages into an alliance. The hidden villages in an alliance. What force is powerful enough to do that? Jiraiya wondered what could have possibly occurred to force the 5 villages into an alliance. I can tell even without knowing your emblem. Relax, you're an Akimichi clan, right? Mitsuki said calmly. Meanwhile, the mysterious Sharingan boy walked closer to a cloaked man standing on a platform. Who is that? How was Uchiha Sasuke? The cloaked figure demanded. He's strong. Really strong, the boy replied. But he killed Itachi. I can't forgive him, I must kill. That's right. Uchiha Sasuke is a disgrace to the once proud Uchiha clan, the cloaked man muttered. Who does he think he is, calling me a disgrace? Sasuke thought. Who are they? Shisui spat out. So I'm thinking of setting out on a quest. To find my true parents. Come with me, Emiko. Chocho whispered her idea to Emiko until Emiko perked up. HM. What is it? That's it. Maybe I can track down Tusan, she thought. Back at the Hokage office, Naruto asked, Shikamaru, how many hitaitai do we need to order for the graduation? Look, I'll take care of that. Both Shikamaru and Naruto stopped when they saw a message hawk fly in through the window. Sasuke's hawk, Naruto said, picking up the letter and scanning its contents. Geez, he's still so analog. 80% of the time, His missions take him to undeveloped areas where you can't recharge. Give him a break, Shikamaru said. What is it, Naruto? Kakashi, sitting down and talking on the phone, asked. If it's really a kid with a Sharingan, it's impossible, but it's either an Uchiha survivor or Orochimaru's lab rat. So, it's that snake BSDRD's lab experiments. Oi Uchiha, I thought you killed that snake, Tsunade exclaimed, not liking the fact he might still be alive. Yes, but Orochimaru has developed ways to cheat death with his curse seal, Sasuke replied. Ah, I should have figured, Jiraiya spoke, knowing that was a possibility since this was Orochimaru. I thought I sealed him away, Itachi thought, remembering how he pierced the snake Sannin with his Totsuka blade during his climactic battle with his younger brother. Yeah, that's right, Yamato is watching. So his location is known. You got paper. Kakashi continued. Meanwhile, outside the Hokage office, Imiko overheard the conversation. Inside, Naruto continued her call with Kakashi. In any case, I'll get particulars. From Sasuke, Naruto said, ending her call with Kakashi. I'm going to meet up with Sasuke after I pay Orochimaru a visit. I'll leave a Kage Bunshin behind. Later that day, Naruto stood outside the village gates, preparing for her departure. Well, then I better get going, she said, beginning to walk away from the village. I've got a bad feeling about this, Shikamaru reasoned. 2 kids were seen running toward Shikamaru. Me too, Hashirama grimaced. I have to agree, Madara said, nodding at his longtime rival. You just missed her. What was that? Shikamaru asked the 2 who had just arrived. Her lunch, Ryu replied, annoyance creeping onto his face. Ah, that's why she was apologizing to you, Ryu said, turning around to walk back only to be jumped by Imiko. Hey, want me to deliver that boxed lunch to Okasan? We're about to set out on a little trip. We could give it to her, Imiko suggested to her twin. Right, Chocho? I guess it's okay, but there's enough for me, Chocho replied. Okay, fine, have it, Ryu said, passing the boxed lunch to Imiko, who began to trail after their mother with Chocho. Perched atop a tree, a creature with a Sharingan watched them. What is that thing? Kiba shouted, disturbed by the creature. The audience shared his sentiment, finding it creepy. Behind both girls, the boy from earlier appeared. Come with me, he demanded. And if I refuse? Chocho challenged. The boy pulled out a scroll, unsealing a weapon and launching an attack at Imiko. She activated her Sharingan, dodging swiftly and weaving hand signs. Fire release, great fireball. The boy quickly evaded the large ball of flames hurtling toward him. Chocho appeared behind him, her arm extended. Art of partial expansion. They're strong for their age, Hiruzen remarked, impressed by the girl's performance. Look, team, she has a Sharingan, Madara noted, a hint of pride swelling within him. As Chocho smashed her fist downward, the boy seized the opportunity to bind her, causing her to fall. He lunged down, ready to end Chocho's life. Wait, don't kill her! Choji shouted, horrified at the sight of his daughter in danger. Before the boy could finish her off, Chocho and Imiko vanished. For children to fight. This is a bit excessive, don't you think? I thought kids from my village were well behaved, a smiling Naruto said, appearing behind the girls. The Nanadame glanced at the boy. Arigato, Naruto. Choji thanked his friend for saving his daughter. You're welcome, Choji. Databeo. A Sharingan. I see it now, the boy said, surprised. Before we continue, I sort of forgot to bring these people in. Please refrain from fighting them, Sho explained as he created a portal. Who are they? Hashirama asked, excitement bubbling in his voice. Don't worry. They already know what's going on, Sho assured him. Out of the portal emerged the Akatsuki, both dead and alive. Nagato/Pain, Konan, Didara, Kasu, Haiden, Tobi, Obito, Madara, Zetsu, and Kisame. The Akatsuki, every Konohagakure shinobi and kunoichi announced in unison. Remember, no fighting. This is a place of learning, Sho stated. You're that person who left me in that hole. I should sacrifice you to Jashin-sama, Haiden growled, pointing at Shikamaru, who merely sighed. You're that Uchiha I fought. How are you alive? Oh no, don't tell me I blew myself up for nothing. Deidara exclaimed in frustration at the Uchiha's survival. So, what he's saying is true? Kiba asked, glaring at the Akatsuki. You, the one with the mask, he continued, but before anything could happen, Minato used Hiraition no Jutsu to appear next to Tobi, a kunai at his throat. Tobi a good boy, Tobi said nervously. You're that man, aren't you? The same one who started the Kyuubi attack 16 years ago, Kushina said, realization dawning on her. So it was Madara, Itachi thought. What? No way. Tobi is much too much of an idiot. Haiden shouted in confusion. Are you sure you're all right? You probably mistook Tobi for someone else, Conan said, pointing at the real Madara. Wait, if that's supposed to be Madara, then who is he? Pain asked, gesturing toward Tobi. Who are you? Pain demanded. Tobi chuckled, but was interrupted by Sho. You'll see soon enough. First, I want to say something. Sasuke and Naruto are our main focus. If you're wondering why, it's because they're the most interesting. Okay, let's get going, someone said. How far did you see? Zetsu asked. Oi, Itachi, Kisame said, standing behind his former partner. Itachi looked up at him. Nice to see you, Kisame, Itachi greeted. Oi, Itachi, you never told me you had friends, Shursui said, flickering next to Itachi and staring at the blue-skinned shinobi. The first reaction was incredible. There was a giant explosion and a gigantic chakra monster fight. The next one was mostly Sasuke and his future daughter, Hashirama noted. The plot so far is a girl looking for her dad, he added. Okay, now let's get started. The screen reopened, returning to where they had left off. The boy's Sharingan spun, morphing into an unusual pattern. Standing back up, Naruto was awed by the transformation. The Manjikyu. I can't go easy even if he's a kid, he thought, beginning to build up chakra. Pieces of a Fuma Shuriken were sent hurtling in every direction, only to be stopped by chakra claws. Naruto, you've really gotten rusty, a sinister voice communicated telepathically with him. Go easy, Kurama, Naruto replied, chakra emanating from his body. What is that? Haiden shouted, shocked as Naruto imbued himself with Bijou chakra. That's the Kyuubi controlled, Tobirama explained. Holy see, I didn't think anyone could ever the Kyuubi, Pain murmured, his eyes glued to the screen. I'd better make a plan fast before she learns how to control the Kyuubi. Obito thought, staring at the future Naruto wielding the Kyuubi chakra. Naruto's chakra expanded into 9 claw-like forms, using them to catch Shin, who had just dodged. The same creature from the forest appeared and began talking to Shin before leaving with the boy. Space-time ninjutsu, Naruto thought, leaving her Bijou state. She looked back at the girls. That works like Kamui, both Obito and Kakashi thought, noting the resemblance to their Manjikyu. Oka-san, Naruto said, resting her head on the girls. Imiko, are you okay? The girl nodded, causing Naruto to feel relief from what had just occurred. He probably came for you, Imiko. Don't worry, I won't let him touch you. For now, let's head to the tower that's beyond the mountains, Naruto suggested, turning her head to Imiko and giving her a smile. Maybe we might meet a certain old man. We're going to meet Imiko's dad. This trip was meant to be about meeting my dad. Chocho argued. Did Choji get to anyway? Naruto thought. What's up with your daughter? Ino asked Choji, who was curious himself. Troublesome, I have to agree with Mitsuki, Shikamaru mumbled. What's Imiko's Tusan like? I've never seen him. Chocho wanted to know about Imiko's mysterious father. I only have vague memories of him. Imiko replied sadly. But he's been traveling away forever, Naruto thought, then sighed. Fair enough. I'll explain since I'm, after all, his wife. Ka-san. I'm the one who asked the question. But I'm mostly concerned about my empty tummy. Chocho said, rubbing her stomach out of hunger. Imiko picked up the lunch boxes and handed one to Naruto. Here, Ka-san. Arigato. They finished their lunch. Imiko hastily asked her question. Back there, you were about to tell us about Tusan. What was he like? Oh, that's right. He was popular with girls, just like I was with the boys. He was pretty good looking too, like me. And on top of that, his ninjutsu grades were the best in the academy, hands down. Just like me, Naruto replied happily, causing Chocho to look confused while Imiko grinned in joy. The room burst into laughter, mostly from those who knew the blonde in the academy. "Oh Kami, you remember you were dead last in the academy," Sakura exclaimed. "That was a good one, Naruto," Kiba chuckled. "Oh, shut up," Naruto groaned in embarrassment until she felt a hand on her head. Turning around, she saw the team. "Arigato, Naruto." The blonde grinned at the compliment from the living Uchiha. However, he was a total loner with a bad attitude who always talked back to others and was an absolute smartass. "Totally not like me," Naruto added, causing Imiko to frown. "Oh Kami, that's so true though," Kiba laughed. "I have to agree with Naruto," Shikamaru sighed. "That's a really accurate description," Kakashi claimed. "But he was my rival and still hasn't changed. Imiko, when I saw you back there, you reminded me so much of him." Naruto looked at her daughter, seeing similarities to her husband. She then turned her attention to Chocho. "Chocho, your face looks just like Kamui's but with Choji's build at that age." "I feel so safe with Okasan," Imiko thought. Later that day, Imiko said, "I can't keep going. It's just a little further to the tower. Guess we have no choice, let's take a break." Imiko turned around and spotted the tower. "Okasan, I have to go to the bathroom." She made her way to the tower, jumping from tree to tree. "Just a little further, Papa," Imiko thought as she walked inside to find no one there. She activated her Two-Tomo Sharingan and saw a cloaked man appearing behind her. The man looked up with his Sharingan blazing. "Two-san, so you managed to find this place," Sasuke interrupted, readying his katana next to the frightened girl. "Are you one of them?" Before she could answer, Sasuke struck, missing and hitting the object behind her. Naruto got up and tried to attack, but Gaara restrained her. "You BC, you tried to kill our daughter. I don't even know what my future self is doing." Sasuke defended himself. "He attempted to kill my grandbabies." Kushina roared, while Minato restrained her. The actions of future Sasuke caused the entire Uzumaki family to resent his present self. "Where are we going to react to something else for now?" Sho interjected, attempting to keep both Naruto and Kushina from confronting the last living Uchiha. "Okay, what is it?" the blonde Jinchuriki asked. "Oh, Kakashi's face reveal." The room went silent after that announcement. The Konoha ninjas were all intrigued, especially Team, "Please don't," Kakashi begged, while Naruto repeatedly said no. Meanwhile, the rest of the Konoha shinobi speculated about what Kakashi might look like. Obito thought back to the many times he had tried to take off Kakashi's mask. "An urban legend is about to be revealed," he mused. "Not you too, Shursui," Kakashi replied, slightly exasperated. "Sorry, Kakashi-senpai, but I also want to know." "Right, Itachi." Shursui insisted, glancing at his longtime partner, who nodded in agreement, curious about what lay behind the mask. "Oh, I wonder what Kakashi keeps hidden," Minato casually stated, echoing the curiosity shared by many of their acquaintances. "What makes seeing his face so special?" Deidara wondered aloud. "It's because no one has seen his face," Naruto exclaimed. "All right, let's get started." "Nananananan." Kakashi begged, as golden chains wrapped around him, pinning him down. "Looks like he's trying to block the screen." "Sorry, Kakashi," Kushina explained, offering an apology. In the outskirts of Kanahagakure, Team 7 was having a conversation. "With that, our mission is finished," Kakashi concluded, dismissing his team. "All our missions have been getting boring lately. When do we get an S-rank mission?" Naruto complained, standing beside Sasuke and Sakura. "A Uratanki like you." Kakashi's sweat dropped, preparing for the usual banter. "You're dismissed." "I remember this, but didn't we fail, Databeo?" Naruto said. "Yes, but just watch. I know what could be our S-rank mission. Let's find out what's underneath Sensei's mask, our target's greatest secret." Naruto declared excitedly, eager to uncover the mystery. "This is a perfect opportunity for a day like this," Sasuke smirked, agreeing with Naruto's plan. Sakura, initially against the idea, such her stance. I couldn't agree more. What do we do now? She asked. I already have a plan, Databeo. If we go through Kakashi-sensei's photo, we can find at least one. Naruto replied. The photo submitted to the Hokage for the ninja registration form. A man with a lavender scarf, green coat, gray breathes, and brown hair with markings under his eyes eavesdropped on Team 7's plan as he approached them. He knows. Who cares if he knows? Who are you? I'm Sukiya, a photographer. I was looking for a scoop and overheard your conversation. He introduced himself, stepping closer to Team as night fell. Sukiya and Team 7, except for Kakashi, were on top of a roof, peering through a window in search of documents. The secret documents are stored here. This is an infiltration mission, Sakura mumbled quietly to avoid detection. Alright, let's begin the mission. They took turns picking the lock until the door opened, and the group cheered at their success. They searched for the file, finally locating Kakashi's document. The moment has come. Naruto exclaimed in wonder. They're really into it, aren't they? Mikoto observed, watching the kids attempt to steal an important document. I can't believe 3 genin managed this much, Tsunade remarked, astonished. How can 3 genin break in? Tobirama scowled, dismayed at the state of affairs in Konoha. Don't move. We're taking you. Umbu jumped out of the shadows, apprehending the group. We were so close. I'm sorry. I tried to stop them, but they insisted. Sukiya apologized, shifting the blame onto Team. He really shifted the blame on you. Deidara laughed at their predicament. Honestly, who cares how I look like? Kakashi protested. Us, Kakashi. Us. Shursui pointed at everyone in the audience, eliciting laughter. Meanwhile, Kakashi, reading his book, bumped into Hinata on a bridge. Looking down at her, he asked, What's wrong? Over there, she stammered. What is it? Come down and tell me. There's a woman near the river that needs help, Hinata finally finished. Okay, show me the way. Hinata dashed away with Kakashi trailing behind. Upon reaching the river, Kakashi spotted the woman and picked her up in a bridal style, rushing back to get a medic. Plan A failed. Wait, is this all part of your plan, Gaki? Jiraiya asked the blonde QB host, who nodded. You really are desperate, Kisame muttered. So what? Meanwhile, Choji attempted to attack Kakashi but ended up stepping on bugs that swarmed him, quickly dodging out of the way. Sakura prepared Ino for a mind transfer, but ended up getting hit with it instead. Kakashi tried to move but found himself paralyzed, noticing his shadow connected to another. Turning his head, he saw Shikamaru. That was unexpected. Props, Gaki, Tsunade remarked, impressed by the plan the genin had executed. That was smart of you all, using either the Yamanaka or Nara clan's hidden jutsu. Tobirama praised their ingenuity. I have to agree, Hashirama added. Okay, Kakashi-sensei, there's no place to hide. Do it, Shikamaru. Hey, wait. Shikamaru slowly placed his finger on his nose, and Kakashi followed the movement before anything could happen. Just then, Lee and Niji came running, distracting Shikamaru and freeing Kakashi, who popped out of existence. Does this mean Kakashi was a step ahead of us from the very beginning? Ino questioned, shocking the group with what had just occurred. So close. Kushina shouted in anticipation, while the audience, who knew the man, felt disappointed, except for those who had experienced it already. Behind a wooden fence, Team Guy was seen with Kakashi, observing what took place. Who would have thought they would team up? Lee exclaimed in surprise. It was a close call with my mask because of teamwork. Plus, I was wearing a backup mask, Kakashi reassured, pulling down his mask to reveal another underneath. You traitor! We were so close. Kiba growled at Team Guy. But Kakashi asked us to help him. Ten tried to explain. Plus, Guy-sensei requested us to help him, Lee added. The others felt somewhat betrayed by Team Guy's involvement. The view shifted to Sukiya, who walked past Guy. Guy noticed something familiar and stopped, beginning to examine the photographer up and down. You look familiar. Have we by any chance met each other? No. Kakashi. The photographer froze at the name. Is that Kakashi? Both Obito, Minato, and Itachi thought as they saw the man freeze, like a deer caught in headlights. I heard his team caused quite a commotion. Both men blinked at each other for a while before Guy took his leave. Somewhere else, Sukiya was seen staring at a mirror, repeating the word "eh" until his voice changed. He removed his wings and the mark underneath his eye that extended to his cheeks. Kakashi's face was finally revealed for the first time. Oh my gosh, that's Kakashi. He looks extremely handsome. Why do you hide your face? Ino gushed, and many of the women present found him attractive. Sensei, you really do look appealing. But I always thought your face would be weird, Naruto spoke out. No wonder he has a child in the future. I didn't expect this, but I do agree with Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura added. Please stop showing this, a flustered Kakashi begged. That's why he wears a mask, Shisui realized. That's what Kakashi hid behind that mask, Obito thought, feeling disappointed and expecting more. It turned into a good mission after all, Kakashi said, putting his mask back on. Okay, we're resuming back to where we left off, Sho stated. We're returning back to the last viewing. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Naruto went ahead and struck the last Uchiha right below the waist. The Uchiha winced in pain after the future Hokage's strike. Poor Sasuke. Fugaku, Minato, Itachi, and Shisui thought upon hearing the teen whimper. Don't make Naruto mad, the boys from Konoha all thought in unison, feeling the pain of the Uchiha from Naruto's punch. Meanwhile, the girls cheered on Naruto's actions. That's my boy. Kushina, don't encourage that type of behavior. I don't care, Mikoto-san. Your son deserves it after what he did to poor Imiko. You're lucky I'm your wife in the future, or else I would have killed you, Naruto said sweetly before turning back to Sho. Let's get the show on the road. You're Imiko, Sasuke realized, noticing the frightened girl in front of him. Slowly he backed off from the scared child. I knew right away that you're my two-san. So you finally remember her, team, after nearly hurting her, the enraged blonde scowled back at the Uchiha, who was still feeling the pain from earlier. At least she's okay good, Jiraiya thought. This is some good drama. Toby, I'm happy she's alive. Toby cheered at the girl's survival, while Deidara bombarded Toby with his clay bomb. Behind both the daughter and father duo, the door opened, revealing the two people who accompanied Imiko. So you're here. Imiko, what the hell are you thinking? A confused Chocho looked inside, seeing strangers. Long time no see, team. Naruto, what is all of this? Why did you bring children here? Sasuke demanded an answer from the older woman. The blonde looked confused. Why do you ask? We came to see Papa. The man's attention returned to his daughter with his stoic expression. The girl began to sweat profusely. I found out Okasan would be meeting, so I tagged along because I wanted to see you again. Why is that important? Because you haven't been there for us at all. It's like you disappeared and left the face of the planet for 7 years. I mean, Hanako hasn't met you once. Do you really think it's okay to forget your own child's face? Imiko ranted to her father in frustration, while Sasuke looked unfazed by the outburst. You BSTRD of a team. You really left for 7 years. Worst of all, you forgot our daughter's face. Naruto shouted at the Uchiha, who stared at the enraged Kyuubi container. Holy cow, she looks as if she's going to kill him. Let's sacrifice the last Uchiha to Jashin-sama. Sasuke left his children for 7 years. Mikoto and Itachi thought in disbelief, while Kushina was being restrained by Jiraiya, Minato, and Kakashi from confronting her future son-in-law. Do you know how hard it has been for us, wondering when our father will return like you promised years ago? The only child you haven't abandoned has also been gone for years. Do you even care about the rest of us? What have you done during all this time? The girl shot a powerful glare at the man after her lengthy rant. This has nothing to do with you, Sasuke replied, but his daughter's expression fell, and she ran off. Sasuke's attention shifted back to Naruto, who spoke up. What's more important? Kakashi wondered aloud. I tell you as your wife and not as Hokage, don't you think you should at least tell them? A serious side of his once cheerful wife emerged. Sasuke, deep in thought, reminisced about what had led to this moment. He adjusted his cloak while gazing out at the view of Konohagakure through a window, with the blonde female Nanadame Hokage by his side. "Are you leaving already?" "I will send word if I find anything," the oldest Uchiha replied, still staring at Konoha. "It wouldn't hurt to stop by our house, would it?" "We can't afford to ignore any trace of it," he said somberly, looking out at Konoha. "Peace is secured through huge sacrifice, after all. This is a journey of atonement for me as well." "What atonement?" Sakura asked curiously. "Sasuke in the future commits many sins that he regrets and attempts to atone for," Sho explained, giving a little insight into the Uchiha. "So that's why he doesn't come home." Naruto understood somewhat but still felt anger towards him. "What peace does the Uchiha mean?" Pain asked, intrigued by the mention of future peace. "Oh, in a few years, the 5 great nations entered a PRD of peace through a mutual agreement after they were all pushed into an alliance. You'll see soon. Come on, team, it's not like anyone is angry with you anymore. You protect the village like a Hokage. We can't let a threat like Kaguya, who nearly destroyed the world, appear once more," Sasuke answered seriously. "Oi, who is the person who nearly destroyed the world?" Hashirama asked, and the audience waited eagerly for answers, wanting to know about someone powerful enough to do that. So that is the mission. Kakashi finally understood why future Sasuke was sacrificing his family to protect everyone from such a threat. So, Sasuke is protecting everyone from a threat that could end the world? Naruto asked, genuinely wanting to know. "Yes, a few years ago, you and Sasuke fought a person who nearly ended humanity by sealing her away," Sho explained, sending a wave of dread through the audience at the thought of such a person existing. "Sasuke is basically doing what I did with Naruto," Minato interjected, recalling when he sealed the Kyuubi into Naruto. "What if I help you out?" Naruto asked, towering over the petite frame of the man. "This isn't a cooperation. Plus, I'm the only one in the world right now with a Rinnegan who can sense the trace of Kaguya." The Sharingan user began to walk away from the Nanadame. Before leaving, he made one last request. "Keep this as a top-secret mission, known only to the top brass. What about our children? Not knowing anything hurts, you know. Even if they hate me, the future ought to stay bright. So you're not so much of a BS-dirty after all, team. Trust me, you're still an egotistical Jiraiya," Naruto claimed. In the present day, Naruto chased after Imiko. Finally, she found the 2 girls and spotted Imiko sobbing on top of a rock. The woman hugged her child for comfort. "It's okay, your 2-sen didn't mean it." Meanwhile, back with Sasuke, Chocho appeared with a bag of chips in her hand. "I'll give this to you to patch things up with your daughter." Chocho casually tried to hand over the chips while Sasuke's expression shifted. "It's a sad day when a little girl gives you advice, Uchiha," Neji commented, causing the living Uchiha to glare at him. Naruto and Sakura laughed at the exchange. Back with Naruto and Imiko, shuriken were seen flying toward them. Naruto, noticing the oncoming attack, transformed back into her Kyuubi chakra mode to protect Imiko. A man was shown flinching at them, with Sasuke dashing between his wife and the man, his eyes filled with multiple Sharingan. "What in Jashinsama's name is that thing?" Haiden and some of the audience were creeped out by the man. The man with Sharingan covering the upper half of his body sent another round of shuriken. Sasuke swiftly redirected the attack with his blade. A hand appeared close to Sasuke's face, and the Rinnegan user attempted to stab, but the hand gripped onto the sword. The man smiled when the boy from earlier came with a weapon. Sasuke's Rinnegan was shown for a brief moment, touching places with the kid. "Wait, leader, aren't those the same eyes you have?" Toby asked, curious about why the Uchiha on the screen had them. Doing a one-handed seal, the man cast a massive fireball hurling toward the pair. He grabbed the kid's legs and threw him onto the oncoming fireball. The pair were both smashed to the pavement, still burning from the earlier jutsu. "I see this is the power of your eyes, Uchiha Sasuke." Inside the Kyuubi chakra head, Imiko looked at her father in amazement after the display. Wow. Yeah. but he hasn't done much yet. I definitely want something like that for the revival of the Akatsuki, the stranger declared. There are no more Akatsuki members in the future. Tsunade questioned, wondering how such a powerful organization had been taken out. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki were not pleased with the news of their revival. So that guy used his own kid as a shield. Naruto fumed inside at the sight. Sasuke went back on the offensive until he lost his grip on his sword. Naruto felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and looked down to see her husband's sword pierce her. What the hell, BK? Why did you stab Naruto? Oka-san. What the hell, Naruto? This is my visual prowess. What do you think? The man smiled at his handiwork while the group stared back at him. So these guys can use their eyes to freely control weapons. Naruto theorized about their enemy's Manjikyu. The Kyuubi chakra protecting them began to diminish. At that time, they must have marked my katana. Sasuke realized why the man had gripped his sword instead of avoiding it. So the BS tier didn't do it, Kiba shouted. So his Manjikyu is for manipulation of weapons? The Manjikyu users all thought. A few of them found the ability underwhelming for a Manjikyu. Shin, using his visual prowess, sent another wave of ninja tools toward Imiko and downed Naruto from behind. When Imiko turned back, she saw her father shielding her from the attack aimed at her. Team, Naruto patted the Uchiha. It seems the Uchiha has parental instinct after all, Tsunade exclaimed at the sight of Sasuke using his body to shield his daughter. Peace means an end to human evolution for humans. That's exactly what happened. The man called back his ninja tools to finally end both of the strongest shinobi in history. They're stopping my movement, Sasuke thought, trying his hardest to move his body. Species without evolution eventually get destroyed, the man boasted, telekinetically shooting a wave of shuriken. A gigantic hawk appeared, sending back a gust of wind to counteract the attack. Before Shin could react, a kick connected with his jaw, sending him flying across the area. The group focused on the new figure that appeared, a male wearing a cloak with jet black hair and BLD crimson red eyes that reverted back to their blue color. Gomen, I'm late. I was doing something else, the person spoke. Itachi Nizan. Imiko choked out. Naruto called upon the Kyuubi chakra to create chakra arms to bind the target. Your battle skills are really rusty. You don't have to remind me. Oka-san Muto, how are you? I haven't seen you both in nearly 3 years, Itachi blurted out. Is that you, Itachi? You've grown. You're even taller than me now, Naruto said, awestruck at her child she hadn't seen in years. I know I missed you guys so much. How's everyone back home? They're fine, Nisen. Hey team, why didn't you tell me Itachi was with you? I would have brought something, Naruto asked her husband, who just ignored her. I can tell that Gaki is skilled. The speed he moves at reminds me of an elite Jonin, Jiraiya wondered. I have to agree, Tsunade added. Looks like Sasuke, our kid is strong, Naruto declared, to which the Uchiha smiled slightly. While the family had their reunion, the creature appeared once more, using its space-time ninjutsu, sking anything near Shin, including Imiko, who was close by. Itachi pushed his sister out of the way, getting Sekid away instead. Itachi and I. To think they had space-time teleportation, Sasuke voiced his thoughts. Dimenit, they got us. It's like Kurama said, I'm pathetic. Imiko had been pouting and sulking for a while. I wonder how she feels right now. It's not cool when the air is tense like this, Chocho thought, hiding inside the tower. I forgot she was there, Ino said. Back with Itachi, the adult Shin used his Manjikyu to manipulate nearby weapons, piercing the boy and lifting him to a platform, tearing apart the boy's chest and replacing his damaged organs with those from the boy next to him. That's his child. How can he do that? Both Kushina and Mikoto mumbled at the sight of Shin ripping apart the boy for new organs. That's extremely messed up, Tsunade stated. The audience felt disgusted by Shin's actions. What the hell are you doing to your... Itachi felt a wave of disgust and anger swell within him. Why do you care about what happens to this Gaki? This happened because of you. Meanwhile, Imiko and the other group were seen running along a hallway when they were met by 2 figures. Long time no see, Sasuke. I see you brought your gaki and wife along. Suigetsu greeted the group, coming in with Yugo by his side. Suigetsuaji. I didn't know you lived here. Do you know where Karen Bakon is? Imiko asked the man, who was happy to see her. Yes, Karen is in a different hideout. Lead us to Orochimaru's hideout. Before continuing, a man walked in on them. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. I can't believe you came to visit again of your own accord, with your wife and child no less. How did you get so young, Orochimaru? Naruto exclaimed in surprise at the snake's new appearance. So he really is alive. He continued, he looks younger. Don't tell me he sacrificed a poor soul. The adult Uchiha showed a rare angry expression. Did I do something suspicious? What purpose would I have for watching from outside? Orochimaru questioned the Uchiha, wondering why he was under constant supervision. If so, explain the man with the Sharingan embedded all over his body, the Uchiha countered. Let's change rooms. This way, Orochimaru said, leading the group as they trailed behind him. Itachi stared at the man in front of him, unsheathing his katana. His natural blue eye morphed into a blazing crimson as his opponent charged. They clashed, sword against a blade made of kunai. Even though your name is Itachi, you'll never be his will, Shin roared. Sorry to inform you, but my Aji-san desired peace, not bloodshed, Itachi countered, causing Shin's BLD to boil. You'll never represent Itachi's will, just like your disgraced father. Shut up. Don't speak of my two-san like that. Itachi blurted out angrily. The two distanced themselves from each other. Itachi looked up, seeing a rain of kunai falling toward him. He jumped out of the way, but Shin took the opportunity to kick him, mirroring Itachi's earlier strike. The victor should be decided by who truly represents Itachi's will, Shin declared. Itachi landed on his feet, the environment shifting around him. Realizing what was happening, he jumped again, but mid-air, one of the cables slammed him down. Come on, Itachi-chan, make Oka-san proud. Naruto cheered for her future son. The audience sweat dropped at the blonde's enthusiasm. A blazing wall of flame erupted through the massive cable. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Shin dodged, using the kunai around him to form a massive shuriken, which he launched at Itachi. Itachi quickly moved out of the way, but the shuriken redirected, cutting a large pillar that fell toward him. The pillar crashed down, seemingly crushing Itachi. He's finally dead. It seems I'm superior, Shin declared. Did he just die? Someone gasped. Holy CRP, another sacrifice for Jashin-sama. Naruto's tears fell as she reacted to her son's apparent death. Inside Orochimaru's laboratory, 3 tubes were visible as the group approached them. That's Shin. He was fascinated by Itachi. He's not a member of the Uchiha clan, just a former experiment I made a while back. A clone, as you would say. But he left my side. Yes, it is as you suspected. This child became Danzo's arm, Orochimaru explained. A clone. A confused Naruto blurted out. Your shadow clone technique taken to another level. A clone that never disappears. Wait, the sick BSRD made clones that don't disappear. Hiruzen spat. You can really do that? Naruto asked, intrigued. Good question, Gaki. These clones are reborn on their own. In other words, just like twins, each has their own personality and thoughts. They take time to regrow, but their genes are the same, like father and son or even siblings, Orochimaru answered, before getting serious. Get rid of them. They have no use, just kill them. He talks like humans are simple. But they are, Orochimaru insisted. No, they're not. Every person is different and unique. He lives. If we just saw him at a later date. Madara explained, referencing earlier reactions to Hanako and Sasuke's Parent-Child Day episode. Oh yeah, lucky he's fine, Naruto said, wiping her tears. It's not that simple. When it comes to humans. Do you think it's okay to experiment on them like that? Naruto argued. Humans are simpler than expected, actually. People are all slaves to their genes. Individuals and how everything is connected to be proven, Orochimaru countered. What about non-clones? What about a regular parent and child? Emiko asked. Of course, you would judge for yourself. What gender do you think he is? This person is creeping me out, Chocho whispered to the Uchiha girl. True question, what gender is Orochimaru? Jiraiya voiced. Oi team, you've been with him for 3 years. What gender? Naruto asked Sasuke. I don't know myself, Sasuke replied truthfully. I think male. But he was female that one time in the Chunin exam when he invaded, Sakura chimed in, remembering Orochimaru's transformation. Oh yeah, that was creepy. There's no time. Where is Shin? Tell us, Sasuke urged. If you take him out of my hands, I'll help. I'll give you details, let's head to the monitor room. Later, a group composed of the Uchiha, Chocho, Orochimaru, and Taka was seen outside. First, we need to help Itachi, Naruto declared, determined to save her eldest from Shin's clutches. He might as well be dead by now, Orochimaru chided. My son isn't weak. The person I would be worried about is Shin if he manages to push Itachi hard enough. Sasuke interjected, fully aware of Itachi's capabilities. What do you mean by that? Meanwhile, a soft sound echoed around the room. Shin tilted his head until he heard a voice. I guess I have to get serious for once. Above him, a figure floated with his Manjikyu fully active. Itachi looked down at his opponent, a grin forming on his face as his Manjikyu flared to life. The room fell silent as everyone took in the sight of Itachi. That kid has a Manjikyu, Sasuke remarked, pausing at the sight of his future son with those eyes. Holy, Itachi has a Manjikyu. Shursui exclaimed. Fugaku pondered, how did he unlock it? Madara and Obito exchanged glances, intrigued. So he has it as well, Tobirama sighed, feeling sympathy for the boy. Itachi remembered the requirements for the Manjikyu. We know who we're dealing with. Finally, my visual power has returned, Sasuke announced, his eyes spinning into a 6-star pattern with a Rinnegan. Leader-sama, his Rinnegan has Tomo, Obito said, shocked that the child he planned to manipulate possessed such power. Your visual power was weakened, that explains a lot, he added. I searched for places in Kagaya's dimension. It took a lot of chakra, so you have no right to criticize me, Sasuke replied, a burst of purple chakra emanating from him, morphing into a giant humanoid head. Sasuke, don't upset the kids like that, Emiko cautioned. What exactly is that thing? He might not be the best guy, but he's definitely impressive, Chocho remarked as the purple chakra surrounded them and lifted them into the air. The head transformed into a giant humanoid chakra monster. What is that? The Akatsuki members, except for Itachi, stared in awe at the display of power. Maybe recruiting Sasuke isn't such a bad idea, Obito thought, considering the future. As expected from Indradano's reincarnation, Black Zetsu mused. Meanwhile, Itachi remained calm as a swarm of shuriken shot toward him, shattering before contact. Shin, floating upside down, gritted his teeth in frustration. Itachi smiled back arrogantly. So it's my turn then. He launched a crimson-red blast toward Shin, knocking him back. What the hell is that? Naruto wondered, intrigued. Look at this, Minato. Our grandbabies are appealing and powerful. Kushina boasted. The audience stared, dumbfounded, as Itachi demonstrated his technique. Shin roared in pain and confusion. What are you, a monster? Itachi's expression shifted to a sadistic smile, his Manjikyu gazing down at Shin. Is there something wrong? Want to know my Manjikyu? It really wouldn't matter anyway since you're heavily outmatched, Itachi offered. That brat is being cocky. I blame you, duck-butt team, Sasuke remarked. Don't act cocky, brat. Shin roared in rage, gripping his fists tightly. Itachi teleported in front of Shin, aiming a Chidori straight at his abdomen, sending the failed experiment hurling across the facility. Itachi quickly used Shunshin no Jutsu to flick behind Shin, performing a series of kicks, finishing with an axe kick that created a giant crater. Crouching down beside the fallen Shin, he said, You don't want an explanation. You're a brat, Shin retorted. Maximum lapse, blue. A powerful magnetic force crushed the incoming attacks until they vanished. I'll explain since this is going nowhere, Itachi stated. I want you to touch my hand. It should be a simple request. He waved his hands in front of Shin, attempting to taunt him. Shin reluctantly complied, but his hands stopped just short of Itachi's, as if a force was separating them. Why isn't he touching Itachi's hands? Conan observed. You can't touch me, can you? Well, that's my Manjikyu ability, limitless. It allows me to bring the concept of infinity into reality, Itachi explained casually. Rather than stopping your attacks, my power infinitely slows them down the closer your hands get. But unlike you, I'm not affected by it, he said, slowly touching Shin's hand with a smile as Shin felt a wave of terror. Another way to think about it is to imagine the numbers 1 and my limitless ability adds decimals or fractions between 1 and 0, never reaching 0, creating an infinite equation. You're the 1, and I'm the 0. That seems like an extremely unfair ability, Tsunade remarked after hearing Itachi's explanation. The rest of the Konoha 11 and their sensei agreed with Tsunade about their friend's son's abilities, thinking how borderline unfair it was to have such power. Why am I not surprised their kids would turn out exceptional? Kakashi thought. This kid is something else entirely, Hashirama remarked, to which both Madara and Tobirama agreed, noting that a Mangekyo Sharingan was ludicrous. That shouldn't be possible, a wide-eyed Itachi blurted out, amazed by his nephew's capabilities. This kid is a bigger prodigy than you, Itachi, Shisui added, alongside Itachi's grandparents and parents. Minato had stars in his eyes while Mikoto and Fugaku were dumbfounded by the ability. Sasuke felt a swell of pride knowing what his son could do, while Kushina and Naruto were confused. I don't get it, Dadabayo, Naruto said. Sasuke explained, what I'm not surprised about is that Dobe basically imagines every time he's nearly about to finish a ramen bowl, a new one is added each and every time without stopping. You can never finish your bowl of ramen. Ow, my grandson/son is really powerful, isn't he? Both Naruto and Kushina cheered, feeling a large sense of pride flowing through them. That kid isn't right. No one should have that sort of ability, Kisame said, and the rest of the Akatsuki agreed. Here I thought Kamui was powerful, and this kid is bringing the concept of infinity into reality. If only he had been born earlier, Obito thought. If Itachi from the future had been born any earlier, he would have recruited him into the Akatsuki. Itachi, standing over Shin, smiled at his opponent's realization of his situation. What you saw earlier was reversal, red, which adds positive chakra to create a vacuum that repels objects. The other lapse, blue, is based on negative space, forcing the area to fill in the negative space. The kid keeps getting more ridiculous every second, Kiba shouted. For once, I have to agree with you, Niji chimed in. The only way to bypass it is if you're my equal in strength or more powerful, Itachi added as he stood back up. Alright, it's not as dumb as it seems, but still an unfair ability. Alright, time to end this match between us, Shin said, out of pure fear, calling upon all nearby metal in the area to launch at Itachi, who began to fly away. The attack still trailed him before he used Shunshin no Jutsu to evade, appearing effortlessly as Shin engaged in a trade of taijutsu, which Itachi dominated. Why are you worried about Itachi if Shin is the one in trouble? Naruto asked his husband, who was focused on maintaining the Susan. It's not a matter of if he wins. It's his mental state I'm afraid for, Sasuke replied. What do you mean by that? Chocho asked, crunching her chips in curiosity. When Itachi uses the Mangekyo, he mentally goes from his typical self to a psychotic maniac that lusts for destruction and enjoys torturing his opponents. That's the main reason I decided to take him with me. So far, he can control himself. If pushed into a corner, he might go insane, Sasuke explained. Wait, what? Since when did Itachi have a mange? Cutting back to the duel between Itachi and Shin, a blue and red light morphed into a purple glow that illuminated the room. This is my strongest technique, a mixture of red and blue. It leads to the limitless, generating an imaginary mass that can eradicate everything it comes into contact with. Hollow technique, purple. The young Uchiha pushed his finger back and sent it forward. A large orb of purple chakra shot out, rapidly eradicating the space in the area as it approached Shin, who attempted to react but was too late. The orb passed through him, and he looked down to see his left arm and upper torso completely eradicated, his organs crushed by the orb of death Itachi had launched. In Jashin-sama's name. That kid is way too powerful, Haiden screeched. See? My son is strong. He probably got it from his Kaa-san, Naruto declared, with both parents of Itachi feeling pride in their son's strength. I thought the first two abilities were strong, but the last one completely blows those two out of the water, Minato voiced his thoughts. The other Uchiha, mostly Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi, felt both awestruck and proud of Sasuke's child. See? Our grandbabies are strong, aren't they? Kushina cheered. What the hell is that kid? Obito, Madara and Tobirama thought. I knew a combination of Naruto and Sasuke might be strong, but this is just outrageous, Sakura exclaimed. I wouldn't want to face that kid when he's going full psycho like the Uchiha said, Kiba shouted. That kid is definitely Kage level or has potential beyond, both Tsunade and Jiraiya claimed in unison after witnessing the sheer display of the future Uchiha brat. You lost, Itachi declared. That child is impressive, Madara mumbled. I just thought of something. If Itachi has both Mangekyo, doesn't that mean he has the Susanoo? Shisui explained, causing the Uchiha in the room to go wide-eyed. Potential, yes, Hashirama added. He's more broken than I thought, Sakura mumbled. He potentially has the strongest defensive and offensive power of the Sharingan, added on top of his limitless, which practically makes him untouchable, Minato stated. In addition, the Uzumaki clan gene passed down to him should give him access to an accelerated healing factor, Itachi explained. Wait, Uzumaki is a clan? Naruto asked, confused, never having thought about his lineage. Yes, they were. The Uzumaki even had their own village in the whirlpool, Hashirama added, drawing on his knowledge of the clan. Naruto gasped in surprise. Let me think this through. My cute little genin child may have an impenetrable defense, the Uchiha clan's strongest offensive and defensive ability, and lastly, the Uzumaki's advanced healing factor, Kakashi concluded. Naruchan's kid basically has the ultimate defense and incredible offensive power, Gaara remarked, feeling that his own defenses seemed childlike in comparison. Uchiha, Tobirama sighed in frustration. That kid needs to be supervised at all times, Kakuzu commented. He truly is exceptional, isn't he, Fugaku? Mikoto said to her husband. Yeah, I never imagined one of Itachi's or Sasuke's offspring would turn out like this, Fugaku replied. My child is awesome, isn't he? Naruto cheered. The nephew of Uchiha Itachi stared down at the disrupted Shin. The clone made of Uchiha DNA viewed Itachi with fear coursing through his mind. I can't use the limitless anymore. Purple usually disables it for 10 minutes after, plus my chakra wasn't the best to begin with, Itachi thought, huffing in exhaustion. So his defense has a weakness. Good, that makes him less exceptional, Kiba blurted out. Shin, seeing Itachi exhausted, used his remaining arm to pick himself up, dashing toward the young Uchiha. He created a Fuma shuriken of kunai and hurled it at the tired child. The Hokage's son got into a defensive stance, a burst of white flame emitting around him, forming an abnormal-sized ribcage. I can't get it any higher. I'm nearly out of chakra, he thought. The theory was correct, Shisui declared. What kind of drag are you feeding this gaki, Uchiha? Tsunade called out. The roof of the room began to crumble apart as a giant purple sword swung down, smashing Shin's desperate attack into pieces. Shin attempted to flee in fear until a giant arm picked him up. The artificial human roared loudly, struggling to escape Sasuke's Susanoo grip. Itachi jumped inside the Susanoo. Ni-san. Are you alright, Tachi-chan? His mother asked, concerned about the minor bruises on his body. Don't worry, the fight was pretty one-sided, Itachi commented, trying to calm her down. The young Uchiha's Susanoo disappeared, and his Manjikyu reverted back to his onyx orb. Shin seized the opportunity while everyone was off guard, using his Manjikyu on Itachi and stabbing straight through his arm. Sasuke quickly removed the kunai implant from his son's arm. Amaterasu. Black flames engulfed the kunai until it incinerated. Itachi's oldest child breathed a sigh of relief. Itachi isn't your thing? Kisame asked, curious about how the other Uchiha had it. Apparently my Otudo got his hands on the ability, Itachi replied. His eyes are at full power, which should be able to handle this, Naruto informed. The Susanoo dissipated, gently dropping down the group that came to get Itachi. In the background, Shin finally escaped, barely missing a few limbs from Itachi and rendered immobile by Sasuke, using his Manjikyu to drag the metal around his arm. I'll have to use the rest of the Shins if I hope to escape this mess, Shin thought with a confident smile, mumbling an order. Will you now all oh? Shin stopped when his minions all stabbed him in his already damaged wounds in betrayal. The group and Shin himself stared at the minions in shock. What are you all doing? Enough, father. Now you're old, unusable, and disposable, one of the clones spoke up. Why? You all need me. I'm the original one. Your eye powers, father, are already weak. From now on, we'll be the ones to evolve. That's the most logical, the Shin clone reasoned to the original. In all directions, the clone army emerged, surrounding the group. The children seemed to be rebelling against their father, Zetsu said. Serves him right after what he did, Naruto hissed, harboring hatred for Shin for what he did to her family in the future. They're really maturing to the stage where children disobey their parents, another remarked. They're basically becoming teenagers, someone added. When did all this come about? Shin groaned out a question. We grew up. We don't need you anymore. Whoa, there are so many. A few chubby ones in there too, I see. Leave it to those guys, Cho-Cho. They weren't cloned properly, it seems. Imiko, Cho-Cho, stay close to me, Itachi ordered the two girls. Meanwhile, Naruto used the multi-shadow clone technique. The clones of both Shin and Naruto exchanged blows with each other. Like a huge one came out of nowhere. Is that a clone too? Cho-Cho and the others spectated the fighting. Imiko gasped in immense pain, holding her left eye. What's happening to Imiko? Sasuke asked, his expression remaining emotionless, but deep down he was concerned for the girl. Is she all right? A giant clone emerged. Sasuke jumped toward the newly added giant and punched it straight in the face. The clone fell to the ground, crushing a few others. When everyone's attention was lost on him, Shin used his space-time ninjutsu to escape via the creature. With the pain in her left eye subsided, Imiko looked around and saw a trail of chakra connecting Shin to something. Turning, she spotted the creature from earlier. Activating her Sharingan, she charged at the clone, forming a few hand signs. Kakashi Ajisen, can you teach me a new jutsu? The young Uchiha girl asked, her curiosity evident. Finding Kakashi in a field, she approached him. I usually don't do this, but sure, follow me, he sighed, knowing she would likely keep asking questions. Kakashi walked toward a riverbank with Imiko following closely. This jutsu requires two things, having a lightning release and the Sharingan. Luckily, you have both, he explained, listing a few prerequisites before pausing. Wait, am I teaching her the Chidori? Kakashi's sweat dropped. It looks like it, Itachi responded. This jutsu is something I taught your father when he was in my squad. It took him nearly a month, but I believe you can do it in a shorter time. Kakashi was confident in Imiko's potential, which he believed surpassed that of her parents. He created a stream of lightning around his hand. This jutsu is famous for cutting through lightning. It's called. Suddenly, the sound of 1,000 screeching birds echoed across the area. Like lightning, the young Uchiha dashed toward the creature, shouting, Chidori! The famous ninjutsu, created by the man who copied 1,000 jutsu, tore through the creature, slicing it apart. Let's go, Imiko! Naruto cheered after her impressive display. Sasuke and Kakashi felt proud of her achievement. The Chidori! I haven't seen it in a while, Minato remarked. We're so proud of her, both Mikoto and Kushina cheered. Fugaku gave a small smile before returning to his stoic expression. She did Kakashi-senpai's move. Itachi exclaimed. I know, right? Shursui cheered. The future Uchiha and Uzumaki hybrid are truly something special. Madara and Obito thought similarly, and the crowd shared the same sentiment. Sasuke smiled at the scene, while Naruto, Itachi, and Chocho gasped in surprise when Imiko used the stream of lightning. Good job, Imiko. Naruto cheered. What an unexpected attack. Imiko, you really grew, Itachi complimented, feeling saddened by the time he had missed. Imiko turned her attention to the horde of clones approaching. Her eyes blazed with the BLD crimson color of the Sharingan and the legendary lavender shade of the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan! Jiraiya exclaimed at the sight of another Rinnegan user. Am I the only one that sees the Rinnegan? Hashirama asked the audience. No, Nii-sen, someone replied. She also has those eyes, Pain stated, shocked by another Rinnegan user. It seems having both Azura and Indra's reincarnates as biological parents may have caused this development, Black Zetsu theorized. Your children are truly exceptional. First Itachi, and now Imiko with the Rinnegan, Sakura told her best friend. Naruto, now I'm wondering about the other 3 children you have with the Uchiha, Temari said. They're probably as exceptional as these 2, Kankuro agreed. Yeah, they have 2 boys and 3 girls, Naruto replied. The clone army charged at the children while their parents were occupied with the other clones. Before they got closer, Imiko subconsciously used her Rinnegan to push the army away. The clones were sent flying in multiple directions, while the young Uchiha girl fell to her feet, exhausted. What was that? It took so much chakra, the new Rinnegan user thought. Both Naruto and Sasuke turned their attention to the forceful push, trying to comprehend what had happened. That was the Rinnegan, Itachi noted, having extensive knowledge of the dojutsu. Imiko, what was up with that purple eye of yours? Naruto asked from the other side of the battlefield, where he was engaged with a Fuma shuriken. Her eyes shifted from a blue ocean color to a demonic crimson red. Calm yourself, Kurama, she instructed, as the image of the fox appeared in Shin's mind, petrifying the boy. Don't worry, he doesn't bite, except when we cross paths. Then all bets are off. He really doesn't, Kushina added sarcastically, recalling past experiences. You're as soft as ever, she teased. Shut it, team, Sasuke replied, moving behind the Nanadame. We have an institution in Konoha for that. Plus, this child requires proper DSPLN and training, Naruto said, turning around to flash a bright smile at Sasuke before kissing him on the cheek. Okay guys, let's go. The next chapter would be the epilogue to the Gaiden storyline, using the manga version since it was shorter. Imiko had been given the Rinnegan, while Ryu would have the Jugen in this story. In the Boruto series, the author expressed a longing for Sarada to receive more attention, as Boruto and Mitsuki seemed somewhat stagnant. That was something, wasn't it? Tenten sighed. I just learned my son is a badass just like his Oka-san. Settle down, this next one is a special one, Naruto announced. The screen displayed Konohagakure in the past, showing a boy with raven hair shaped like a duck but running and smiling toward another person with similar features. Ni-san, can we train today? The younger Uchiha, Sasuke, asked eagerly. Forgive me, Sasuke, maybe next time, Itachi replied, playfully poking his little brother's forehead. But you always say that. Sasuke pouted in annoyance at being rejected. Itachi chuckled softly at his brother's antics. Well, I have to leave. See you, Sasuke. Itachi picked up his katana and waved goodbye. Are you sure about that, Sasuke? Every time I see him, he acts like a JRK, Naruto remarked, impressed by little Sasuke's demeanor. Yes, that's Sasuke all right, Shisui confirmed. He surprisingly seems innocent, Shikamaru added. Remember, Itachi, everything will be all right. He was cut off by someone shouting. I've been looking everywhere for you. Sasuke exclaimed, breathing as he approached Shisui and Itachi. Konnichiwa, Shisui-sen, he greeted. What are you doing here? Shisui asked. What were you two talking about? I want to know. The little boy begged. Sorry, but you're too young. Itachi tried to avoid the question. That's because I'm not part of the group, a disappointed Sasuke said before Itachi poked his forehead again. Forgive me, Sasuke, maybe next time. You're really out of place, aren't you, Sasuke? Ino asked. You look like an annoying little gaki, Naruto laughed, causing Sasuke to blush. But you always say that. Sasuke covered his forehead and complained. Shisui smiled and took the opportunity. Good grief, Itachi, what a horrible Itachi keeping Sasuke out of everything. He walked over to the two bickering brothers and placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Alright, I'll tell you something. Really, Shisui-san. You're the best. You see, Sasuke, we were wondering who is stronger between me and Itachi. I'm a lot stronger than he is, but he won't accept that. Well, you know the truth, Sasuke, so tell us. Nah, the truth is you're strong, but Itachi-san is superior, Sasuke countered Shisui's claims. Itachi stood in the background, listening. I mean, I'm older than he is, so it's only natural to assume so. Age doesn't matter when being a shinobi, little Sasuke argued back. But don't forget, I have the Sharingan. Shisui pointed to his eyes. Ni-sen also has it. So he won't lose to you. Isn't that right, Jane? Sasuke asked Itachi, who stood there solemnly. Shisui. Itachi mumbled. Tell him, Itachi, you won't lose to him. It's almost dinner time, let's go, Itachi said, avoiding Sasuke's question. Bye, Shisui. Both boys waved goodbye before heading home. In the present, Sasuke looked at the screen with discomfort. Those who knew the relationship between the brothers after the massacre were surprised. A massive wall of flames was launched. A young Sasuke was in awe of the impressive fire release ninjutsu. Amazing! It's a basic Uchiha ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball. You were taught the seal a while ago, now draw the chakra from your mouth and chest and hold it. Then immediately release it, Fugaku explained. Wait, you were taught to change your chakra nature as a child. Naruto was flabbergasted. Yes, so what? Naruto didn't learn it until a while ago, Sakura exclaimed. How old were you? Shino asked. 7. Impressive, Kakashi praised the young man, while Naruto felt embarrassed that a 7-year-old knew about changing chakra, considering it took her until she was 15 to learn it. Okay, the young Uchiha began weaving seals. My 2-san will finally notice me. I will fulfill his expectations. Fire release, great fireball. A small ball of flame barely emerged. Well, I never knew you had daddy issues, Uchiha, Dara and Kiba laughed. What happened to the great Uchiha? Here I thought he was going to show off, Naruto thought, feeling pity. Shut up, Sasuke said coldly. You haven't reached Itachi's level yet, maybe it was too early, Fugaku said, walking away and leaving Sasuke there. Sasuke looked down in disappointment. Poor boy, Hashirama said. Fugaku, couldn't you have been nicer? Mikoto asked, irritated. An Uchiha is only viewed as an adult when he can perform katan, the Uchiha family trait of manipulating fire. In the pond, Sasuke spent time practicing the great fireball. Father. Fugaku turned around to see a bruised and anxious Sasuke. Please come with me. It's still too early for you. Even if I taught you while weak, it would be the same, Fugaku tried to discourage the boy. No. I worked it out. I'd like for you to see it, Sasuke mumbled. Fire release, great fireball. A massive ball of flame burst forth, catching Fugaku by surprise at Sasuke's progress. Fugaku started to walk away. Come on, Fugaku. Your son did something amazing, and that's all you do. Kushina shouted at the Uchiha patriarch. That's my boy, Sasuke smiled, proud that his efforts had paid off. You did well, where our clan's crest shamelessly on your back. Fugaku congratulated Sasuke. Lastly, don't follow Itachi's path. Okay, San, what does 2-san think of me and Nii-san? Sasuke asked. Why is that all of a sudden? Earlier, 2-san said to me, that's my boy. He always said that to Itachi, so it's great that, well, that's good, isn't it? But lately, things haven't been good between Itachi and 2-san. I'm just Itachi's replacement, Sasuke spoke out. Your Nii-san is your Nii-san. Your 2-san is concerned over both of you. Then why only my Nii-san? Sasuke asked for an answer. That's not it. Your 2-san represents the whole clan. If the clan is in trouble, he must protect it, Mikoto replied. I see he failed at his job, Tobirama countered. In addition, Itachi is the heir of the Uchiha. Eventually, he would take your father's position. That's probably why he paid more attention to your Nii-san. Mikoto finished her explanation to the young boy. Sasuke, is your dad the clan head? Naruto asked. Yes, so what? Does that mean your Nii-san is the heir? Yes. Itachi, it's true you're the heir of that clan, Deidara demanded an answer. Itachi just ignored him. Demon, that means the future clan head slaughtered his people, Hayden laughed. But when me and him are alone he only talks about you, Mikoto added, causing Sasuke to cheer up. That was sweet, Kushina said. I never knew Sasuke had such low self-esteem as a child, Hinata spoke. I presume all Uchiha were arrogant, Kiba claimed as if it were a matter of fact. Fugaku, try to be a better father to your child, Kushina advised. At the top of a hill, a shadowy figure was shown squatting down, illuminated by the moon. Sasuke was shown running to the compound until he stopped in his tracks, staring at the dead bodies surrounding him. BSRD, run the opposite way. Naruto shouted, knowing what may occur next. Sasuke-kun, don't go. Sakura and Ino begged. Uchiha, leave that place. Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara chimed in. Youthful Uchiha, leap away from the danger. Lee and Guy felt dread at their inability to help. What the heck is this? Sasuke thought, running across the street of fallen bodies. Finally arriving home, the young child slowly stepped inside. Uchiha, get out of there. Kiba growled. He didn't like the Uchiha, but this was too much for a child to handle. Sasuke, please don't go, Hinata cried. Run the opposite way. Both Minato and Kushina shouted. Mother! Father! The terrified boy called for his parents. Run away! Hashirama shouted, reminiscing on why he created the village, so kids wouldn't experience war and death. Sasuke, run away! Shisui begged. Sasuke, don't go, Mikoto mumbled. Uchiha, get out of there. Shikamaru said, while Chuji felt extremely bad for the younger version of Sasuke. Sasuke, don't come in, a voice inside spoke up. Sasuke, listen to them. Kakashi felt terrified for the academy child. Uchiha, for once in your life, listen and run. Jiraiya and Tsunade shouted. So this is the famous Uchiha incident. Pain realized what was happening, thinking back to when his own parents were killed in front of him. And why is he running out of there? Deidara wondered. The pile of bodies should have been the first sign. I wish I was there, Hayden exclaimed. This could have been a great sacrifice to Jashin-sama. Sasuke slowly opened the door, revealing the woman who gave Byakushi to him and the man from whom he sought approval, both dead on the floor, with his older brother standing above them. Okasan. Tusan. Nisan. Okasan and Tusan are. Who did this? Can't he take a hint? Madara stated. Please, run off. The god of shinobi, Hashirama, shouted again. Uchiha, don't stay. Tenten joined in. Foolish Otuto, Itachi replied in a cold voice, slowly opening his eyes to reveal his manjikyu. Tsukuyami. Itachi cast a genjutsu on the defenseless boy, forcing him to watch the Uchiha massacre over and over until it stopped, resulting in Sasuke falling to the floor. No wonder your own Otuto hates you so much, Kisame spoke. Toby feels bad for the kid. Why did you? To measure my capability, Itachi blurted out. That's a load of sirpi I heard, Naruto shouted, while Sasuke sat in cold silence. That's why you killed everyone. That's essentially it. That's complete CRP. Before tripping and falling in front of the corpse of his father, the young child began to shed tears. You can't be my Nii-sen because... Young Sasuke tried to convince himself this wasn't his beloved elder brother. The brother that you spent time with has done this. To ascertain his capability, I continued to act like the Nii-sen you desired, and I became your companion. Hate me. You have the potential to surpass me. You can awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan just like me, but there's a requirement. You must kill your closest friend, Itachi coldly stated to his tearful Otuto. UBSRD. Naruto turned around, facing Itachi. Why would you do that? In order to become like me. You're the one who killed Shisui Nizan, aren't you? Sasuke demanded. Thank him for awakening these eyes of mine. Itachi replied, in that case, there's a reason I let you live. It would be worthless to kill someone like you, my foolish Otudo. If you want to kill me, hate me, curse me, despise me, and live a long, unsightly life, run away and cling to your pitiful existence. Someday when you have these eyes, come face me. The older Uchiha left the younger one with those parting words. No wonder team is so grumpy, Naruto said. What about you? My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate everything and don't particularly like anything. I don't have a dream since I'm going to turn it into a reality. I'm going to revive my clan and confront a certain someone. See ya. That was a horrifying experience, Kushina mumbled after witnessing the aftermath of the Uchiha massacre. No wonder the child turned vengeful, Jiraiya claimed. Now, an older Sasuke walked through the hospital hall, getting closer to an open door and overhearing the conversation inside. Is it true Uchiha Itachi arrived in Konoha for Naruto? Upon hearing his brother was nearby, Sasuke bolted to search for him. Why didn't you check if anyone was watching? Zetsu questioned the Konoha ninja. I was hospitalized, Kakashi defended himself. The sound of a knock filled the room, and the blonde Jinchuriki ran quickly to the door. Opening it revealed the Akatsuki duo on her doorstep. Didn't anyone teach you about stranger danger? Kushina asked her daughter. Not really, most of my life I was ostracized. Naruto's sweat dropped, realizing it was unwise to open the door without checking first. Sasuke? No, that's not him, but he has the Sharingan, Naruto thought, feeling a wave of fear. Naruto, run. Many who knew the girl shouted. It's hard to believe this young child contains the QB, Kisame said, stepping closer to get a look at her. How do they know about the QB? Naruto-san, why don't you come with us? Itachi asked the frightened little genin. Why don't you step out of the room? You're surprisingly polite for kidnappers, Shursui snickered. Why do you even bother? Let's just cut off her legs so she can't run away, Kisame insisted, gripping his sword and preparing to strike. Konnichiwa, Sasuke. Itachi greeted the boy. Uchiha Itachi. Today is an insightful day to see another Sharingan user, Kisame noted, spotting the newly arrived Uchiha with his Sharingan blazing. I'm going to kill you. I remember this. Your precious Otudo got defeated, Kisame spat. No one enjoys a spoiler. Who is this kid, Itachi? That's my Otudo. That's funny, because the Uchiha clan was massacred by you, Kisame remarked. A surge of lightning crackled across the room. Just like you told me, I resented and hated you. I live solely to kill you. The lightning around Sasuke's arm intensified, dragging a streak of it across the wall. Sasuke charged toward the man who caused him suffering. Itachi caught Sasuke's wrist with precision, ready to break it. Sasuke fell to the ground in pain. After a moment, the young Uchiha stood up once more to face his adversary. Itachi turned his attention back to his younger sibling. The only one eliminating him is me, the broken Uchiha declared. I have no interest in you, the older Uchiha coldly responded, kicking the genin in the gut and wrapping his arm around Sasuke's neck, dragging him up. Why has the gap between us shrunk since that day? What have I been doing? The younger brother thought. Tsukuyami. Itachi forced Sasuke into the illusion of the night of the Uchiha massacre, watching as his parents were butchered repeatedly in his mind, shattering him once more. No wonder friend Sasuke hates him, Lee exclaimed. In the final valley, at the foot of the Hashirama statue, stood a Kyuubi-cloaked Naruto with a Rasengan, while a cursed mark Sasuke with black Chidori faced him. Both children dashed toward one another, extending their arms. Sasuke's attack landed next to Naruto's chest while Naruto scratched the Uchiha's Konoha Hittite. Not this, Naruto whined. Is this the retrieval mission? Sakura asked, to which Naruto nodded. The winner between the two stood up while the loser fell unconscious. Sasuke's Hittite fell from his forehead onto the ground as he looked down at the blonde Jinchuriki, pain surging through his arm as he fell. The Uchiha contemplated something before leaving. You have to kill your closest friend, Sasuke thought back on Itachi's parting words. I will not lose control to you. I'll carve my own path and be a better man than you, Sasuke declared in his mind. So that's why you didn't kill Naruto? Sakura said. You said it was out of a whim, but I see you still care, Naruto insisted. You see my death? Itachi asked the newcomer. Sasuke stared at the man sitting on a throne before appearing behind him, engaging in a quick exchange. Itachi pulled out a kunai, attempting to stab Sasuke. Sasuke blocked and unsheathed his katana to defend himself. Please don't fight, Mikoto cried out. So this is a fated battle between brothers, Kisame said, as Itachi used his free hand to tuck it into Sasuke's belt. Use one of his legs to intercept the katana after precisely kicking his younger brother in the face. The young Uchiha attempts to retaliate by stabbing the older Uchiha, who grips onto the younger's cloak and tosses him aside. Sasuke recovers and begins to perform hand signs, electricity coursing through his hand. He runs and picks up his blade, placing his arm covered with lightning on the ground. Chidori Nagashi, he shouts, sending a stream of electricity through the ground. Itachi looks up, wide-eyed, seeing Sasuke on the roof with a smirk on his face, stabbing through Itachi's abdomen. Please, no, Mikoto covers her mouth, tears falling from her eyes. Holy cow! Kiba shouts in shock. That was a decent strategy, Kakashi compliments. Why do brothers have to fight in this era? Hashirama sighs. I can't imagine Hanabi doing this to me, Hinata mumbles. Hey, I was going to kill him, not you other Uchiha, Deidara complains. I wish things didn't end up like this, Shisui says. I don't think that would be enough to kill Itachi, Fugaku sighs. You've gotten much stronger, Itachi manages to say, a blade stuck between his organs. This is the end, Itachi. Before you die, I have one more question. Sasuke begins, but is cut off by the seemingly dying Uchiha, who points a finger close to Sasuke's face before gesturing in a direction. Sasuke follows the finger's direction, seeing a perfectly fine Itachi sitting on a throne. As expected, Fugaku says. Oh team, he got you good, Naruto laughs. Nice play from both parties, Konan states. Just like last time, making your little crow genjutsu while exactly saying that line. Sasuke observes as the Itachi from earlier bursts into a murder of crows. The end is a long way off, but I'm willing to listen. What do you want to know? Itachi calmly exclaims. Have you gone dead? A blade cuts through him once more. Itachi turns around to see his younger brother behind him. His attention goes back to Sasuke in front of him, who transforms into snakes. I said I'm ending this, but I still have one question. Now answer me unless you want to know what real pain is. You avoided a fatal blow on purpose? Itachi questions. On that night when you said there was a third person, I realized that he must have helped you wipe out the clan. Sasuke slowly drives his katana through Itachi for an answer. Even you couldn't have killed the police force by yourself. There was another person. Shisui is shocked by the revelation. So, someone helped him, Shino mumbles. Who would want to wipe out a clan? Naruto asks. Most likely someone who has a personal grudge against the clan, Madara answers, knowing it's a high possibility since the Uchiha has had bad BLD with other rival clans during the Warring States era. This has turned into a murder mystery. Who was the third survivor? Uchiha Madara. Itachi provides the answer. Wait, you're still alive. We should have checked his grave. Tobirama yells in frustration that they never checked Madara's grave. There's no way Madara would wipe out his clan. Hashirama defends the Uchiha. If you paid attention, do I look alive? Madara asks the two. Seeing you're in that ghostly form, no, Kakuzu replies. It's possibly someone impersonating Madara, Hashirama concludes. One of Konohagakure's founding fathers and the first Mangekyo Sharingan user. Wait, but I thought the Shodame founded the village. Kiba questions, not really paying attention in the academy. Even I didn't know, Shino adds. I presume that the first founded it. Not really. At the time, the Uchiha and Senju clans were the strongest and rivals. So when I and Madara joined forces, others eventually followed until Madara himself left and became Konoha's first rogue ninja, Hashirama explains in brief detail. Founding father. If it's true, he should be dead. Don't mess with me. Madara is very much alive. But it's your choice to believe it or not. People are bound by what they accept as correct and true. But what correct or true is merely a vague concept. Their reality may all be a mirage. Itachi shares his philosophical view of reality. What are you getting at? Sasuke asks. In the way you fooled yourself into believing that I was your caring Nii-san, Itachi continues. Sasuke reminisces about the time when he and Itachi were younger. What I saw that night, I thought it must have been just an illusion. I wanted to believe that I had stumbled into a horrible genjutsu. But I didn't know it was a terrible reality. He shoots lightning across the room to another Itachi behind him. Even then, Sasuke. You still don't possess the same eyes as me, Itachi informs him again. Time skip to later on, outside the hideout, a large flaming dragon head is sent into the sky above. The clouds turn dark, lightning scattering around, rain and black flames covering the general area below. The young Uchiha stands a floor below the older one. What's happening? Hashirama wonders. It seems the Uchiha Gaki is attempting to make thunderclouds, Tobirama says. With this jutsu, I will make your death a reality. Sasuke jumps to the tallest platform in the hideout. Itachi looks up in anticipation. This jutsu is powered by lightning from the heavens themselves. It guides straight through your skull. What's happening? Kushina asked. Oh, this, Zetsu replied. What's this? Naruto asked in anticipation. What's happening? Zetsu thought, facing up alongside Itachi. I call this technique Kirin. A massive lightning dragon, dwarfing the Uchiha hideout, split the skies. Itachi could only look up in awe. What is that? Disappear with the thunder. Zetsu swung his arm down, and the dragon-shaped lightning came crashing down, engulfing the area and destroying a majority of the hideout. What the hell was that jutsu? Deidara and Haiden shouted. That's a really cool jutsu, Naruto said in amazement. Where did you learn that? Kakashi asked his former student in shock. I created it myself for the sole purpose of killing Itachi, Sasuke explained. Isn't that overkill? Kiba shouted. Isn't it a bit much? Sakura added. Wait, didn't he do that same hand motion when we tried to retrieve him? But Orochimaru stopped him. Naruto remembered when the Uchiha lifted his arms back then, the sky darkening before Orochimaru grabbed him. He was planning to actually kill us if it wasn't for Orochimaru, Sakura gasped, realizing that the snake Sannin had saved them indirectly. You invented this jutsu? Fugaku asked his son. Yes. Great job, Fugaku said proudly with a smile on his face. You probably shouldn't encourage our children to create ninjutsu to kill each other, Mikoto yelled at Fugaku. I did it. It's all over, Sasuke huffed in exhaustion, his eyes meeting Itachi's body on the ground. Thank Kami he's alive, Mikoto thought. Was that what you saw in your vision of my death? Itachi clumsily got up, BLD dripping from his mouth, while Sasuke entered his curse-marked state. A skeleton made of red chakra surrounded Itachi. Sasuke, you're very strong. Behold my trump card, the Susanoo. Time skip a bit, end of the line, Sasuke. Now your eyes belong to. Itachi began to cough up BLD, causing his guard to drop. Sasuke took the opportunity to throw various weapons that had no effect on the Susanoo. My eyes. Sasuke jumped with his katana to stab Itachi from above but got pushed away. As the Kinslayer got closer, the Uchiha survivor kept his distance out of fear until he hit a wall. The young Uchiha prepared for death, only to receive a tap on his forehead from a smiling Itachi. Both Uchiha brothers collapsed on the floor. Mikoto cried at her eldest son's death while Fugaku tried to comfort her. What was that forehead tap meant for? Shikamaru asked, sensing something off about the older brother's behavior during his death. Meanwhile, a masked man was fighting off Konoha ninja until Zetsu crawled out of the ground. It's all over, Zetsu informed Tobi. God damn it, more people trying to delay us, Naruto roared in frustration after wasting time fighting Tobi. Sasuke won. Uchiha Itachi is dead. Oh, didn't see that coming. Tobi stepped back a bit. Just kidding. It's just as I expected. Toby's voice changed from innocent and cheerful to a deeper, more ominous tone. Holy Sirpi, that's not Toby, Hayden yelled. That sounds too ominous for Toby, Didara shouted. Unless he's been lying to us, Kazu added as a possibility. There's no way. Toby is too cheerful and infuriating, Didara countered. Is that so? Toby changed his voice back to normal. Everyone who had known him jumped back at the change. Yo, where the hell is Sasuke? Naruto demanded an answer. I'll play with you some other time. Toby's Sharingan was revealed. Sharingan, Kakashi mumbled as the group stared at Toby slowly disappearing. You're an Uchiha, Deidara demanded an answer from his lying partner. Yes. Are you the one who helped Itachi? Shisui asked. Yes, it's more like Itachi offered me a deal, the masked man said. Are you the one who attacked Konoha 15 years ago? Kushina shouted. I did, Toby answered, causing the room to go silent. There's no way you did it. You're too weak to attempt it, Dara tried to make sense of this. Sasuke's vision opened up to the new location he had been transported to. A voice echoed in the room. You won. It was very close though. You're badly wounded. You shouldn't be reckless with your life. We met once as enemies. The masked man walked out of the shadows. I brought you here to tell you something. Not interested, I see. Maybe you'll pay attention if I say it like this. Toby tried to get the boy's attention. You promised not to tell anyone, Madara. Itachi spoke to Toby. As long as you're alive, I'm obliged by our promise, but as you see, you're no longer living, the masked man informed. It's about Uchiha Itachi. Outside, a bird flew above the water, waves crashing to the shoreline, as Sasuke cried with closed eyes. Our group will no longer be known as Hibi. From now on, we refer to ourselves as Taka, Sasuke informed his gang. Taka only has one purpose. One goal, Sasuke stated. The masked man paid attention to what the young Uchiha's planned actions would be. The destruction of Kana Hagakure. Sasuke opened his eyes, revealing his newly awakened Manjikyu Sharingan. A shockwave of chakra filled with intense energy surged across the room, directed towards Sasuke. Both Shisui and Itachi jumped in front of Sasuke, preparing for a confrontation with the renowned Tobirama. You Uchiha-sama. It seems I have to end the Uchiha bloodline myself, Tobirama declared. Sorry, Senju Tobirama, but I need the boy for my plans, Toby interjected, stepping in front of the group to protect Sasuke. Tobirama, lower your chakra, Hashirama ordered his younger brother, who remained defiant. The Shodaime released his chakra to defuse the potential fight. Team, why do you want to destroy Konoha? Naruto demanded. I have no idea, Toby replied. Maybe it's something that happened later, Gaara suggested. Uchiha Sasuke, Danzo spat, glaring at the young man who shot daggers back at him. Danzo, so he knows, Hiruzen thought. You stay out of this. If you get involved, you'll die, the masked man insisted, urging Karen to leave the battlefield. This is perfect, I'll take your eyes, Danzo said, unwrapping his bandages to reveal numerous Sharingan beneath. Where did he get those eyes? Sasuke wondered, noticing one of Danzo's arms. Here and there. It's a long story, Danzo replied. Why did he obtain those eyes? Fugaku spat. The other Uchiha were disturbed and outraged by the sight of their clan's dojutsu on Danzo's arm. That bastard has been. Hiding this, Tsunade slammed her fist down, breaking nearby objects. I can't believe this man, Shisui hissed. I can't believe this. Hiruzen was shocked by Danzo's collection of Sharingan. Where did he get those? Sasuke's Sharingan flared in anger at the thought of a Konoha official possessing the dojutsu of his deceased clan. Isn't he in Konoha? Kiba asked. Yes, he's one of the council members, Kakashi informed the confused young man. Hearing that only makes me angrier. But it's fine. I've already made up my mind to kill you, Sasuke said nonchalantly, causing Danzo to stand still. There's one thing I need answered. Is it true that you and the other leaders of Konoha ordered Itachi to kill my family? Sasuke questioned. Danzo weaved hand seals and dashed toward the suspecting Uchiha. A purple ribcage intercepted between them. Danzo was grabbed by a Susanoo arm and forced to answer Sasuke's question. I asked you if it's true, Sasuke shouted, his glare intensifying. The Susanoo's grip tightened around Danzo, causing the old war veteran to cough. Answer me. I thought Itachi was a better man than that. That bastard spilled the beans as he was dying. I guess you are special to him, Danzo scoffed. Sasuke's eyes widened in realization. So, it's true then, he said, and the Susanoo began to develop further, tightening its grip even more. Self-sacrifice, that's what defines a ninja. Scorching sun to work in the shadows, that's how it has always been. Many ninjas have died. Itachi isn't the only one. Niceties will not make the world go round. It's thanks to people like that we maintain peace. Danzo paused to catch his breath before continuing. You ignored Itachi's will. You cannot understand. By telling you his secret, he betrayed Konoha. In a fit of rage, Sasuke clenched his fist, crushing Danzo with his Susanoo. BLD flew everywhere as Danzo was overwhelmed. Do not speak to me of Itachi again, Sasuke replied with a sinister smile, drops of Danzo's BLD splattering on his face. Is it true, Itachi? Tell me if what the old man said is true. Sasuke roared in frustration and anger. You're telling me all my life was a lie. You weren't meant to find out, Itachi responded, feeling guilt about the situation. I've wasted years of my life just to get revenge. I nearly gave my body away to that snake so I could kill you, just to find out everything was a lie fabricated by you. Sasuke ranted in frustration, pointing at the Sandaime with pure hatred. You ordered my clan's massacre. You killed hundreds, and for what? Sasuke, the clan was planning a coup. A few shinobi among our members were involved. I was responsible for leading it. No one is innocent, Fugaku sighed, explaining that the Konoha leaders weren't solely responsible for the massacre. What? Many in the room were shocked. Itachi slaughtered the clan to prevent a civil war within Konoha that would have resulted in other villages attacking. Mikoto tried her best to explain to Sasuke. Sorry we didn't let you in on it. You were too young to be involved. Shisui attempted to calm the enraged team. What about the young children, civilians, newborns that had nothing to do with it? Sasuke demanded answers. You were too young and had nothing to do with it. It was also a way to prevent anyone else from seeking revenge, Itachi said. That's still not an excuse. Don't you think I would be happier to die than live a life where all my loved ones are dead? Sasuke yelled. That's the same reason why I had you kill me. I don't deserve to live after all I've done. The BLD of the innocent still runs through my hands. I wanted you to be the hero of Konoha who avenged the clan, Itachi blurted out. Why the hell do you think I want that? You've planned to manipulate me into being a hero of a place that I barely have any attachment to, Sasuke countered. Of course the Uchiha would plan a coup. It was so obvious I predicted it. Tobirama sighed. Naidame, you realize you're responsible for the coup. Your policies regarding the clan were the main reasons this even occurred, Sho told everyone. Of course it's Tobirama. The man who hates the clan, Madara grunted. Tobirama, I told you to leave the Uchiha alone. Now look what happened, Hashirama complained to Tobirama, who just ignored him. Young Sasuke, I'm sorry, but it had to be done. We used Itachi as a spy, Hiruzen apologized. When did the coup happen anyway? Kushina asked. It was first suggested during the Third War but ignored until after the Kyuubi attack when the clan was isolated from the village, Fugaku explained. Wait, the Uchiha were relocated? Minato asked. After your death, Minato, the Uchiha were suspected in the Kyuubi attack due to the Sharingan reflecting off the bijou. So we ordered the clan to rescue the civilians instead, Hiruzen informed the group. Oh, by the way, Kushina and Minato, you know there was a way to save the village without your sacrifice. Fugaku asked. What does he mean by that? Naruto asked. My Sharingan was advanced enough to potentially control the Kyuubi, Fugaku answered. What you're telling me is that both my parents didn't have to die if the Uchiha were allowed to help. Naruto couldn't believe it. Thousands died just because of fear of the unknown. Humans fear what they don't understand. The Sharingan is a prime example, People admire it yet fear the dojutsu, a masked Akatsuki member spoke up. That's the main reason people like Danzo refused to send the Uchiha. He feared Fugaku or other clan members could control the Kyuubi, Sho stated. Side note, Hiruzen, the massacre was all planned by Danzo. The man had the goal of wiping out the Uchiha since before Itachi entered the academy. All he needed was an Uchiha kid strong enough to do it and to manipulate him into being his scapegoat for the sake of Konohagakure due to the Uchiha being hard to control, Sho continued. That BSRD. Naruto shouted. I can't believe this. Hiruzen never thought his comrades would go that far. Okay, watch the video. What a family dilemma. Jiraiya felt awkward and out of place. I know, I need sake after this. Tsunade agreed with her teammates. Demon, the Uchiha are complicated, Shikamaru sighed, with the rest agreeing. I almost forgot, Nagato and Konan. Danzo also worked with Hanzo. He ordered Hanzo to exterminate the old Akatsuki, causing the deaths of Yahiko and the rest of the members. Sho informed Nagato and Konan, who looked wide-eyed in shock. Once we get back, remind me to imprison Danzo, Tsunade told the Konoha ninjas. I want Itachi's eyes, Sasuke demanded the masked Akatsuki member. You've finally come to that point. You've overused your manjikyu already. I can tell you can't see more. Good timing, Tobi replied. Transplant now, Sasuke ordered. But this is sudden. What's going on? Tobi asked. I will use everything to crush Naruto. I will repudiate her utterly, Sasuke declared, walking down the hall of the hideout. This doesn't sound good, Minato said, frightened for Naruto's sake. I know, but Naruto isn't a damsel in distress, Jiraiya reassured Minato with those words. In a cave, a white zetsu crawled out of the floor as an Amaterasu's sword pierced it, slowly burning the zetsu alive. An armored humanoid chakra monster was revealed inside. Sasuke removed the wrap around his eyes. Shall we test it outside? These eyes can see fine in the darkness, Sasuke complained, his new eyes finally revealing a 6-star pattern with a hint of Itachi's inside, eternal. Manjikyu Sharingan. A scene of Itachi with his Susangan active made an entrance by smashing the wall in front of him. Itachi gazed at a cloaked man surrounded by snakes. Orochimaru, Tsunade gasped. I knew that BSC couldn't stay dead, Jiraiya spat out, knowing the man wouldn't stay dead for long. Team, I thought you killed him, the future Hokage asked the Uchiha since he had killed the man. HN. The sooner you accept Orochimaru is unkillable, the better, Sasuke suggested the blonde accept that the snake Sannin isn't killable like many others. You passed through my Kekai. You're knowledgeable about it. The cloaked figure congratulated the Uchiha for locating his general location. During the time I was controlled by you, I clearly felt where your chakra was. This could also be considered the risk of the jutsu, though there's no need to keep that in mind now, Itachi explained. What a lesson. No one can remove this jutsu, so I never worried about that. The figure took Itachi's criticism to heart. By the way, I hope you can keep some in mind. The jutsu of Edo Tensei wouldn't stop even if I got killed. But only I can stop this jutsu. So my luck has finally turned, the man explained, shortly after beginning to laugh as Sasuke was shown coming inside the hole Itachi made. Edo Tensei, Hashirama sighed. So that some is using a forbidden jutsu. Tobirama snickered at someone actually picking up that jutsu. Didn't you create it? Madara added sarcastically. Shut it, porcupine, Tobirama snapped back. It turned out to be much worse than I expected, Itachi sighed. I found you. What did you come here for? Sasuke demanded of his brother after spotting a snake staring in their direction next to a cloaked figure. The young Uchiha staggered back in surprise. Are you Orochimaru? Not exactly, came the reply. Your voice. Kabuto. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan user recognized the voice. That Kabuto. Naruto said, wide-eyed. I guess so. So that's the tale of the war. Sasuke wants to defeat the murderer of the Uchiha clan, Itachi, once again. Since I've reanimated him into this realm, Itachi is a bothersome presence to both Sasuke and myself. Kabuto attempted to persuade the young Uchiha to join his side. That's not going to work, Databeo. That team is way too stubborn, Naruto shouted, pouting her cheeks and crossing her arms. I have to agree, Itachi added. Well, shall we team up and take Itachi down together, Sasuke? We both share the same sensei and snake abilities, Kabuto insisted. I have no longing to call that thing sensei. Plus, it seems you don't know. I chased after Itachi in order to talk to him, Sasuke declined, irritated by Kabuto's suggestion. So then whose side are you on? Sasuke's eye twitched at Kabuto's comment. His hand ventured inside his weapon pouch, grabbing a few shuriken and quickly shooting them at Kabuto, only for them to be intercepted by someone else's shuriken. Sasuke stared at Itachi in confusion. If you kill the caster, the jutsu won't stop, so we'll use Tsukuyomi to find a solution. I'll manipulate him into undoing the jutsu while trapping him in the nightmare realm, Itachi informed Sasuke about their situation. That sounds unfair, Shisui snickered. It's fair compared to what Naruto and Sasuke's child is able to accomplish at his age, Shikamaru countered. Yeah, you're right, Shisui agreed. My son is perfectly balanced, Databeo, Naruto interjected. That child is practically a demigod. Kisame's sweat dropped at Naruto's comments. Thanks for the clear play-by-play. It'll go smoothly as you envision. This jutsu has neither weakness nor risks. Every jutsu has a weakness and risks. Both Kabuto and Sasuke gazed at Itachi. Itachi's Mangekyo flared to life as he continued, "This one's is my existence." That was cool, Databane, Kushina cheered. Nice line, Itachi, Shisui teased the Uchiha next to him. Why are you the center of everything? Deidara shouted, scowling and pointing his finger at Itachi, who looked confused by that statement. I'll hold you to your promise, Itachi, after this is done. They say to take your personality to your grave. Then again, I've already died once. Both Uchiha bickered with each other yet got into their battle stances. The estranged brothers come together at last to gang up on me. Who would have thought? Kabuto prepared himself. Those snakes are moving. They're able to sense our location, Itachi noticed. Snakes perceive body heat and can smell the air with their tongues, Sasuke informed Itachi on how they were being tracked. You've studied a lot. You're like a snake expert. Of course I did. I had to take down Orochimaru, didn't I? The young Uchiha sarcastically added. This is boring. They're just standing still, Naruto scowled, expecting more. Be patient, Minato advised Naruto. At least they aren't fighting each other. Mikoto breathed a sigh of relief. Let's wait and see. Being a snake expert will not help you take me down. I chose this battlefield. Nature is my ally, Kabuto declared. The terrain is his advantage. There are going to be traps, Sasuke. Itachi cautioned his younger brother. Snakes lunged in their direction, and a huge dust cloud of debris hid the two Uchiha. In a burst of crimson and violet chakra, two Susanoo appeared. Itachi grabbed and pulled them closer so Sasuke's Susanoo could decapitate the snakes. That's a cool scene, Naruto marveled. At last my boys are fighting together, Mikoto smiled. I have to agree, it's better to see them work together, Fugaku smirked. That would be terrifying to go against, Shisui laughed. Too aggressive, Sasuke. Do not kill him. Itachi demanded, urging Sasuke to calm down. He has the power of Orochimaru. He's not going to die easily, Sasuke justified his aggressive action, eventually lifting Kabuto's cloak, revealing only snakes. The Snake Sanin's followers quickly maneuvered around the terrain while the Uchiha brothers attempted to track the slippery figure with their ocular dojutsu. You're taking this behind-the-scenes mastermind thing a little too far, Kabuto. First, you hid your face, now your whole body. Running away, aren't we? Sasuke kept trying to track the Edo caster. Sasuke, you still underestimate me. Well, then again, I listed lower than you on the danger scale in the bingo book. Of course, I'm nothing compared to Orochimaru-sama. For sure, if this is what you consider hiding, the prized Orochimaru student spotted Kabuto's chakra signature with his dojutsu. Be careful, Sasuke. There are pieces of his chakra everywhere, we aren't sure which is the real one. Itachi once again urged his younger brother to stay cautious of his surroundings. The snakes gripped by Itachi's Susanoo began to dissolve into liquid. It's the ability to transform one's flesh into liquid. I've applied the Hozuki clan's flesh-transforming ability to this technique like Sujutsu. Kabuto's voice explains what's happening to the snakes. A healing technique that I studied from the body of a woman originally of the Uzumaki clan. Some you're quite familiar with. Karen. You know an Uzumaki. Naruto asks her future husband, a glimmer in her eyes. Yes, she's part of the team I created to track Itachi, Sasuke answers. Can you introduce her to me? Naruto wonders if it's a possibility. Fine, but I warn you, her personality is toxic. Sasuke cautions the petite blonde, his cheeks growing red as her hand rests near his lap. What's wrong? Naruto looks at him. In confusion. Nothing. Now then, that leaves out one member of your former squad. In this ninja world, those without talent are nothing, but those who lack talent can steal from others who have it. That's such an unyouthful subject to preach. It's those without talent who can rise and surpass those with talent through hard work and dedication, Mike Guy declared. Guy-sensei, that was a appealing speech, Lee exclaimed. That's right, Lee. Let's show the world what hard work can achieve. Guy motivated the young lad beside him. Let's reach high enough that even the talented will be blown away, Lee added. That's right, Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Both men ended up hugging each other with tears in their eyes, causing the audience to sweat drop at the display. Do you have Yugo's abilities too? Sasuke questions one of Orochimaru's disciples. No, it was just the initial boost. The actual power came from Ryuchi Cave itself. This is bad. Jiraiya's eyes widen at the possibility. Ryuchi Cave, no. Itachi gasps. Yes, I found it. A place as legendary as Mount Myaboku and the Shikoto Woods. I trained under the White Snake and awakened its ability. I finally surpassed Orochimaru. A snake opened its mouth as an arm emerged. Sasuke activates his Susanoo, shooting a large chakra arrow towards Kabuto, which is blocked by a pile of large snakes acting as a shield. He dodged the Susanoo arrow. My sensory abilities are far better than they used to be. Nature is my ally, as I said before. Don't tell me Orochimaru's little pet has Sage Mode, Tsunade roared, knowing they were in trouble if he misread it. As I feared, he has Sage Mode, Jiraiya said, sweat dropping while wearing a serious expression. The Yugo clan always had nature energy sources. That's the secret behind the rampage. The ability causes enhanced battle power, hence the wild behaviors. Orochimaru was interested in Yugo's rampage and origin. He eventually tracked the source to Ryuchi Cave but was unable to acquire the power due to his body's tolerance. That's why he couldn't become a perfect sage like I've become. Kabuto went on a long tirade. So that's how, Kakashi thought. You're using Sage Mode. Itachi identified the transformation. You're just like Orochimaru. A disgusting snake. Sasuke added after seeing Kabuto's form. You ought to know better, snake expert. I'm no longer a snake. Sage Mode allowed me to shed my skin. I am a dragon. Kabuto declared. A serpent-like dragon holding a small orb spewed out of the Sannin successor's mouth. Both estranged brothers backed off from the attack while the serpent enclosed itself, a vibrant light illuminating the room. Both Uchiha brothers were blinded by the brightness, gripping their ears to block out the sound. Itachi forcibly tried to open his eyes, spotting Kabuto enlarging his mouth and running toward the unsuspecting Sasuke. This is bad, Mikoto mumbled. The rest of the audience watched in anticipation of the Uchiha brothers' next moves. A red Susanoo arm blocked Kabuto from his target. The Sage Mode user stopped his track and circled around the gigantic ribcage chakra monster. Kabuto smirked, his mouth returning to normal. Hi, that's weird, Hayden said, grossed out by Kabuto's transformation. Itachi, you seem to be good at sniffing out where I am. Are you able to sense my chakra? But you said, when you were controlling us, which means now you shouldn't be able to sense it. Were you lying? The Snake Sage user analyzed his opponent. I never said I was sensing your chakra. Nagato sensed you. I have no such power, Itachi disclosed, countering the accusation. Besides, it's obvious who you are targeting and I can protect them. Your caution is understandable, especially since you probably want to capture Sasuke for an advantage. Itachi figures out Kabuto's objective in this fight. So he wants team. Naruto tilts her head in the Uchiha's direction and moves her hand to Sasuke's ear to ask a question while the video plays. Team, what's up with Orochimaru and his lackey wanting you? I don't know, Sasuke groans. What makes you different from the other Uchihas is the power of your eyes, literally. You can read people's emotions and use them against them in battle. That's why you're skilled at deception. You've always been lying from the start. Sasuke shoots a beam of concentrated lightning at Kabuto, who leaps out of the way onto the ceiling. He's sort of right in a way, you know, Kisame insists, agreeing with Kabuto's statement. I have to agree, the masked man adds. Even if it's a 2-on-1, this makeshift duo isn't winning against my sensing abilities. Besides, your brother has been resenting you because of your lies. The Sage Mode user finishes. Sasuke, remember the Wild Boar mission. Why is that important? Shikamaru wonders. Maybe a secret technique they had up their sleeve, Ten shrugs. Perhaps an Uchiha secret jutsu. Lee's eyes glitter with excitement. I see it. It was rampaging through the field. Yeah, I remember. Let's go. Both brothers activate their Susanoo once more. For a brief moment, there's an image of a younger Sasuke in Umbu clothes, ready to bow, switching back to the older version of the boy preparing a Susanoo arrow. Like Sasuke, there's a fleeting image of a younger Itachi shooting a kunai covered with a paper bomb at the end. Back in the fight, Itachi creates throwable chakra weapons and sends them toward the ceiling. Kabuto wraps his arm around his sight to shield himself from the debris. A large chakra arrow pierces the sage user's tail, and now the Edo caster finds himself dangling from the giant arrow. Good teamwork. Minato praises their coordination. Your teamwork seems to still be exceptional even after years of not working together. Mikoto smiles at her boys. He's going to steal my blade and cut off his own tail to escape, Sasuke cautions his elder brother, who jumps into the fray. Kabuto reaches for the blade and, after a few attempts, finally manages to grab it and implant it into the incoming Itachi's gut. Itachi! Mikoto gasps in horror. Don't worry, the boy's fine, Fugaku reassures his wife. The older Uchiha bursts into a murder of crows, catching Kabuto off guard. The dragon sage loses his grip on the katana, and Itachi quickly seizes the opportunity to steal the blade and slices one of Kabuto's horns. Both figures land on the floor. Oh, that's right. I found I have horns now. The glasses-wearing ninja touches his split horn. Nice surprise attack. Kakashi insists. The crow substitution always seems to catch people off guard, Deidara groans. Of course, that's the point of it. Itachi and I developed it for that purpose, mostly because of the unpredictability factor. No one would expect it to be a far better substitution than a log, Shursui explains. The audience understands why Itachi uses it often. That's actually a genius strategy, Tsunade reflects. Why didn't anyone ever think of such a simple idea? That's why Itachi abuses that substitution, Kisame mutters. We should probably do that once we return, Databeo. Naruto insists on changing the substitution jutsu. We should keep it a secret if everyone uses it. It loses its unpredictability if more people have access to it, Shikamaru counters Naruto's idea. Many in the crowd agree with Shikamaru's comment. Yeah, you're right, Shikamaru, Naruto sweat drops. Looks like you might be able to take down that giant boar now, Itachi teases his Otudo for a bit. Except first, I've got to take down that snake. Well yeah. So ironic. Right now, you two look like pals. You both have the worst case of rivalry on record. He's kind of right, Mikoto softly chuckles. Both Uchiha brothers look at their mother with surprise. It's not too hard to guess that something happened between you two back when you took down Itachi. But what exactly? Kabuto is somewhat curious about the Uchiha brothers' situation. The truth, Sasuke gives a blunt answer. Oh really? So you don't trust Itachi after all? Sasuke, maybe you already know the truth about Itachi. No wonder you didn't return to Konoha after his defeat and why you joined the Akatsuki in their anti-Konoha plans. Kabuto begins to rant about his suspicions regarding Sasuke's erratic change. Team joins the Akatsuki. Naruto feels her heart stop upon hearing that Sasuke joined the Akatsuki. Of course the BSRD would, Kiba snaps. What is the Akatsuki? Hashirama asks, something that Minato, Kushina, the deceased Uchiha except Itachi, and Tobirama want to know about. An S-rank rogue ninja organization whose main goal is to capture the 9 Bijou. So far, they've captured nearly 7 Bijou, Tsunade explains to the deceased. Sasuke is a part of that group. Mikoto is confused. Not only him, but his Nii-sen too. To be honest, every living Uchiha is probably part of it, the masked man adds. Of course the Uchiha would join a bunch of misfits. Tobirama scowled and sighed. Team wouldn't do that, would you? Would you? Standing up and going to the Uchiha, the blonde pleaded. Sasuke looked at him, feeling as clueless as the others. The raven wrapped his arms around Naruto's waist and pulled her into his lap, causing her face to turn red. I'm unsure, but at the moment my answer is no, okay, he said, tucking his chin on the blonde's head. Sasuke gave Naruto a reassuring smile. Kushina intimidated Minato enough to stop the yellow flash tracks from doing anything, while she and Mikoto gushed at the scene. If anyone is wondering how Sasuke got into the Akatsuki, he was emotionally manipulated by a member of the organization, Sho hinted. Sasuke-kun didn't join of his own accord. A glimmer of hope opened up in Sakura's eyes. No, he definitely joined on his own but was persuaded during a low point in his life. Now it makes sense. You intended to destroy the village that caused your brother pain. An uncomfortable silence blanketed the cave. Awkward, Zetsu said. No denials. You followed your Nii-sen here for the truth once and for all. You want all the dirty details, didn't you? Well, your brother is a liar. So, isn't that a bit odd? My operation to destroy Konoha is nothing like yours, the Avenger declared, his Sharingan blazing. I sympathize greatly with Itachi. Just like Itachi, it was all fine and good to be taken by Konoha shinobi, but since no one knew my origin, I was immediately raised as a spy. Medical ninjutsu was drilled into me so that my enemies would trust me. Kabuto calmly recounted his past. Is that true? Sakura wondered. I visited and spied on a lot of other villages for a long time. I pretended to be someone else, living a life of lies with no space or place to call home for the real me. No friends or comrades who knew the real me. I continued to suppress myself until I forgot who I was. The village of Konoha stopped trusting me, and I was taken off missions. Both Itachi and I worked for the good of Konoha, but when we returned, all we got back was dishonor and disgrace. Is Kabuto's story true? Naruto asked, still snuggling against Sasuke. It's possibly true, the ninja village wouldn't stray from this, Kisame sighed, knowing it was likely true since he had experienced betrayal in the ninja world. So what in the world has Konoha village ever done for us? Kabuto spat. I sort of feel pity for Snake Sannin's lapdog, Niji sighed. How Itachi lived is what led to the creation of the current you. Though I am still alive, something similar to you was born from me too. No one understands you better than I do. Now come and join me, Kabuto offered the Uchiha again. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan user contemplated. Sasuke, don't listen to him. He was an even greater spy than I was. In short, he's even more skillful at lying than I am. So, he's lying. Haiden yelled. No, what Kabuto spoke is true. Kabuto was an orphan used as a spy for the Foundation, in other words, Danzo, until he became too knowledgeable and dangerous to keep around. Assassins were sent after him, but he was saved by the snake Sannin. Sho explained further about Kabuto's backstory. The BSTRD seems to have a relationship with Konoha's enemies, Tsunade groaned. Even Orochimaru, both of them used to work together. He helped the Sannin hide his inhuman experimentation, Sho added. He worked with Orochimaru. Hiruzen gasped in shock at his old teammate's secret relationship with his former student. Why hasn't he been caught yet? Kushina was flabbergasted by Danzo's exploits. No matter what darkness or contradictions lie within the village, I am still Uchiha Itachi of Konoha, Itachi stated. Sasuke, it's my fault you're like this now. I know I have no right to advise you in any way, but I have to tell you something after we settle things here. Itachi admitted his mistakes. This is mostly talking rather than fighting. Haiden scowled at the lack of action. I'm the Edo caster, you cannot kill me. I can heal wounds and shut my eyes to avoid ocular genjutsu. You brothers have no chance because I cast this Edo Tensei Jutsu. It is invincible, the Edo caster declared. Okay, he's wordy and boring yet also right, one of them remarked. Yeah, right. So what is our plan of action? He doesn't know the true power of the Uchiha. The Uchiha have an ocular power that can trap an opponent even without sight, at the cost of losing one's own sight, Itachi stated. The Izanagi. Sasuke guessed. You know about the Izanagi, the Edo Uchiha was surprised. Danzo used it during my battle against him, Sasuke replied, recalling his experience with the technique. I'm impressed that you survived. What is this Izanagi thing? Deidara asked. An Uchiha forbidden kenjutsu that allows one to sacrifice their sight to rewrite reality, Madara answered. In simple terms, you can sacrifice your Sharingan for the power to rewrite your death out of existence as if it never occurred. The masked man simplified the description of the jutsu. The Sharingan can revive the user by rewriting their death as if it never happened. Kakashi is flabbergasted. Yes. What the hell, another broken Uchiha jutsu. Sasuke, can you do it? Naruto wonders. I never knew of it until now, so no. Danzo has the power to rewrite his death. This is going to be troublesome. Tsunade smashes her fist against a nearby object. Yes, that's how he got my Sharingan to begin with. The only drawback is you have to sacrifice your eyes. Shursui snickers. At least it's somewhat balanced. Hashirama laughs. We should write down every outlandish Sharingan jutsu. Tobirama suggests, never mind that. How do we use Izanagi here? Sasuke questions his Zenaiisen. Not the Izanagi. Another forbidden jutsu, consider its other half. The Kinslayer corrects the Avenger. He's using that jutsu, Fugaku realizes. What jutsu? Gaius. The fight is over, Kabuto lost, Mikoto states. How are you so sure, Mikoto-san? Kushina questions. You'll see soon enough. The audience, unaware of what Itachi was about to do, is left to wonder. Another. I've already laid the plan. An ultimate ocular that holds his fate within its grasp. The Izanami. Kabuto rushes toward the two brothers, only to be interrupted by the katana Itachi wields. A technique that decides your destiny, Sasuke thinks, recalling the Izanagi. I didn't know there was another jutsu like Izanagi. I don't know your plan, but nothing is going to work against me. Kabuto states, evading the two Uchiha. Think you still don't understand who I am. He waves hand signs and the cave surrounding the combatants shifts. The cave attacks the Uchiha brothers. Itachi tanks the attack that rips through his body while protecting his Otudo with his Susanu's skeletal arm. Itachi, no. Mikoto cries. Itachi. That technique works by giving life and controlling non-living things. That's different from just controlling chakra. Kabuto's snake spews out a kunai. He protects you with Susanu, decreasing his speed. I'll not hurt you, you're my guinea pig. Now, I'll overwrite his mind. Sasuke glares at the snake sage user, black flames emitting around him and his brother. The flames cause Orochimaru's lapdog to leap back. Unfortunately for you, I shall still win. All the laws and principles of nature energy were instilled by Orochimaru-sama. I am the closest thing to the Rikudo Sannin. Next to me, Uchiha are nothing, Kabuto boasts arrogantly. He really has a large ego. Madara snickers at the Dragon Sage user's declaration, wishing to crush the man. Isn't pain the closest thing to the sage? Zetsu wonders, already knowing the answer. Indra and Azura transmigrated, the closest people to Hagoromo and potential children of the two. What an arrogant bastard! Naruto shouts, his back against the living Uchiha's chest. Sasuke secretly plays with her golden blonde hair. Oh really? You don't know the Uchiha, Sasuke hisses. Itachi prevents his Otudo from acting recklessly. The former Umbu speaks, Kabuto, looking at you reminds me of my former self, and that is why you'll lose. I'm not just a player. I own this war. I had the Edo Akatsuki at my beck and call. The sage user gazes at the brothers. I hate you, but I understand you. We both lied as spies and liars. At some point I've even forgotten who I was either. Itachi explains, collapsing to the floor. But I finally know, to know oneself is not to achieve everything and become perfect. It's to know the limitations of oneself. The older Uchiha gives the snake Sannin follower a life lesson. He's right, you know, Tbane, Kushina advises. Your Nii-san is intelligent. Jiraiya points at the Avenger cuddled up with his goddaughter, praising his sibling. If you really want to know who you are, you must re-examine and acknowledge your true self. Itachi closes his eyes, sighing. I failed at that. I lied to everyone around me. I lied to myself. I was deluded. Those who cannot acknowledge themselves shall fail just like I did. The speech strikes a chord with several people in the room, prompting some to re-evaluate themselves. He's right. Itachi looks at himself, knowing deep down what his future counterpart is preaching is true. What do you really know about me? I have been pursuing who and what I am. In a way, I spend looking for my real self. Kabuto pauses. The scenery changes from a cave to an experimentation lab. A younger version of Kabuto's eyes widen at Orochimaru's sudden appearance. A flashback, come on, Haiden groans. Why did you take me here? What do you want? Kabuto questions the man standing in front of him. It looks like there's more than one thing you know, but that's good. People cannot dismiss the longing for knowledge, which is why I brought you here. He kidnapped him. Sakura is surprised by the implications of Kabuto being taken by Orochimaru. That's how Orochimaru tends to gain his followers. Most of the time they're children since adults are more difficult. Sasuke explains any lingering questions. So, Orochimaru is a Pefli, Naruto adds humorously. I guess I should call him Pedamaro from now on. Naruto comes up with a name for the deceived snake Sannin after hearing about his tendency to take children. Has a nice ring to it. Jiraiya agrees with the name that his pupil came up with for his former teammate. I second that, he says, and Tsunade approves of the name. The rest of the audience exchanges glances. Then just tell me. You're aware of what I know, right? Kabuto shouts, removing his hitai from his forehead while Orochimaru ventures to sit down in a chair. I'll get straight to it. Root decided to eliminate both you and your mother, Orochimaru explains to the young shinobi. Kabuto's eyes widen in disbelief. How can that be? He exclaims. Naruto feels a pang of pity for Kabuto, even though she despises him. She leans back against the chair she's sitting on. Your skills as a spy and the information you possess. Kabuto stares in disbelief, his mouth agape. But they made me gather information for the sake of the village all this time, and now, Orochimaru cuts him off. At times, information can be more powerful than weapons and jutsu. They currently see you as a threat. The snake Sannin sighs. It was actually decided from the start that both you and your mother would eliminate each other. After you left the institute, Danzo revealed the true reason why you joined, Orochimaru continues. Kabuto listens intently. He told her you would sacrifice yourself and enter Root so the institute could gain funds. Your mother wanted to free you from Root. Danzo ordered her to assassinate someone for your freedom. Ironically, that someone was you. Orochimaru reveals the situation that unfolded after Kabuto left the orphanage. Naruto clenches her fists in anger upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, her eyes narrowing. Sasuke wraps his arm tightly around the petite blonde on his lap as a way to calm her. It's okay. If you can't stand this injustice, then do something about it once you become Hokage, Sasuke whispers to his future spouse. Fine, Naruto replies through gritted teeth. Kushina and Mikoto smile at the moment between their children while Minato sulks at the sight of his daughter cuddling with a boy. I can sympathize with Kabuto, Kisame says. Something similar happened to you. Itachi gazes at his Akatsuki cloak. How do you think I ended up in the Akatsuki? Kisame insists. I feel bad for him, Kiba remarks. This is a constant issue in the ninja world. Gaara replies solemnly, understanding that such things happen often in ninja villages. If it was for my freedom, then why didn't my mother realize it was me? Kabuto asks, his frustration evident. Orochimaru tosses a few photos on the floor that show someone with similar features to Kabuto. As I said, Root planned to assassinate you from the start, so they tricked her. Kabuto's eyes scan the pictures scattered on the floor. In a fit of rage, Kabuto rushes at Orochimaru, his hand glowing. He jumps on top of the snake Sannin, attempting to strike him. I've long wanted something to define myself. Thanks to your foundation, I've lost myself again. Kabuto shouts, his anger boiling over. These glasses were a link between me and my mother. This bestowed name was mine and mine alone. She was supposed to be a parent who wouldn't forget me, no matter what. Everything's wrong. Who in the world am I? He cries, looking down at Orochimaru. Suddenly, another Orochimaru emerges from the mouth of the supposedly dead one, causing the audience to recoil in shock. Gross, they murmur, disturbed by the snake Sannin's revival method. I feel extremely bad for the young man, slowly being replaced so they could kill him later. Hashirama empathizes with Kabuto's situation. You merely lack sufficient intel to define yourself. It's just that neither the glasses, your name, nor the fact that you're a child remotely defines you, Orochimaru states, walking closer to the terrified man. That's fine. I repeatedly experiment and gather little by little, amassing intelligence. Then I undergo rebirth, ever evolving towards a new perfect me, the snake continues. This time it's you. Isn't Sasori my spy? Deidara gasps, finally remembering where he saw Kabuto before. I can't believe he's one of Orochimaru's followers. That's how the snake knows more than he lets on, Pain suggests. The remaining Akatsuki members are concerned about how much the white-haired man knows. What's up with your sensei's obsession with picking up random children? Naruto tilts her head to see the Uchiha's eyes. I've got no clue. Plus, he isn't my sensei, just a means to an end, Sasuke replies, looking down at the girl on his lap. You shall be reborn as Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru announces, slowly closing in. I am Orochimaru. If you want to know who and what you are, come by my side. Kabuto stares in confusion at the man's outstretched hand, contemplating whether to shake it. Kabuto stands up, facing the Sannin. A vision of an older Kabuto appears alongside Orochimaru. Scenes from Kabuto's life after his encounter with Orochimaru flash before him, one with Sasori and Orochimaru standing side by side, another of himself experimenting on Yugo and Kimimaro, and images of the Sound 4 and other inmates. Sujetsu trapped in a water tank, Karen holding out her arm as BLD is taken from her, and finally Sasuke with his blade in the background, revealing Orochimaru's true form. Still not enough. This is still not me. Kabuto sat on a wooden chair, arms stretched out as he performed BLD transfusions on himself. Izanami is a perfect counter for someone like Kabuto, Shursui assured. So, Izanami is a situational technique? Jiraiya asked. Yes, the Uchiha, except for Sasuke, replied. The crowd wondered what the technique could do. The Izanami is basically an instant win button found by the Uchiha, show simplified. An instant win technique. Tobirama was shocked. So the Uchiha are more dangerous than I originally anticipated, the Seventh Hokage thought. What I longing isn't a lesson but your ability and intel. Kabuto dismissed the earlier lesson Itachi had given him. Not only are you a Konohagakure shinobi, but you also belong to the famed Uchiha bloodline. You hold the Sharingan, which has already awakened the Manjikyu. You possess many secrets and have the power to stop a war. There's no foil to Edo Tensei except yourself. My hands are part of my power, he said, clenching a kunai with markings. You exaggerate. Listen, I failed, Itachi replied. Nah, even though you've mocked the Uchiha name, I'm still quite envious of you. The Uchiha name indicates a bloodline and clan membership, so it's meaningless for you to claim it, Itachi insisted. Kabuto's face fell as he reminisced about his childhood, walking through a rainy night, tears on his face as he hugged himself for warmth. It does hold meaning to me, Quickly weaving hand signs, the Uchiha pair anticipated the next assault from the sage user. Are you sure that will be enough to claim victory? We're stuck playing catch-up, Sasuke suggested, looking out for Kabuto with his famed eyes. I told you no. He controls the battlefield. Be patient, Itachi insisted, his gaze fixed on the wall of Amaterasu intercepting both sides. The Izanami's still not ready. He's about to come. Sasuke exclaimed. Don't worry, I'm ready. It's just going to take a bit, Kabuto replied as his stomach morphed into Jirobo of the Sound Four. Jirobo placed his hands on the ground. Earth release, Terra shield. The ground below split in half, relocating the massive wall of Inferno away so he could traverse. The sage's belly changed into Kidamaru, and a string of webs shot off. Spiral web. Disgusting, Tsunade tried not to retch at the display of inhumanity. Why does Orochimaru and his assistants do this type of thing? I wish I could unsee that part, Haiden yelled. The audience, for once, agreed with the immortal Akatsuki members' comments on Kabuto's technique. Amaterasu. Both brothers' eyes bled as a raging storm of Amaterasu appeared from nowhere, burning off the web strings. Sasuke and Itachi looked below to see bones protruding from the ground, separating the black flames once more. He laid down the spider silk all the way to the back. I'll get the one behind us. You take the front, Ni-san, Sasuke ordered. Can we still use Susan? The younger Uchiha questioned. Yeah, Itachi replied, as a red and purple ribcage formed to protect their bodies. Both brothers swung their blades, destroying the bones around them. They ran to the back. It's no use. Taiyuya's face appeared. Genjutsu. Chains of Fantasia. The pair of Uchiha suddenly found themselves trapped in a sound genjutsu, snakes binding them in a place surrounded by skulls. Genjutsu, Sasuke groaned. Your precious Susanoo can't block sound, can it? I don't think so. The face in the sage user's stomach changed from Taiyuya to the Sannin himself. Now I've immobilized you. All that's left. This is my current form. A majority of people start out imitating another, you know. Like how Sasuke emulated you. This is bad, Gaara said, looking at the Uchiha, who were currently paralyzed. The audience agreed with that sentiment. I thought Uchiha were immune to genjutsu, Naruto asked. Sasuke's sweat dropped before speaking. We're mostly resistant to visual genjutsu, not sound-based. Oh. Kabuto is right about emulating someone being part of growth, but at some point, most stop imitating others and grow as their own person, Shursui gave a thoughtful speech. Such behavior is merely a process to help one mature. Don't use it as a cloak to deceive yourself, like I've done. Itachi's eyes turned to Sasuke, and he nodded to his younger brother, who understood the message. If you attach your self-value to something external to you that's admirable and praiseworthy, you won't find anything when you try to discover yourself. Kabuto surged with rage upon hearing Itachi's lecture. I'll say this one last time. Those who cannot acknowledge themselves will invariably fail. The Snake Sannin's follower, Orochimaru, ventured closer to the estranged Uchiha pair. Sasuke. Right? Sasuke replied as he and Itachi gazed into each other's eyes. Genjutsu Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Sasuke appeared inside the genjutsu meant for Itachi, cutting down the illusionary snake binding his brother, and vice versa. Outside the genjutsu, the Uchiha brothers were engulfed by a red and violet chakra in the shape of a ribcage around them. Both conjured one arm out of the Susanoo. Sasuke intercepted the giant Orochimaru snake creature as Itachi stabbed and pinned it. Kabuto stood there with a slight tear. That was a nice strategy. Kakashi praised the two for their quick thinking. The group agreed with the Hatake. Now I want that Susanoo, Naruto pouts, but then remembers she has the Kyuubi avatar in the future. Never mind, I have the Kyuubi. You're both doing excellently, despite the circumstances you've been pulled into, Fugaku praises his son. Sasuke's eyes widen behind Naruto's head, and he smiles slightly at his father's acknowledgement. You two are doing great, Shursui adds, smiling at their teamwork. I shall engage the Izanami. You failed, Itachi announces as his left eye loses its light. Before anything happens, Kabuto emerges from Orochimaru's snake-like mouth and splits the Kinslayer in half. Itachi! Mikoto shouts in alarm. You, a genius who had everything, would never understand. I just want to be who and what I am, Kabuto says, tears falling from the Sage Mode user's eyes. And I shan't let anyone interfere. He pulls out a kunai tagged for use against the Uchiha prodigy. Sasuke. Sasuke immediately responds by throwing his Kusanagi at the kunai, shattering it. Kabuto's snakes catch the blade, but Sasuke uses his Susanoo to capture Kabuto. The Edo caster reacts and leaps to the top of the cave. Water release, giant waterfall. Fire release, great fireball. The two elements clash, but in the end, the water release ninjutsu overpowers the fire release performed by the Snake Sannin's successor. Itachi uses the diversion to catch Kabuto off guard. Seeing this, Kabuto stabs the Uchiha as he did earlier, but Itachi's body bursts into a flock of crows. Kabuto is caught off guard, and Itachi seizes the blade, severing Kabuto's horn once more. Repeatedly the same tactics, Kabuto analyzes, recalling the earlier encounter. I told you my body is still recovering, Itachi replies. I shut my vision, so genjutsu isn't effective. I tell you again and again what your chances of winning are. It's begun, Madara observes, already knowing what is happening, similar to the other Uchiha except Sasuke. Your fate is already in my hands, thanks to the Uchiha forbidden jutsu. Itachi responds as his opponent dashes toward him. Itachi blocks the attack. Shall we test that? The Izanami. Both leap back, and Sasuke joins the battle once more. No matter what, stay on my side, Sasuke. It's all déjà vu to me. He's right. Pain agrees with Kabuto's assessment. Your fate is sealed by my hands, Itachi tells Kabuto. But only you can truly decide that fate and shape your destiny. Remember my words. What nonsense are you on about? Don't play semantics with me. I will have everything. I am the strongest of all, the Dragon Sage user boasts. Once again his Orochimaru attachment moves toward the brothers. That's a fact. If you can forgive yourself, your true self, only then can you be strong. Itachi counters Kabuto's ideology. Itachi's Susanoo grabs the appendage, but Kabuto escapes. The defeat should remain silent, the rogue spy says, biting off the deceased spy's arm. He turns around and stabs the Kinslayer through the back, bursting into a mass of crows and cutting the sage's horn. Wasn't Kabuto's horn cut off already? Shikamaru observes. Yes, Temari replies. But how is it still intact? Maybe regeneration, Hinata suggests. No, then he would have relied on it instead of dodging attacks. Niji disagrees with Hinata's statement. Déjà vu, Kakuzu mumbles. His train of thought is cut off by a fireball hurling in his direction, and he quickly counters with a water release ninjutsu. Itachi takes the opportunity to strike, but Kabuto goes on the offensive, forcing the Manjikyu user into a defensive position. It's the Izanami. This fight is getting repetitive, Minato suggests, sensing something is off. Is that so? Mikoto smiles as Kushina turns to her. What's happening, Mikoto-san? Kushina asks, confused. You'll see. No matter what. No one can stop me. I am powerful. Kabuto shouts, changing to Itachi, who jumps to the top of the cave. Seeing this, Kabuto leaps and pierces Itachi, who transforms into a murder of crows, removing his horn once more. Both jump down, and Kabuto stares at the floor, spotting 3 horns. What's happening? I'm confused, Naruto says, struggling to understand. The fight is predictable, what's actually happening? Kisame asks Itachi, knowing full well his partner's fighting style. Madara, what is actually occurring? Hashirama begs his childhood friend for an answer. The Izanagi, Madara hints. I truly hold your fate in my hands, Itachi replies, tilting his head toward Kabuto, who shouts Uchiha Itachi in a fit of rage. He cannot escape this loop. A jutsu that decides one's fate. That is the Izanami. The Sharingan user begins the technique, selecting an arbitrary moment. The caster uses their ocular ability to remember the physical sensations of both themselves and the opponent during that instant. Itachi gives a clearer explanation of the technique to the audience, who nod in understanding. Izanami overlaps and connects these two identical bodily sensations, as well as the flow of time between them, creating an infinite loop of events that entraps the opponent's consciousness. In simpler terms, you trap your opponent in an infinite loop until they accept their fate, Shursui adds, knowing that not everyone comprehends Itachi's or Madara's explanations. The audience that didn't catch the earlier examples finally understands. That is an incredible ability, Niji comments after learning about Izanami. It seems to have limitations but works best against hypocrisy, Gaara suggests, noting that someone like Naruto shouldn't be affected by this. You're right, the Akatsuki and Konoha shinobi grow worried about the Uchiha's forbidden jutsu. Tsunade reflects on the infamous clan's techniques that could warp reality to the user's favor. Izanami and Izanagi sound extremely unfair, Kakashi remarks, realizing what his and others' Sharingan are capable of. Hashirama laughs, while Tobirama is disturbed by the rival clan's unique forbidden jutsu. Who even came up with these forbidden techniques? In the distant past, we Uchiha used Izanagi and viewed it as an invaluable jutsu, particularly beneficial in battle, Madara explains. However, when clan members began to abuse Izanagi, casting it to escape the consequences of their actions, conflicts arose among multiple users over favorable outcomes. He pauses as Toby continues the tale. Thus, since dojutsu users were unlikely to succumb to ocular genjutsu, Izanami was created to reprimand such clansmen and save them from their own arrogance. By imprisoning them within an unalterable loop of events, the victim was forced to accept the reality they had created if they ever wished to escape the illusion. Mikoto adds a detail that Toby left out. However, due to the dangers involved in using a technique with a way out in a real battle, Izanami became classified as a kinjutsu. Only a small minority of the clan knew of both Izanagi and Izanami's existence. That explains a lot. Hiruzen sighs as Naruto tilts her head to Sasuke, humming. Did you know of this? The blonde questions the Uchiha survivor, who shakes his head. That's a lot to digest, Sakura says, and the others agree. You Uchiha are more dangerous than I gave you credit for, Tobirama hisses. Shut it, Tobirama, Madara snaps back, still remembering the pain caused by the Senju clan. Now all Edo Tensei shinobi will be gone, Itachi informs Sasuke as he removes his left hand from Kabuto's glasses. That should end the war. But you'll be gone too. Sasuke retorts, narrowing his eyes at Itachi. I've protected my village. I'm once more Itachi of Konohagakure. I have no regrets. Sasuke stares into his brother's eyes, who gazes back. In a fit of rage, the Avenger lashes out. But why help the very village that put you where you are now? You may forgive that place, but I will never forgive Konoha. You have no regrets. What about what you've made of me? President Itachi's eyes widen in shock at Sasuke's outburst, knowing the weight behind his words. He realizes he manipulated Sasuke for his own gain, much like he was used as a spy for the Uchiha. Itachi, you finally see your hypocrisy, Sho chuckles. You really haven't seen it until it was too late. Plus, your alternative plan wasn't any better, basically removing any form of freedom your brother had for your selfish longing. Itachi, you were going to use Koto Amatsukami on Sasuke. Shursui exclaims, flabbergasted by what his best friend intended. The audience is left confused. What is Koto Amatsukami? The ocular ability of my Manjikyu grants me a powerful yet subtle mind-controlling genjutsu on the target, and the opponent is unaware if it is cast on them, Shursui explains. It causes the target to believe in the objective I've given them, which appears to be their own choice. The audience is once again left dumbfounded. Great, now the Uchiha have mind control, Tobirama groans. Hashirama slaps his younger siblings back. Just don't think too hard about it. He laughs until the creator of Edo Tensei snaps back. That's easier for you to say. You lack the brains to worry about this. The insult sends Hashirama into a state of depression. Gee, Tsunade worries. Pathetic, Madara mutters, slapping his face. Itachi, you were going to mind control Sasuke against his will, Mikoto gazes at her elder son in disappointment, disturbed by the thought of him planning to remove Sasuke's free will. Sasuke was left stunned by the revelation that his brother's failsafe plan was to use subtle mind control on him. Talk about family drama, Kankuro remarked, sweat beading on his forehead as Temari sighed. Why make contact with me? Naruto wondered, questioning her significance. You're the catalyst for my plan since I implanted a crow inside of you. If it ever meant Sasuke in the distant future, it would activate, Itachi explained. I have a crow inside of me, Sasuke echoed, processing the information. I should probably take my eye back, Shisui suggested. What other Manjikyu abilities are left? An intrigued Sakura asked, and the others shared her curiosity. You'll see later. I'm not the one who can change you, Sasuke. An image of Naruto appeared in the background. But I can stop this jutsu. That will fulfill my promise to Naruto at least. Kabuto began to weave hand signs to cancel his jutsu. My Naruto can do databane. I guess it won't matter what I say, will it? As soon as I saw you, I failed you because I wanted confirmation of the truth of what Tobi and Danzo had said. But that wasn't the only thing I was able to verify. Sasuke tilted his head down. When I'm with you, I remember things. The feeling I had as a child, of adoring my brother. That is why, the closer we get as brothers, the more I understand you. The more my hatred for Konoha grows for causing you so much pain. I hate it more than ever. Itachi was left stunned again, while Nagato, the figurehead of the Akatsuki, could relate to Sasuke's words from his own experience with pain. Maybe getting Sasuke on my side will be easier than I originally believed, Obito thought. Maybe getting Sasuke back to Konoha might be harder, Sakura sulked. Don't worry, Sakura. If he doesn't listen to reason, I'll beat some sense into him, Naruto reassured her. If you're planning to fight him, be prepared to lose, Kakashi teased. Naruto instinctively held onto his right arm. I know what you want me to do and be. You're my brother, so you're going to disapprove. But it's because I'm your brother that no matter what you say, you're not going to stop me. Sasuke declared his feelings to Itachi, who was occupied at the moment. Even if you protect the village now, I will still destroy it someday. Goodbye. You should dispose of him. His heritage puts Konoha in danger, Tobirama advised the Konoha ninja. A blinding light emitted from Itachi as he stepped closer to Sasuke, hand reaching out. Sasuke stood still, straining to follow Itachi's movement. I feel myself slowly losing consciousness. I need to tell you everything before I finally say goodbye. There's no need to lie anymore. That night I left you, I did everything Danzo and Tobi told you. I'll show you the entire truth. Itachi's Sharingan met Sasuke's eyes, and Itachi's memories flooded into him. Sasuke's vision trailed to a scene of Shisui looking down a cliff, with a younger Itachi standing behind him. It no longer looks like the Uchiha coup d'état can be prevented. If a civil war erupts in Konoha, the other villages will eventually invade for sure. True war will break out. Shisui gazed below the cliff into the waterfall before turning to Itachi. When I tried to stop the coup with Kotoamatsukami, Danzo stole my right eye. He intends to protect the village his own way, no matter the cost. I suspect he'll come after the other one too. That BSRD already has a whole arm of Sharingan. Why does he want more? Jiraiya mumbled, while Tsunade thought of methods to corner Danzo once they got back. Maybe we can use Kotoamatsukami on Danzo since Naruto has it. So I'm going to give it to you before he has a chance. As Shisui spoke, he plucked out his eyes to lend to Itachi. You're the only one I can count on, my true best friend. Please protect this village and the Uchiha name. As the blind Uchiha implanted his eyes on a crow, he stepped back before Itachi could possibly save him, and Shisui fell off the cliff. Shisui! Itachi shouted, extending his hand to save his best friend but unable to reach him. Itachi's eyes shifted from a regular Sharingan to a shuriken pattern. He committed suicide, Sasuke gasped, recalling Itachi's parting words and claims of killing Shisui. We cannot condone this any longer. If they are going to call a revolution and usurp our power, we have no choice but to judge the Uchiha as traitors to Konoha. Koharu shouted, interrupted by Hiruzen. Wait, Do not rush to a hasty conclusion. However, Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan will not be dissuaded. In which case, we ought to take measures to avoid mayhem. That includes innocent children too, Danzo retorted. Do not say such things in front of Itachi. Besides, a battle against the Uchiha will not be easy. We must plan this carefully. We're in a race against time. We ought to strike preemptively before they can make a move. If you, I, and our respective Black Ops join forces and launch a surprise attack from behind, it'll be over in no time, Danzo advised Hiruzen. The Uchiha are old comrades in arms. I'd like to use words before violence. I shall come up with a strategy. Itachi, it doesn't have to be, but buy me as much time as you can. The Uchiha were really planning a rebellion, Deira sighed. Miscommunication led to this. Hashirama scratched his head. How could we have avoided this? Tsunade tilted her head up to the levitating deity and asked. The Uchiha had demands that could have prevented the tragedy. As you said, miscommunication and isolation led to this outcome, Sho explained. The audience was left stunned upon hearing there was an alternative path. What were the demands? Sasuke pressed for an answer. The demands were logical and reasonable, probably not the last one, but the elders and Danzo would have refused the proposal either way. One was Uchiha participation in the center of the village. What do you mean by that? Shikamaru's interest piqued upon hearing one of the demands. Fugaku was treated unfairly by Danzo. He was made a member of the Jonin Council in name only, with no influence over village actions. The Konoha Nin's interest began to grow, similar to Shikamaru's. The Uchiha simply wanted a say in the direction of the village, which is only fair since they helped found it. That seems like such a simple fix, Kushina interjected, finding the first demand reasonable. The Uchiha had no participation in political matters, unlike other clans. Hiruzen was surprised he had never realized it until now. The second was the dismantling of the Uchiha compound and the freedom to live among the other clans in the village. Why was that a demand? Niji questioned. The Uchiha compound was essentially a place of confinement, located at the far edges of the village and under constant surveillance. Their roles were escaped away and given to Umbu, effectively removing their purpose. That explains why the Umbu were taking on police force missions and surveillance, Kakashi realized, thinking back on how odd it was that the Umbu had taken over the Uchiha police force duties. Hashirama added, they saw their own compound as a form of jail, saddened that the village he built caused pain for future generations. Madara, you might have been right about the village creating its own darkness in the future. I'm deeply sorry for the harm caused by my goals. We did this ourselves as well, so please don't feel any guilt, Mikoto reassured the depressed god of shinobi. Mikoto-sama is right, Shursui added to support the Shodame. The last demand was to position Uchiha Fugaku as Hokage. Like I said, the last one is debatable. The elders wouldn't agree since that could mean losing power if Fugaku ruled. For the Uchiha, requesting this could have been seen as a way to retain their demands. After explaining, Sho remembered something. Fun fact, Shursui's death actually delayed the coup. At least my death wasn't in vain. In an undisclosed location, Danzo and Itachi were seen conversing. Despite what the Sandame said, he will move to protect Konoha if need be. That's the kind of man he is. In which case, even Hiruzen as Hokage will have no choice but to take decisive measures. Danzo informed the young Uchiha. Whether it results in war or not, the moment the coup d'etat happens, the Uchiha will lock themselves into the fate of annihilation, including your brother who knows nothing. However, there is a way to spare your brother prior to any revolt. The War Hawk suggested an alternative as Itachi looked down solemnly. If things come to pass, your brother will likely come to know everything, and if he witnesses a Konoha shinobi slaughter his clan, he'll develop a vengeful heart towards Konoha. Eventually he, unfortunately, will have to die as well, Danzo warned, making Itachi feel threatened by the remark. Is that a threat? No, I'd like you to choose, either align with the Uchiha and die along with the clan, or side with Konoha. Save your brother before the revolt and eliminate the other Uchiha. We know what he goes for, Deidara pouted, not liking the fact they were reacting to his nemesis. Shut up and watch, Kakazu told the blonde artist. No matter what, things must be quelled before any mayhem arises in order to protect the village, and the only shinobi that can be entrusted with this mission is you, Itachi, the double agent for both Uchiha and Konoha. This will be painful for you, but it allows your brother to be spared. Will you accept this mission? The scene shifted to a forest area illuminated by moonlight. How did you know about me? Itachi asked, viewing the masked man next to an entrance hidden between a few trees. You slipped through tight Konoha security and went to examine Nakano Shrine's secret stone. Only Uchiha know its location. After that, I studied your movements and looked into your character and ideology. That saves me time. You already know that I am an Uchiha who bears hatred towards both Konoha and my own clan, right? You bear hatred for your own people, Kakashi remarked, addressing the orange-masked Akatsuki member. What about it? Toby shrugged it off. I have terms. I will help you exact revenge upon the Uchiha clan, but you are not to harm the village itself or Uchiha Sasuke. For a prodigy, you trusted a man you just met. Have you ever heard of stranger danger? Kushina pointed out the importance of being cautious. You know she's right, Itachi, Mikoto agreed with Kushina. Itachi felt betrayed in the background but recognized that trusting someone without knowing them was a foolish move. Use your tanki, take notes, Sasuke teased, comfortably sitting on his lap, recalling how she had opened the door for Itachi and Kisame in the past. Hey! He's right, you know? Not you too, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto whined, looking back at her sensei in betrayal for agreeing with her future spouse. Don't give me that Naruto-chan look. All I'm saying is to be more careful next time around. That was 2 years ago. The scene shifted to the night of the massacre, where Toby was seen walking into the base of the police force. Outside, voices settled down as Toby walked out. You were part of the massacre, Deidara muttered, his perception of Toby changing from that of a foolish partner to a calculating man who had lied about his skills. It seems Pain-sama knew of this. It explains why he is part of the Akatsuki. Deidara had always wondered how someone like Toby joined, and now he understood. I never expected this. Kakazu and Hayden were left stunned by Toby's performance. I'll never make fun of that guy again, Hayden vowed to himself. On the other side of the Uchiha clan compound, Sasuke looked up to see a silhouette of a man squatting by one of the poles as he ran across the streets. The silhouette was Itachi, looking down below. Now I regret not telling you everything before it came to this, Sasuke, the older Edo Itachi's voice narrated as the past Itachi vanished from his position. I see you've aligned with the other side. Both Mikoto and Fugaku sat on the floor waiting for Itachi. Oka-san. To-san. Itachi tried to speak but was cut off by Mikoto. We already know. Itachi just promised us this. Take care of Sasuke, Fugaku requested, tears forming in Itachi's eyes as the young Umbu member's sword shook. Sasuke in the present felt stiff at his father's request, having always believed his father barely cared for him. Memories of his younger self asking his mother if his father truly cared or if he was just a substitute flooded his mind. The Uchiha survivor placed his hand next to his eyes as a tear fell down his face. Noticing his emotional change, Naruto turned around and wrapped her arms around him for comfort. Well, he didn't do a good job then, Hayden commented. Do not fear. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to yours, our pain would end in an instant. Our philosophies may be different, but I'm still proud of you. You truly are a kind child. His father reassured him about the decision he had made. As tears continued to fall, Itachi swiftly swung his blade through them, the remains of the Uchiha clan lying on the floor in a pool of their own blood beside the child they had given. BRH2. The Kinslayer's gaze ventured to the squeaking door slowly opening, revealing what he valued most in the world. The little boy stared in shock, sweating profusely from running earlier. I'm surprised you two don't resent your child even after the tragedy he caused, Tsunade remarked, noting that most parents would feel betrayed by their child for such actions. The rest of the Konoha shinobi agreed with the Godame's assessment. I have to agree, Kushina added, unable to imagine most parents forgiving a child for this. Minato smiled. That was so heartwarming, Hashirama believed, recognizing that even if both parent and child were on different sides, the parent didn't view the child any differently. For once, I have to agree with you, Tobirama sighed. Hiruzen felt guilt attach itself to him, wishing he had acted before it was too late. The coup had stemmed from decades of isolation during his term as Hokage of Konoha. I won't ever tell. I've lost all truth, never again. I've always lied to you and asked you to forgive me, deliberately keeping you at a distance because I didn't want you to get involved. But I know that perhaps you could have changed Okasan, Tusan, and the rest of the Uchiha. Before his soul departed this Edo body, Itachi walked closer to Sasuke, stretching out his hands as his index and middle fingers moved closer to the young Uchiha's forehead. If I had only come to you from the start, looked straight into your eyes and told the truth, Itachi said. Sasuke's gaze directed to his brother. With me, who failed, telling you all this now from above, it may not penetrate, but I want to impart at least this much truth to you. Itachi's ring hand grabbed the back of Sasuke's head, pulling him close. The Uchiha Avenger pulled back. I will love you always. The room went silent, a few shinobi even shedding tears after the display of affection shown by Itachi's departure. Naruto tilted her head towards Sasuke, their faces close. Mikoto and Kushina cried in the corner while Fugaku and Minato smiled faintly. Shisui, are you crying? No, shut up, Itachi. The Uchiha, known worldwide for his body flicker technique, hid his tears. The display of affection even caused the great Uchiha Madara to reflect on the memories of love he received from his younger brother, his heart clenching in bitterness. That was wonderful, Hashirama said, rubbing his tears as Tobirama looked at his brother in disgust, noting the snot on his face. Pain and Konan empathized with the Uchiha Akatsuki member while Deidara mumbled in his corner, and Haiden grew bored. Sasuke, your eyes? They've changed. Naruto's cerulean blue eyes noticed the inverted six-star pattern of Sasuke's Sharingan, revealed after he removed his hands from his face, attempting to hide his tears. The Manjikyu Sharingan, Tobi gasped in surprise. This makes things easier. Manjikyu. Didn't you need to kill someone for those eyes? Kankuro asked. No, just a traumatic emotion is enough, Shisui shrugged, swiping his tears away. So, Sasuke can do that Susanoo thing now. Naruto wondered, intrigued. If he unlocks both abilities that his Manjikyu grants him, yes, Tobirama answered, drawing from his extensive knowledge of the Sharingan. What's next? Tamari asked. Naruto, are you ever going to get off Sasuke's lap? Ino and Sakura teased. The blonde heard the humorous comment and blushed bright red, her face turning as red as ripe tomatoes. Shut up, she replied, and both girls laughed. We are getting into something interesting. The scene shifted to Naruto lying on the floor, looking up at an endless flow of water. Her hair spread out from her usual pigtails, arms stretched out. The young girl's eyes widened slightly. Where am I? Am I dead? She wondered. Why do you think you're dead? Your view of death is different from that of my time. You must have a strong spirit if you deem yourself so easily newbie, a mysterious voice replied. Naruto picked herself up to scout for the source of the voice. Her eyes spotted a floating figure with 6 levitating orbs and a staff on its back. Who are you? Gee, the fox spirit inside Naruto was surprised to see him. I wonder about it myself, Gaara added. Deep inside, Black Zetsu panicked at the possibility of anyone in the room learning of his goals via Hagoromo. It's a realistic question in this situation. But I'm slightly worried that my opinion might differ from that of your forerunner if you hear my name. The figure began to rotate to face Naruto's direction. The old hermit had 2 horns, light brown spiky hair, 2 Rinnegan, and an unknown dojutsu that resembled a combination of a Sharingan and Rinnegan. I am the one who brought peace and order. My name is Hagoromo. Who's Hagoromo? Hashirama questioned. The Rinnegan. Jiraiya gasped. Why does everyone in the future seem to have a Rinnegan? Kakuzu scoffed. Many agreed, as this dojutsu had appeared more frequently than expected. Both sides stood still, and Naruto narrowed her eyes at the hermit. Your reaction, I already partly predicted that you might react this way. I don't really get what he's saying. Must be one of those old men who like lecturing people. Naruto thought, but then interrupted, sorry old man, but well then. Your eyes. Rinnegan. You just noticed that, Pain deadpanned. The rest of the room nodded in agreement. You are good at observing people. I hope you will be able to understand your current condition realistically. Naruto's eyes continued to narrow. You are not dead yet, this is the world inside your mind. I understand your impatience, but it's pointless to hurry at this moment. Therefore, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki cut him off. What is that old man saying? Just wrap it up. Can't you talk in a way I can understand? Is that girl brainless? Madara couldn't fathom her lack of understanding. Naruto felt offended by Madara's comment. I am anachronism. Time has brought change in people's cultural traditions, views, and ethics. Whenever I travel through time to meet a transmigrant, I can clearly feel the discrepancy in our values. Naruto intensely attempted to understand. I could also methodically learn new cultures and languages, but, shut up will you? I don't have time to listen to what some old weirdo has to say. Naruto, be polite, Kushina scolded. Naruto embarrassedly nodded. This is how it feels to be lectured by your parents. On the inside, Naruto felt happy. Is this the Rikudo Sannin? Madara was taken aback when Hagoromo appeared. The figure wore ancient clothes and possessed the Rinnegan. The Naka shrine even had a myth about the hermit having access to a greater version of Izanagi, one that allowed him to use the technique while retaining his sight. What are you thinking about, son? Tobirama noticed Madara was deep in thought. Nothing that concerns you, Senju, Madara scoffed. Your pursuit of knowledge is ambiguous. If you cannot come to a mutual understanding because it's hard to find a definition, I will have to simplify my explanations. Naruto's body slumped as she stared at Hagoromo in confusion. Oh my, he thinks you are dense, Kakashi remarked, and many Konoha ninja agreed. I'm not dense, Naruto defended herself. Dobe, remember the time you jumped into Haku's ice mirror? Naruto quickly recalled the incident before she could argue back. Or when you launched yourself in front of Orochimaru's snake summon. Those are facts from the Chunin exam. You were the first to pass without answering any questions, Kiba added, referencing rumors about Naruto. You were also dead last in the academy. You don't even attempt to follow or listen to plans. Lastly, the Forbidden Scroll incident, Kakashi casually added. Naruto's attention shifted to her sensei. Kaka-sensei, how do you, Irika told me during the 2 years you were away. Naruto, why would you steal one of Konohagakure's secrets? How did you steal the scroll, young one? Hashirama was flabbergasted, having hidden it away from the public. I was tricked by Mizuki-sensei in a moment of weakness, but I swear I didn't mean it. In the past, I failed the academy. Afterwards, Mizuki found me and lied about the scroll. That explains the shadow clones, Tsunade guessed. At least I'm not an emo JRK like you, Naruto shot back, still holding a grudge against Sasuke for starting this mess. How so? Sasuke was confused. You're a condescending JRK with an ego. You mistreat or ignore anyone who shows you affection. Lastly, your curse mark looks extremely edgy. I bet if I looked up emo in the dictionary, I'd find you. Naruto's outburst caught Sasuke off guard. Okay, I get it. Are you an alien or something? I see you have some charisma, but, well, that's a bit much, isn't it? An alien? I guess it kind of makes sense, though. He's an alien. Haiden, Kiba, and Deidara shouted. Oh no, the way you were speaking just now was okay. I finally understood. I was just surprised because it changed completely all of a sudden. Naruto's mood shifted to joy as she tried to hide her nervousness. Oh really? I'm going to speak this way. Yeah. But it's kind of creepy because the way you speak doesn't match your face at all. I think you should leave some of the complex feelings out. Otherwise, you just sound like an idiot. Isn't that a bit too much? Who are you calling an idiot? Naruto exclaimed. Wow, Yuzuritanki calling someone else an idiot, Sasuke snickered sarcastically. Naruto playfully tapped Sasuke on the head. Well, I guess that's what I get for speaking that way. Is this a little better? That way is fine. I think I understand. We can finally talk. By the way, who are you? If you know about this place, could you tell me a way to get out of here? Naruto's usual demeanor returned. Don't ask me too many things at once. I'm from the past, I'm already dead. I'm a priest who, in the form of floating chakra, traveled through the generations to see what would become of Ninshu, the hermit explained. My name is Hagoromo, and as the founder of Ninshu, I'm also known as the Rikudo-sen. A deafening silence spread throughout the room at the mention of the Rikudo-sen. Minato and Pain's eyes lit up, while Madara was dumbfounded that his suspicions were accurate. Oh my Kami, the Rikudo-sen is real, Jiraiya said, astonished. Is that really him? Tsunade's eyes remained glued to the screen. Sasuke thought, this is something Orochimaru would definitely sell his soul for. Who is the Rikudo-sen? Sakura asked, as the younger generation was mostly interested while the adults were in shock. This is the man who created ninjutsu and spread chakra throughout the world, Itachi informed them, struggling with his own thoughts. Really? Someone asked. The guy that created ninjutsu. Are you sure? Shouldn't he be dead? The person you're seeing is the actual Rikudo-sen, no tricks, Sho confirmed. Why did Hagoromo even show up? Shursui wondered, and the Akatsuki agreed. That guy Ero-sensei and Nagato were talking about. A young girl exclaimed, flabbergasted by the old hermit's identity. Oh, do you know me? Hagoromo asked. Naruto, you know of the Rikudo-sen? Shikamaru was surprised. Yeah, Ero-sensei told me tales of him while we were traveling. She knows of Nagato, Konan thought deeply. If she does, it most likely means Nagato lost against her. You're the one who created ninjutsu in the first place, aren't you? The historical figure grabbed his staff. Not ninjutsu, ninshu. My ninshu was made to create hope. Don't mix it up with ninjutsu, that was made to create wars, the Sannin corrected him. That's enlightening, Mikoto said, and Nagato, Madara, Obito, Itachi, and Tobirama nodded in agreement. What does the Sannin mean by that? Tenten wondered. Hagoromo hopes to create peace via chakra in the way of ninshu. Ninshu is the practice of people understanding each other through chakra, he explained. Chakra was originally used for peace, Pain said, shocked, as he had believed all chakra brought conflict and suffering. I never expected that, Jiraiya added, intrigued by the prospect. On the other hand, ninjutsu derived from ninshu was created for the purpose of conflict. So, ninshu is chakra used for peace while ninjutsu is its polar opposite, Hashirama summarized, feeling hopeful that there was a way to use chakra for peace instead of war. The Sannin tapped his staff to the mass of water below them, revealing an image of a young man. You are my son, Ashura. Now is the right time. There is something I must entrust to you. Ashura. Entrust. Stop saying weird things and just get me out of here. I'm sorry, but that's not something I can do. It depends on what the people outside do with you. I can only tell you. Once again, I can't understand you. The point is that now it's useless for you to fret. Therefore I'll ask you. No, you must ask me. First of all, about my Ka-san and sons. A picture of a woman appeared. Wow, she is extremely pretty, Ino commented. My mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, came to your land from a faraway place. She came to pick up the chakra no mi chakra fruit. It's the Shinju tree you saw in this war. Its fruit is made of chakra. Chakra came from a fruit. Niji was dumbfounded, and the audience was also surprised. Kagaya ate that fruit, and with the power she gained, she ruled over this land. Where did Kagaya come from? Is she stronger than you? It's really true that Ka-sans are scary when they're angry. Where she came from is not important. She was strong, stronger than anyone else. People used to call her the rabbit goddess or the demon they worshipped and feared. Kagaya then gave Byaridich to 2 children. An image of Kagaya looking down at her children appeared, with the Jubi facing both of Kagaya's children. To repent for our Okasan's sins, my brother and I fought against the Jubi, which was an incarnation of the Shinju tree, and sealed it inside me. The holy tree, robbed of its chakra no Mi, went on a rampage in an attempt to recover it. Much later than that, I had 2 children. I named the elder Indra and the younger Ashura, and taught them both Ninshu. But there was a huge difference between the 2. One possessed genes containing my powerful chakra, and one did not. This manifested in the most extreme manner. The Rikudo Sannin had sons. Kisame was intrigued, having only heard rumors of the man. Yes, in fact, the progenitor of the Uchiha clan was his eldest son, Indra, while the Senju and later Uzumaki were Ashura. Madara informed the others. Is that true? Minato learned something new today. Hashirama, Tobirama, Jiraiya, and Tsunade also absorbed the information. The Uzumaki and Senju are related to the Uchiha through the Rikudo Sannin. That's cool, Odatabe. Where did you even gain that knowledge? Tobirama wondered in frustration. The Uchiha stone tablet, in the Nara shrine created by the Rikudo Sannin himself, holds a lot of documentation about himself, even some of his children and their unfortunate circumstances. The only problem is you must gain a certain level of the Sharingan to decipher it, Fugaku revealed, explaining where Madara may have obtained his knowledge. It's starting to get hard to follow you again. What's it all mean? In short, exceptional Nii-sen, Indra, and the dunce of Otuto, Ashura, a reflection of the Sennin sons was shown. Even though he's the son of the Rikudo Sannin. Perhaps this needn't be said. No matter how exceptional both parents are, there's no guarantee one will inherit either of their abilities. Sound familiar? A picture of Kushina and Minato formed as Naruto sighed, and Hagoromo smiled. Just as it seems to have been in your case, Naruto. I think I kind of knew deep inside. You are truly quite similar to Ashura, in action as well. Huh, my action. My actions. Indra and Ashura walked different paths. The Nii-sen Indra possessed a strong visual power and sense from birth and was called a genius. He always did everything by himself, relying more on his strength, and came to understand that his powers were different and special. He perceived that power can achieve everything. He sounds like Team. A lonely and antisocial person, Naruto noted, drawing a similarity to Indra. Madara also, Hashirama added. On the other hand, nothing ever went well for his Otuto, Ashura. From the time he was little, he couldn't do anything on his own. To obtain the same power as his Nii-sen, he always needed the cooperation of others in addition to his own effort. While struggling through training, the power of my body awakened within him, and he attained power rivaling his brother. That sounds a lot like Naruto. Gar compared Ashura to Naruto. Ni-san as well. Tobirama noticed a few similarities to Hashirama. He learned of the love for others that arises from cooperation and perceived that love achieved everything. Hagoromo paused for a moment before continuing. I thought I caught a glimpse of new possibilities within Ashura's way of living. I split my jubi inside of me into 9 pieces and named them, believing that the bonds known as cooperation were true power. The water shifted to show the 9 bijou surrounding the Rikudo Sannin. Isn't that the bijou? Kankuro gasped. I see the myths are true then. The 9 bijou derive from the Rikudo Sannin, Jiraiya said. Later, I named the Otuto my successor, thinking the older one would cooperate with his Otuto. However, Indra refused, and thus from that day on, this interminable conflict began. A visual of Indra's complete body Susanoo and Ashura's chakra avatar appeared. It looks a lot like Naruto and Sasuke's avatar from their final fight, Sakura blurted out. I have to agree. This is how the Senju and Uchiha conflict began, Tsunade suspected. Even after their flesh perished, the chakra they honed continued to reincarnate across time, without vanishing over and over. Kind of creepy, Temari mumbled. It sounds like a ghost story. It's still possessing someone even now. Behind Naruto, Ashura's chakra became visible as the Sennin looked at Naruto. You, Uzumaki Naruto. Ashura has reincarnated as you. The audience fell silent once more, some attempting to comprehend the last bit. A portion of the crowd turned towards the young blonde-haired girl with whiskers. That sounds extremely creepy. Someone is possessing me, Naruto shuddered. She, Ashura, transmigrated, The QB couldn't believe it. "Oh Kami, Naruto, you're the Senin's reincarnation," Kiba yelled. She was more than I expected, Obito thought. Madara was also left stunned by this revelation. So, who are the progenitors reincarnated as? Both Shisui and Itachi pondered. The only candidate they could think of so far was Sasuke. Naruto is the Senin's daughter of some sort. Kushina was confused by the prospect. Minato's mind raced with the reveal. My daughter is the reincarnation of the Rikudo Senin. Mikoto tried to comfort her friend during her mini-episode. I knew the Gaki was special, but not to this degree, Jiraiya said, wide-eyed. I need sake for this, the current Hokage stated. Maybe we shouldn't go after Naruto, Pain decided, not wanting to confront the old-timer, considering the fact he could somewhat exist after death. Who did the other brother reincarnate into? Shikamaru tried to keep his composure. Why my eyes? I can clearly see Ashura's chakra clinging to you. Considering that you're not surprised, I suppose you may have already somehow felt Ashura's presence inside of you. You know. No. I see. In that case, you probably know who Indra reincarnated as. The floating man questioned. Sasuke, is that right? Naruto replied. Of course, Sasuke is Indra, Shisui yelled happily as his guess was confirmed. The crowd's attention turned to Sasuke. Sasuke is the reincarnate of the progenitor. The masked Uchiha was shocked, contemplating how to persuade Sasuke to join him. If he could gain Sasuke's allegiance, he would have a formidable ally against Naruto. Sasuke. Mikoto gazed at her son, while Fugaku looked on in disbelief. So, he is the reincarnate of the evil brother, while I'm the good one, Naruto bluntly elaborated, recalling Hagoromo's words about Indra starting the feud. You two are practically reincarnates of two demigods, Kakashi exclaimed. Why can't my team be normal? Tsunade joked, throwing out a bet. I bet you all that Aji-san and Madara are reincarnated. I'll take that bet. They aren't, Kiba, and Haiden chimed in. Winner gets a year of Jonin salary. Tsunade-sama, Sakura said, feeling embarrassed for her sensei. Hashirama chuckled in the background, well aware of his role in this situation, while Tobirama sighed in the corner. That Uchiha is Indra, Kurama noted, listening intently. Yes, you realize that, Hashirama replied. Even before Sasuke and I were here, what do you call them, reincarnates? What happened to them? The transmigrants of the previous generation were Hashirama and Madara. Hashirama was Ashura, and Madara was Indra. I'm sure you know what happened to them. Wow. No take-backs. Miyu, the young boy, and Madara are all in the same boat, Hashirama said. This pair of transmigrants is surprising. It could explain their strength compared to any shinobi. Tobirama considered the implications. Not only Indra, but also Madara being reincarnated is interesting, he thought. Makes sense, the audience acknowledged, agreeing that Madara and Hashirama were prime candidates. You're basically a mini-me. I guess so, Databeo, Naruto replied, reminiscing about the time when Team 7 reunited with Sasuke. His chakra and actions reminded him of a certain Uchiha when he entered Naruto's mindscape. So that's why. However, Madara created an issue before the transmigration was complete. He became too obsessed with power and took Hashirama's cells into his body. In other words, he mixed Indra's chakra with Ashura's, which awakened my chakra. That's how he obtained the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is only obtainable through Ashura's and Indra's chakra, right? Conan suggested, questioning how Nagato awakened the legendary Dijitsu. You were alive. Tobirama turned to the ghost of the Uchiha. The worst part is you've obtained those eyes, he added, but Madara ignored him. But suspected that either Indra or one of his reincarnates would eventually do that. I left that stone monument so that people could reconsider, but it seems it didn't work. Basically, you've been watching your children fight until now. Basically, yes. I see. Kind of messed up, Choji added, hearing that the Sannin had overseen his children's battles without intervening. A few audience members agreed with him. The chakra of Ninshu is the power to connect people. I believe that no one person's chakra should be greater than another's. Well, the Uzumaki clan exists, Toby sighed. Both Uzumaki clan members felt offended by Obito's comment. The audience sweat dropped but agreed with Obito since no one truly has equal chakra, especially the Uzumaki. Jashin-sama, this person must have failed at his job then, Hayden remarked. Kasen managed to bring an end to the conflict. She controlled the world with the power of one person. Before she gave Beard to me and my brother, people began to fear such a being. Oka-san, once called the rabbit goddess, came to be feared as a demon for this reason. If power accumulates in one person, it can drive them mad. That's true, Hiruzen agreed, recalling what happened with his former pupil, Orochimaru. Right now, the same thing is happening to Madara, just like Kaguya. Indra's successor has obtained the power of the Jubi, a power close to mine, and is attempting to gain a power like Kaguya's. A reflection of Jubi Madara appeared. In the future, Uchiha Madara was revived thanks to the Rinnegan, if you're wondering, Sho added. Uchiha Madara was revived. Dread washed over Tsunade. How could they possibly defeat Madara? My plan is a success, Madara thought, astonished he had come this far without any setbacks. Jubi power. Madara. Hashirama was lost. When did Madara acquire the Jubi? A power close to the Rikudo Sannin, Jiraiya felt fear. How could they possibly defeat him? Even a non-Jubi Madara seemed overwhelming based on tales about him. Mugen Tsukuyami Infinite Tsukuyami is an illusion that puts everyone into a never-ending dream. Everyone is connected by the Shinju tree in their sleep, a technique to create living slaves. The Mugen Tsukuyami. Oka-san, on top of the Byakugan, also had the power of the Sharingan. She used those powers upon the people of the nation and created a gruesome jutsu. If chakra becomes one, a new chakra no Mi chakra fruit will emerge. If nothing is done to stop that, the world will come to an end. Byakugan. Hinata was confused when Hagoromo referenced her clan's dojutsu. Oh yeah, you don't know yet, Hyugas? Hagoromo's brother, Himura, is the progenitor of your clan, Sho explained. The Rikudo Sannin brothers are our clan's creators. Niji processed this information. The Uzumaki, Senju, Hyuga, and Uchiha all came from this woman, Gaara murmured. Pretty much. I think you do want to stop Madara. Unlike the previous predecessors, you have this strange bit of foolishness in you, and that has possibly given Byakugan to a different possibility. Even though you've been dead and watching over things for this long and seen the world come to this, thank you for still believing in us. Naruto expressed his gratitude to Hagoromo for maintaining faith in humanity despite the long period of war and violence. Don't thank me. I don't have that kind of vision. The world right now is Indra. No, this is what Ka-san would have become. This is just the natural flow of events from then. I'm simply being selfish in trying to stop them. Even as I thought I could use the bijou. The balance of the world used them not for peace but as weapons. My way of thinking was too naive. The bijou are meant for peace. Kushina, Naruto, and Gaara learned an enlightening piece of information. Not at all. You weren't wrong at all. Naruto disagreed with that statement. That's right, G. The pool of water began to take shape. Out of the water, Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, was revealed. Gaara's beast, Shikaku. What are you doing inside of me? That Obito guy took a part of Shikaku's and my chakra out of Madara. He knew the bijou power you still needed inside of you. The ox and octopus hybrid with 8 tails emerged from the liquid below. Obito did. Obito is alive. Kakashi, Minato, and Kushina were shocked at the possibility of Obito's survival. How did Obito survive? Guy was confused. All he knew was that the young boy had died in the Third Great Ninja War. Who is Obito? Sakura asked her sensei. My deceased teammate, Kakashi replied. That Uchiha. Fugaku recalled the day the news of the boy's death spread and the whole debate about whether Kakashi should keep his friend's eyes. Much has happened. I have also made it inside of you. With this, the chakra of all the bijou is inside you now. Naruto turned to see the Kyuubi. The other half of Kurama is here too. 2 Kyuubi. I sort of split the Kyuubi into 2, Minato said with a nervous laugh. You can do that. Hiruzen looked at the yondaime. True Kurama. Just as Gamamaru predicted. A mischievous blue-eyed girl who calls out the name of the bijou. The prophecy is true. Naruto is the one, Jiraiya thought, feeling happy that after several years he had found the one. My travels weren't for nothing. It appears as though you've charmed them all into lending you their strength. My spirit calls them forth. Ashura's successor shall bow as well. Shikata Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kaku, Saiken, Chome, Gyuki, and lastly Kurama. The time has come for the child of prophecy to change the world. The bijou surrounded their creator and the girl who understood them. The child that G prophesied would appear one day. Kurama inside the seal smiled, pleased that his creator's prophecy had come to pass. She is the child of prophecy and not me. Nagato was surprised and looked at Konan. The bijou. Naruto seems to be a big deal, Ino said. The bijou all have names. I guess I'll remember them, Naruto said enthusiastically. Naruto, what do you want to do? After this battle, what do you seek? I want a sincere answer. It's true that I probably resemble this guy, Ashura, but I'm a lot different from him. I'm foolish and there are plenty of things I still don't understand. I know what it is to have friends and I want to protect them, that's all. I never knew we meant so much to you, Naruto, Ino said. You don't have to worry about anything. If you need our help, we'll be there for you, Sakura suggested. She's right, Naruto. We'll be there for you, Lee added with a thumbs up. Niji, Tenten, Shino, and Shikamaru agreed with Lee's sentiment. They're right, you know. Plus, you've changed many people's lives for the better, Gaara smiled. Naruto's eyes widened and he smiled back. We'll always stay by your side, even if the world is against you, Hinata declared, a bit embarrassed. Kiba and Shino were surprised by Hinata but agreed with her. Minato, our girl has a great friend, Databane. Kushina grinned, and Minato agreed, happy that his daughter had found friends. Is that your answer, Hun? The screen split to show both reincarnations of this generation. Yeah, Sasuke replied. Once before, I couldn't do anything as Indra turned upon Ashura after I entrusted everything to him. That was how this entire calamity began. Before we continue, Uchiha Sasuke, what is Naruto to you? Hagoromo asked the young Uchiha. My one and only friend, Sasuke, answered truthfully. Is that true? Naruto felt happy knowing she had made an impact on Sasuke. Give me your hands now. To you, Indra's successor, my power has also been entrusted. Sasuke and Naruto are receiving Hagoromo-sama's power. Itachi remembered when Sho told them about the two abilities and mentioned the Rikudo Sannin several times. From here on, Naruto and Sasuke, what you two will do and what will happen all depends on you. Sasuke and I aren't BLD-related brothers. I think we can repair what we had between us. After all, we were friends. On both sides, Naruto and Sasuke stretched out their demi hands so Hagoromo could transfer his chakra. In the outside world, both reincarnates stood up. Sasuke, Karen exclaimed in shock. Naruto. Sakura looked on in awe as Naruto rose. Their clan symbols were displayed, the sun for Naruto and the moon for Sasuke, along with Sasuke's new dojutsu and Naruto's 6 paths sage mode. Shall we? Kakashi finally understood. That's why they're so powerful in the future. The two are in a different league of their own. As the scene unfolded, it became clear that the potential of these two was immense, hinting at the challenges that lay ahead. The mysteries surrounding their abilities and the legacy of their clans would shape their destinies. The narrative hinted at deeper secrets, including the stone tablet that held the story of Kaguya and the Uchiha's past. It was a treasure of knowledge that many would seek, and the implications of its power were profound. The author reflected on the journey of writing, acknowledging the challenges of managing a large cast of characters. Despite the difficulties, there was a determination to continue refining the story and exploring the characters' arcs. The commitment to the narrative remained strong, with the hope of returning to write more chapters in the future. As the characters faced their destinies, the story promised growth, adventure, and the exploration of themes that resonated with readers, leaving them eager for what was to come.